Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Bill Traynor. I'm the Dean of Georgetown Law Center. And it's my privilege to welcome you to the Law Center for the second edition of Doing Business in Brazil Legal Symposium. And I think you get a sense, if you look out the window, you can see the nation's capital. And that symbolizes the fact that here at Georgetown, we are both really a center of national politics and global politics and economics. And I'm just so delighted that we have a program of this stature here today. We're going to be exploring key legal issues, and we're going to be providing guidance for foreign investors seeking a deeper understanding of Brazil's investment climate. So first, I'd like to thank all of our special guests, including, and really this is an extraordinary roster, but our special guests include Dr. Ilan Goldthon, the president of the Inter-American Development Bank. And also joining us today are Luis Roberto Barroso, president of the Supreme Federal Court of Brazil, Justice Luis Fux, Justice Andre Mendonça, and Justice Mauro Campbell. It's a stellar lineup. And I'd also like to recognize the ambassador for joining us as well. This is really, Don Diamesis and his team have put together a program that it's just dazzling for us to contemplate. And I'd like to thank Professor Don Diamesis, co-director of the Center on Transnational Business and the Law, which we call CTBL, and Brasla, the Georgetown Brazilian Law Association, for their roles in organizing today's program. So a round of applause for everyone, please. So it's an amazing program today. We're committed to examining legal and policy challenges confronting businesses operating across national borders. At Georgetown Law, we actively contribute to the broader international law and policy dialogue by bringing together corporate executives, private practitioners, government officials, students, and scholars. Through these efforts, we aim to foster thoughtful, timely discussions and analyses of these critical legal issues that are shaping today's global business environment. Now, Brazil is one of our countries that is always well represented in our LLM class. So we have, in a typical year, we will have almost 80 countries represented in our LLM class. And Brazil is always in the top 10. Lawyers apply from all over Brazil. We had applications last year from more than 18 different universities in Brazil. We have 18 Brazilian students in our current class, the class that'll be graduating this week. And we hope to have a similar number next year. To be honest, I hope we have more. So spread the word. And we have a very strong network of alumni in Brazil as well. So it's going to be a great day. And it's a privilege to welcome you. It's a very busy day for us. The Chief Justice of the United States will also be speaking here this afternoon, Chief Justice Roberts. So this is a red banner day in the history of Georgetown Law. So I'm really delighted to begin with you. I hope you all have a stimulating and informative symposium. And now let me hand it over to a star member of our faculty, Professor Don Diamesis. Professor Diamesis.
Thank you, Dean.
Congratulations. Great day.
Thank you. Bom dia. Hopefully I said it okay. I know very little Portuguese, unfortunately, but this is with the second year, I'm learning a bit more all of the time. My name's Don Diamesis. I'm a professor here, and I have been teaching actually only 6 years full-time. Because prior to that, I was a partner at a big international law firm doing domestic and cross-border business transactions and securities and financing and the like. And then I went into the U.S. government, and I was general counsel of a small, interesting bilateral development finance institution, which is now called the Development Finance Corporation of the United States. It is a pleasure to welcome all of you here. Dean Traynor, as you can tell, this is graduation week. And in addition to today, he's jam-packed on today's events, so he apologizes for not being able to spend a little bit more time. Let me give just a few moments. You'll hear a lot more about the Center on Transnational Business and the Law. We are a small research institution here. We look at business transactions, business corruption, capital markets, competition law, anything that touches business. And this is why, in part, we're so delighted to have this group here today and to be able to, in some ways, share experiences, knowledge. We have a number of our graduating LLM students from Brazil here today. They have been indispensable in terms of helping to put together this program. I want to also thank our partner this year, the Brazilian Institute of Legislative Law, and Professor Murilo de Aragão. I know I didn't quite get that right, as Sophia told me, but I'm trying. And maybe at the end of this, I will have it exactly correct. Thank you for your cooperation, your participation. I think we have enhanced the program through our partnership with you. What I'd like to do, we have various keynote speakers that I want to get to, so I'm going to stop at this moment. I'm going to ask Murilo to come up, our partner. He wants to say a few words. Then we're going to go to what I consider the key organizer here, which is Ana Sofia Signorelli. Ana Sofia was a student of mine last year. And she came in one day and she says, "Professor." I said, "What?" She says, "I have an idea." And I said, "What was that idea?" And she says, "Well, you've heard of the Brazilian conference." I said, "No." She says, "Well, this is what they have at Harvard and MIT." And she says, hundreds, like 600 people go. And she says, "We should do something here at Georgetown." And she says, "And I know the days we should do it." I said, "Tactically, that's very good." And so it was the inspiration. I said, I like ideas. You know, we like to think of ourselves as maybe entrepreneurial in some ways. When students come to me with a good idea, I try to be responsive to the students. I said, I'll commit some resources from the center for this, but you'll need to go and raise the resources, you and students and others, and they were very successful. And so when she said, "We should do it again, Professor," I said, "Of course." It was with great joy that we did it last year. And this year, it is a deeper program, and it is one that has 13 panels instead of 8 panels that we had last year. And it covers a wide area of important business issues. And so with that, Murilo, would you like to come over and give a few remarks? And then we'll go to Ana Sofia, and then we'll go to our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Don. It's an honor, privilege to be here with you. I'm the president of the Brazilian Institute of Legislative Law. This is our third meeting, the international meeting that we promote. The first one was with University of Chicago Law School, the second one with Universidade de Salamanca, and now we have the honor to be here with you, Don. Thank you very much to host and co-organize the meeting. And I would like to thank for those who come, Ambassador Viotti, Justice Barroso, Justice André Mendonça, and other remarkable speakers that are here that had the goodwill to come to Washington to give their opinions and remarks and reflections about so important issues like the business, the law, and others related to our event. So I just want to thank and be short, as I was oriented by Sophia to keep short. Yes, Sophia, so I'm a good boy to obey your orientation. So please come to continue the show here. Thank you very much for you all.
Hello there. Good morning to everyone. I'll keep it short too, Murilo, don't worry, because we have a very tight schedule. Before I go to the logistics, what I'm here to talk to you about, I just wanted to say a brief words. This is a Jesuit school, as you know, and I happen to be a religious person too. And I must tell you that if there's one thing I've learned from the religion is that humans are very limited, have a very limited reach in terms of what they can see ahead. And although I knew the symposium would grow throughout the years, I could never have imagined it would grow so much to these proportions. Just to give you a glance of what we are talking about. Last year, we had 40 speakers, 90 registered attendees, and this year we have 70 speakers and 180 attendees. It's a 3-day program. Last year we had a 2-day program, and we, of course, want to continue to do this program in the future years. So how could this have happened so fast? Well, yesterday, as I attended my first Mother's Day service at church, I have a 5-month-old boy. And it was very hard to be away from him in my first Mother's Day. But the service talked about service. And I think this is the key word because Georgetown teaches us to serve. And this is what Professor Don, Dean Trainer, and all professors here and students that have helped to organize this event have done. And I also invite you to do the same. Let the door be open. Let us be door holders during this event. So if you have the opportunity and you see a student that is striving to have a post at work, help them, be a door holder, be at service, because the authorities we have here, they serve our country, and one of the main purposes of this event is to serve our country and come back with good ideas to implement there. So this is basically what I wanted to say, and also wanted to thank Murilo and Professor Don, of course, who has believed in the idea, as he said, and has helped us to build the program all together. In terms of logistics, what I wanted to say to you is that we have a very exciting 3 days ahead. And today we'll have a lunch organized by Georgetown. It's going to be at Houghton Building. So this is a lunch for speakers and sponsors, and we will also serve lunch here. So if you have any questions, you can reach out to me, to Jessica, or to Danielle, who's also a great organizer that works with Murilo, is on the back. And we'll have a cocktail today hosted by Septo. So it's a 10-minute drive from here. It's close to DuPont Circle. If you don't know where it is, you can always reach out to us. Tomorrow we'll also have a special lunch organized by Arnold and Porter, and a cocktail in the evening hosted by Georgetown. So anything you need, me, Jessica, Danielle, we're here to help you, and I wish you a pleasant journey. Please keep the words in your heads. Let's do a great work in the next 3 days and keep the service as a word in our heads. I think it's going to be a great 3-day program. So thank you all, and I wanted to introduce Ambassador Maria Luisa Viotti, which is an amazing pleasure to have her back at Georgetown. She was here in the first program. I mean, I don't have to tell you her whole CV, but I'm just going to keep it short. Ambassador Viotti has a degree in economics from AEUB and a master's degree in economics from the University of Brasilia. She was a permanent representative of Brazil in the United Nations from 2007 to 2013. During her career, she held positions in the areas of trade promotion, multilateral organizations, and bilateral policy in South America. She was also Undersecretary General for Asia and the Pacific and BRICS Sherpa. She served at the Brazilian Embassy in Bolivia and at the Brazilian Mission in the UN as First Secretary, later a Minister Counselor, and finally as Permanent Representative. She was Ambassador of Brazil to Germany from 2013 and 2016, and Chief of Staff in the UN Secretary General from 2017 to 2021. And I must add, she's the first woman to be ambassador in Brazil in DC. Please welcome Ambassador Viotti to the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ana Sofia, and congratulations on your son. It's a great pleasure for me to be back at Georgetown University for this symposium, doing business in Brazil. And I would like to thank Professor Don de Amicis and Mr. Murilo de Aragão for the invitation. I would also like to acknowledge and greet Chief Justice of Brazil, Chief Justice Luiz Roberto Barroso, Brazilian Supreme Court Justices André Mendonça and Luis Fux, the President of the IDB, Dr. Ilan Goldfein, Brazilian justices, professors, and greet all of you. The topics of discussion during the symposium provide relevant insights for companies, law professionals, and students, while also speaking to the embassy's work for the promotion of investments into Brazil. Brazil has consistently been an important destination of global foreign direct investment, and this is especially true when it comes to our bilateral relations with the US, because the US remains the main origin of foreign direct investment into Brazil, and also increasingly the destination of investment from Brazilian companies. Our bilateral trade is dynamic and diversified. The US is Brazil's main market for manufactured goods, our most important trading partner in services, and second one in goods. This reality contributes to the important role played by bilateral mechanisms focused on economic cooperation, such as the Commercial Dialogue, the Consultative Committee on Agriculture, the Brazil-US CEO Forum, and the US-Brazil Energy Forum. And those two, the CEO Forum and the Energy Forum, count on a very important participation of private companies, the business sector, which enhances their relevance as mechanisms to foster trade, investment, and cooperation. In terms of investment attraction, I'd like to say that Brazil benefits from a consistent framework of macroeconomic stability and GDP growth. Economic growth outperformed market forecasts over the last few years, reaching 3.2% in 2023 and 3.4% last year. Our external accounts remain solid as FDI inflows have financed comfortably current account deficits. By itself, this development reflects sustained confidence of investors in Brazil's long-term growth prospects. As in other developing economies, there have been challenges with inflation. Recent price increases have followed climate-related shocks affecting food and energy. And in line with the central bank's commitment to bringing inflation back to the center of target, interest rates have increased since mid-2024. At the same time, the government has implemented regulatory and trade measures to help lower the cost of food, including zeroing trade tariffs on a number of products. The new fiscal framework enacted in Brazil has allowed for priority social spending while ensuring long-term debt sustainability. It has enabled a fast recovery of education and health investments while ensuring that expenses will grow less than revenues in the long run. On the revenue side, we are advancing towards progressivity and reducing inefficient subsidies that erode the tax base. With regard to expenditures, we have improved social spending targeting and designed a new rule to guarantee the fiscal sustainability of minimum wage increases with the aim of aligning the growth of mandatory expenses with the new fiscal framework. An ambitious agenda of structural reforms is lifting growth potential and investment attraction and promoting sustainable development in Brazil. Two unprecedented tax reforms will provide a decisive contribution to economic growth. The first reform, already approved by Congress, simplified the Brazilian tax system, replacing multiple taxes with a dual VAT system. Following the implementation phase between 2026 and 2033, a positive impact is expected, ranging from 12% to 20% of Brazil's GDP in 15 years, besides contributing to a more competitive and stable business environment in the country. The second reform will increase progressivity in income taxes by reducing the tax burden at the bottom of the income pyramid and enforcing minimum levels of effective taxation at the very top. We are also committed to implementing other reforms to improve efficiency and social justice in credit markets. That includes a debt renegotiation project, new infrastructure debentures, and a new framework of guarantees, among other measures under a deliberation in Congress. Brazil's deep commitment to promoting sustainable development is an important milestone in our reform process, with implications for attracting investment. The implementation of Brazil's ecological transformation plan is harnessing our comparative advantage to attract green investments and better align economic and technological advance with environmental protection. Energy transition is a case in point in light of Brazil's leading role, driven by decades of investment in highly decarbonized electricity and transportation systems. Last year, we were able to make significant progress in improving the business environment and establishing regulatory frameworks for different sources of energy. The Fuel of the Future bill that has been signed into law increased the mandates for ethanol in gasoline and for biodiesel and biomethane, and created a national sustainable aviation fuel framework program. In a similar vein, we approved regulatory frameworks for low-carbon hydrogen and offshore wind energy generation. Moreover, the Energy Transition Program has established the Green Fund to finance energy transition projects. It will enable companies to use federal tax credits and court-ordered debts as collateral for credit loans in low-carbon energy projects. We expect to attract $400 billion in investments into the green economy over the next decade, creating around 3 million jobs. The new Growth Acceleration Program is one of the pillars of Brazil's strategy to boost infrastructure investment in a sustainable way. Taking into account a projected need for $600 billion in investments over the next decade, we are promoting projects ranging from concessions to PPPs, public-private partnerships, focusing on areas such as energy efficient, decarbonization, urban transportation, and sanitation. Moreover, Brazil has placed innovation and sustainability at the core of its industrial policy through the new Industry Brazil program. We have made progress in the automotive sector, which is leading the way in sustainable mobility, and also in the pulp and paper sector, which has relied on technologies to increase efficiency and reduce emissions, among other examples as well. The abundance of natural resources in Brazil is also leveraging investment opportunities in energy-intensive sectors, such as data centers. We look forward to launching shortly a national data center policy aiming to support the development of digital infrastructure with a focus on innovation, sustainability, and competitiveness. We all have understood the importance of having strong and stable policy frameworks to support both domestic and international investment. At this time, we also need a renewed commitment to global economic cooperation, which has been instrumental in improving living standards and strengthening global resilience. That was the spirit that guided Brazil in its G20 presidency last year, as we worked to implement three major priorities: social inclusion, leading to the successful launch of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty in November last year, energy transition and sustainable development, and also reform of global governance institutions. This is equally true as we prepare to host COP30 in November in Belém do Pará, at a critical moment for climate action. The Brazilian presidency is promoting multi-stakeholder and multi-sectoral engagement towards concrete results that can lead us to a low-carbon and climate-resilient future. Closer partnerships with the private sector and civil society will be very important to help bridge the climate finance gap and promote stronger climate action. I wish you a very productive discussions during the symposium, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Viotti, for your remarks. You've covered what are clearly a very dynamic environment in which Brazil finds itself right now. There is a lot of structural and regulatory reform going on. I think Brazil has recognized very clearly that business succeeds when the conditions are the proper conditions, and a lot of work has gone into that area. I certainly see that capital flows from border to border, and countries actually compete quite a bit with one another to attract that capital. So I think Brazil is making very strong strides in that regard. At this point, we go to, I have a keynote address fire chat. I guess Mr. Goldfein, President Goldfein and I are going to sit down here now, and we're going to chat a little bit about the Inter-American Development Bank. He has a very impressive resume. I'm not going to go over it. It's in the booklet. Let me say, I'll mention two aspects. He was a very important sort of member at the Central Bank of Brazil for many years. And then he was at the International Monetary Fund, where he headed the Western Western geographic region before he came to the bank 2.5 years ago. It is my understanding that he is the first Brazilian president of the bank. And very congratulations. I know that you made your country proud, and I certainly have heard very good remarks about you since my involvement with the bank. I had mentioned to President Goldfein that my 10-year association with the IDB came to an end on May 1st. And he looked at me and I said, well, I had been a member of the Sanctions Committee, which is part of the integrity function of the bank, where we sit as a tribunal of the second instance. And we sort of laughed. He said, oh, now I understand why they want me to fill the position. So I understand that things are moving well in that regard. Mr. Goldfein, why don't you come up and we will go through our little fireside session. Are they on?
Not yet. No.
Okay, why don't I get, hello? You can hear me? Okay. Why don't I get started? We actually had some sort of prepared questions that I would largely follow, but when I spoke to President Goldfein yesterday, he said, I'll answer any questions. So what, hello, can you hear? Okay, I'll keep it very close. Okay. Good. You know, normally I think of this as like singers, like Frank Sinatra and others, very close. So I'll try to do better on that. One of the things, President Goldfein, everyone has heard of the Inter-American Development Bank. I'm not sure that everyone understands what the Inter-American Development Bank does. Do you want to spend a few moments sort of discussing in some ways, the goals, the objectives of the Inter-American Bank? And of course, I know that it is a very complex organization, and I'm not sure we need to get into all of the levels of complexity here.
Well, so Don, thank you very much for this fire chat. I would like to thank Georgetown Law School for having me here. It's a really pleasure. Thank you, Muyulayagan, for old friend to invite me to be here, and with this distinguished guest from Mayolis Viotti, very good colleague here in Washington. And of course, I'm honored with all the Supreme Court Justice from Minister Barroso, and Mendoza, Luis Fuchs. Thank you very much for being here. It is a real pleasure. IDB, just very short. I don't think I want to make our fire chat about Brazil and opportunities, but I think just to let people know about the IDB, it's the largest development bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. We lend today around $25 billion to the region. We are about to go to $38 billion by the end of this decade. We not only lend, but we also provide grants from our own income, which means that sometimes you need resources for technical assistance, and it's given. We have quite a bit of knowledge in the bank because of all our people that are there, either PhDs or specialists, and that is transfers of knowledge from the bank to the regions. We deal with the largest countries, middle income countries, to the lowest income like Haiti that we have in the bank. We are becoming the first development bank that is truly a private sector MDB, multilateral development bank, because half of our resources goes through our private sector arms, the IDB Invest, and the IDB Lab. The IDB Invest lends to the companies, provided that the companies actually do something in terms of development. And IDB Lab provides resources to startups. What are the areas we work? First, very important, social. From education to health to providing water and sanitation, things like that. Second, and of course, poverty and inequality alleviation. Second, all the issue regarding climate, resilience, natural disasters, all what we need to deal in terms of development. And last but not least, growth institutions. We need to make the region grow, the region get productivity. So there's a lot of things to do in that regard.
Thank you for that broad overview. Let's go to Brazil.
Yes.
And tell us a little more about, in some ways, the bank's engagement with Brazil and what you see as major, and I suppose, developmental challenges in Brazil.
So first, I will say that when we look at the region, Brazil is one of the key actors. It has shown quite a bit of resilience over the last years. We are not back to the 80s or the 90s with hyperinflation or balance of payment crisis. So you had the COVID, and Brazil was very well managed to do it, the high inflation, the central bank control inflation. We had the financial crisis, the global financial crisis here in the US that's transferred to the region that was also very well weathered. But resilience is not enough. You need to grow. You need to generate growth in order to generate jobs, in order to generate income. And with that, you can alleviate poverty easier. You can generate resources to the state, and you can do a lot of things. In the last 2 or 3 years, actually, Brazil was able to grow a bit more than expected. We're talking about 3.4% last year. Brazil usually the growth average was between 1% and 2%. So we can debate what happened in the last 3 years. Is it a new trend? Is it just more spending? Is it just a fluke? Or is it the more permanent? And we can discuss about that. What I can tell you from my point of view is 2 important trends that are affecting the region and will also affect Brazil. One is that Latin America and the Caribbean are now part of the solution of global challenges. Food insecurity. This is the place that produces food. So all the agriculture, innovation, technology there is clearly embedded in something that the world needs. Number 2, clean energy supply, critical minerals, very important for the world, very important in case of Brazil. Brazil can export clean energy to the world, can engineer transformation. That brings jobs. It's not only about the planet, but it's also about jobs in Brazil. And maybe that's the source of growth that we are seeing lately. Last point that could be a major shift is that we are seeing a very important geopolitical changes, trade issues. The supply chains have moved or are moving, and the region is a place where you can have safer, more reliable supply chains because of the distance, because of the values, because even the time zones are similar, and that's something that you can actually benefit. So the world needs Latin America and the Caribbean before only Latin America needed the world. So that's very important. And major shifts. And maybe the supply chains are and could be shifting to Latin America, and Brazil is part of it.
You know, when you talk about the time zone issues, it sort of reminded me back when I used to practice the sort of international business. The phrase that was used one time was time zone abuse. And that's what happens when you have a deal in Japan and another deal in Russia. Trying to keep them both going is an endless task. You've talked about, in some ways, Brazil, the opportunities in Brazil. How can the IDB group basically, what sort of, I suppose, activities, programs does it have that will facilitate and encourage business in Brazil?
Well, I think there are three areas that we can point. First, we can help with regional integration. Imagine a market that is the size of more than $6.6 trillion. Huge market, that's larger than a lot of markets, where 660 million people live. Well, that's the region. That's Latin America and the Caribbean. The problem is that it's not really a market because it's not integrated. We trade between each other 15%. That's the overall trade, compared to 50, 60%, 70% in Asia and other places. So we need to integrate. What are we doing? Trying to get it integrated. So we bundle with Brazil to do the Rotas de Integração, that we are now have a program called South Connection that try to integrate the South. And that's about roads, but also about digital and connection. So we have a lot of problems integrating the region. Number two, when I talk about the Latin America as part of the solution, we need to provide the elements for this solution to be actually used. So for example, we have lithium projects in Brazil, in Argentina, where we finance it so that you can generate the resources that you can export. But financing the mines is not enough. You need regulation. You need the actually plans. So we provide the technical assistance to do that. And that's number two. Number three, we need to work with institutions. We need to lower the risks for the private sector. We have not yet had an experience in Latin America where it's the public sector that has driven growth in decades. Maybe we can do it, but at the end of the day, it's private sector investment, it's private sector growth that has generated. That does not mean that the public sector has no role. It has a very important role, enabling conditions. You can reduce part of these risks, actually reduce the uncertainty, because risks is something that you can calculate. And the entrepreneurs knows how to calculate the risk. What they cannot calculate is the uncertainty. They cannot calculate about shifts in government politics. They cannot calculate about macro risks like exchange rate. That's the role that public sector has, and that's the role we want. So in summary, one, create a large market, regional integration. Number two, provide enabling conditions for the private sector. Number three, financing and knowledge to take advantage of the current comparative advantage of the region.
Thank you for that. One of the points you touched on was, in some ways, providing a supportive environment for business. And part of that involves and I'll call it, rule of law, sets of issues, regulatory, what might be convergence if you're trying to have regional sort of markets, central market. But what sort of maybe more specific comments would you have on efforts of the IDB group to promote the regulatory systems that are conducive to business?
I think the region needs to deal with three points in terms of rule of law and institutions. First, actually have the institutions. What does it mean, institution? Is a word, it says. Institution means that over time, the rules that we face are relatively stable, even though governments may change. So when you create a central bank, when you have a Supreme Court, when you have that provides stability. It has been more difficult lately globally to provide this continuity. We have one government that is elected and wants to redo everything that the other government has done. And then another government comes and wants to redo everything that the other has done. Sometimes we at IDB, and half of our staff is around the region, tends to be the only connection in long-term projects because our loans are 10 years, 15 years. So we tell one government what we have been doing with the other government, which is actually what the country. Of course, there are countries that have very nice transitions. We just had one nice transition in Uruguay. But we also had very difficult environments when one government doesn't want to talk to the other government. And when they say everything that was done is not worth it. And then we have all our projects, which are long-term. We need institutions. The IDB just provides sometimes the bridge between one government and the other. Sometimes we provide a bridge between the private sector and the public sector. Things like that are important. Second part that is very important is you have the institutions. Are they working properly? Because if you want stability, you don't want bad stability. You want stability that makes sense. We have a study that has shown that inefficiency in spending in Latin America are around 4.4, 4.5% of GDP. You know how much you can use in health and education? 4.5% of GDP of the region. So we work with them to try to reduce the inefficiency. Where? In Argentina now. In Jamaica. In other countries. So we from small to the larger countries, how to deal with inefficiency. Last but not least, we work with modernizing the state. Digitalization projects and providing softwares, and that's financing and intelligence to do that. So that's a very important thing that we have doing in several countries, including in Brazil. Very important modernization of the states we are financing. But we have one caveat that's very important. Digitalization is not a panacea because sometimes you have bad processes. And digitalizing bad processes, you continue with bad processes. They're just digital. So we need to figure out the processes also what to do. Let me give you one example. Our procurement processes in Latin America. In general, it is based on the lowest cost in the short run because the government says, I want the cheapest. But the cheapest in the short run not always is the cheapest in the medium and long term. So the best value for your subway or for your bridge, you need to change the processes and put quality or long-term value and not only the cheap. And I work in government. There will not be a public official that will sign something when it says that you have to choose the cheapest, and you will not sign the more expensive. That's too risky. So you need to change the processes. So stability, long-term, that's institution. They have to be efficient, modernization, digitalization, and you need to change the process. And that's aligned with what we need to do for productivity.
Very interesting comments on procurement. Certainly in many countries, probably most countries in the world and in the region, the great bulk of expenditure comes through public procurement of goods and services by the private sector. And so improving those laws, that deal with procurement can be very important. And I know that the IDB, the World Bank, and others have focused very often on international procurement, best practices, and the like as part of your in some ways your reform efforts in the various countries. In discussing Latin America, security is a concern for the local population and foreign investors. You recently launched an initiative focused on security, the Alliance for Security, Justice, and Development. As the IDB is the development bank most actively involved in this sector, how have you identified the impact that this has on the business environment?
I joined the bank. I was elected in 2022, by the end of the year. I've been in the bank for 2.5 years now. And the one thing that surprised me most, not because I didn't know about it, that the region needed. I knew the region needed security. But I didn't know I was going to be involved with security in a development bank. The IDB has a unit of security for some time. But what really made a difference is that when we're talking about development plans, from the Amazon projects to what are we going to do to grow in Chile? Over and over, people say security. We always knew there were regions in Latin America very subject to that, but now it's generalized. When you go to Uruguay, our middle-income country, they talk about security. That's a major issue. You go to Chile, another middle income, they ask us about security. So we listen to the region and say, we need to do something. Because what really is making a difference and why it's generalized is because it is linked now to organized crime. And organized crime is organized and transnational. And if we continue dealing with it just country by country, disorganized, we're not going to get there. So we launched last year in Guayaquil, very symbolic, the alliance. We got such an enthusiasm that 22 countries joined immediately, some of them later, Mexico, Brazil, you name it, are there. We partner with 11 institutions globally. World Bank is them. But we just signed in the spring meetings here, the World Bank IMF with Interpol, because they want to help us to train the units. Crime in Latin America represents 1/3 of homicides. We just have 8% of the population. 8%, 1/3. Of this 1/3 of the homicide, you can relate to organized crime, at least half of it. So we launched the alliance, 3 pillars. 1, social. We need to provide the youth an alternative to the gangs. I just came from Haiti, the most vulnerable country in our region. To keep the youth out of the gangs is extremely challenging, but that's one thing you need to do. Number 2, institutions, we talk about it. Does the police have intelligence? It's not enough to just put police every corner because you don't have the resources. Can you use the information to put your efforts in the right place? So we have programs, including in Brazil, with the police, federal police. We are not in the business of hiring police or arms. We cannot do it. But we are in the business of providing intelligence, digitalization to the institution, and that's the second pillar. The last pillar, we are a bank. I come from the central bank, boring central banker. But we know about illicit flows, and we know that organized crime lives out of these flows. Can we use our intelligence to work it? So that's also. Examples from Brazil, Amazon. Can you deal with the illegal gold mining? There's a program, technical assistance for all the Amazon countries of how can you use satellite to try to deal with gold mining and other. So that are the things that I was never expected I'm going to work, but it has a reason because we need to hear the region. And the region tells me there's no development with this security.
Thank you for that. It's certainly been my experience as well in other parts of the world that security is sometimes the gating element for whether business is prepared to invest what will be millions or hundreds of millions or billions of dollars into an area, into a region. And it becomes more significant when you have maybe what I'll call captive assets or assets that are in a particular region, and their community sets of issues, which are actually part of the whole security apparatus, can be very important. You've touched on this in throughout the sort of your answers to the questions so far, but what are the priority areas, if you can identify them, for Brazil within the IDB group?
So it reflects a little bit what we do in general, but social area. So we have partnered with Brazil in the Global Alliance for against hunger and poverty. And that was a big deliverable from the G20. The IDB was the largest contributor with $25 billion of commitments in the next 10 years. That's one. Second area, we're talking about integration. And I just mentioned the Rotas de Integração, Mercosul, and the South Connection. But we also have a program called Amazon Forever, in Portuguese, Amazônia Sempre, where we got the mandate from the 8 countries to work. We basically quadrupled the resources in 1 year, we quadrupled the resources to the Amazon. Work very closely with the governments. We are now going to be helping and partnering with the Brazilian presidency of the COP30, providing resources for logistics, resources for hiring consultants to help with so many. And we were going to participate actively in the content of the COP30. Last but not least, we are involved with trying to provide what we call the enabling conditions for private sector to excel. Let me just give you one example. We have the Eco Invest. What is an Eco Invest? It is the program to allow more investment in the ecological transformation of Brazil. They have the ecological transformation program. But we know we need resources from the private sector. So there is a plan, and has been already several steps, of providing some assurances for the private sector so they can more easily invest through blended finance, which means that we provide cheaper loans from our capacity to borrow in AAA rating. So we can try to blend with the normal loans and provide a better financing to deal with exchange rate risk, which is a problem of decades. Nobody could solve. We're still not saying we're going to solve it completely, but we are doing it in 2 ways. Eco Invest, we are providing help to hedge the currency risk, because when the IDB goes to the market, we are AAA, we have our balance sheets currencies, dollars and not. So we go to the market, they give us a better price. Sometimes they give us insurances, like options, that they will not give the countries. What we are doing in Brazil is on lending or transferring this capacity through the central bank to the banks, through the banks to the entrepreneurs. Second, when you have a big currency depreciation, it's because something went wrong in our countries. And the investor gets hit by the depreciation, but then he gets rid because nobody will lend to him because something wrong happened. So we are providing a fund, a liquidity fund, that will be there to give this liquidity for the entrepreneurs so that at least they can survive until better times come. Why does it work? Because in 95% of the time, the exchange rate risk, the exchange rate depreciation has a mean reversion. It comes back. We just need to give time. That last idea of a fund, a liquidity fund, is the scalable part that we're offering in the G20. And there's a lot of enthusiasm from the Brazilian ID and our ID to do this counter market in any country. And that has been very important. First auction of the Eco Invest, $44 billion, huge success. Second one is going to be now on degraded areas where you can use the resources to improve. And again, I think it's getting a lot of enthusiasm. Third one, we're going to want to do it in Amazon, linked to the COP30. So the Brazilian government has been very active, doing quite a bit, and we are very proud to participate in that. No, please.
I'm going to go off. I have one more question, but I'm not going to ask it. And instead, I'm going to give the opportunity to you to ask President Goldfein. We've got time for one or two questions. So if you have a question, now's your opportunity. If you don't, I'll continue with my last question. Okay. Oh, yes, Carmen.
It's fine.
Oh,
Can
No.
you hear me?
We have like 6 microphones here.
Thank you, guys.
6 microphones, 5 chairs. You can choose.
Hi. Good morning. So my interest is in AI, artificial intelligence. I would like if you could speak a little bit more about what the IDB is doing on that front. You talked about, making the region is not just LAC as a whole, right? It's not just a consumer and not just needs the world, but the world also needs it. So can you talk a little bit about what you're doing, if anything, around AI on that front?
So first, I believe AI is a major change in terms of technological. But I do believe that those changes are for the good. So I'm not the one that is afraid of technological transformations. I think we need to embrace it. Of course, you have to deal ethical issues and other things, but it's for the good. So let's embrace it. We are embracing it in 2 ways. First, inside, trying to train people how to use it and how do we do better work. So we need our workforce to know about AI and how to do it. I'm probably the one that less know. I'm the worst guy on that. At some point, I'll have time to do it. But the workforce, our people, need to know it, and it's a huge effort. But that's a small part. The larger part is how do we address AI in our countries? And to do that, you need to have a framework. So I asked my teams, instead of going country by country and saying, well, if this, I'm going to do that, what is the framework? What do we need when we go to the countries and work with them? And they came back with a few items, pillars if you want. First, AI drives on data. If there's no data, there's no AI. Do we have the data? Some places yes, some places no. We need to create the basic inputs for AI. So that's the first part. Number 2, we need to be able to provide the safe regulations and institutions that can make it happen. So that's a very important. Not over-regulate, but provide a safety so that you can excel. Last but not least, we need to put AI in a global context, because you have the world, the technology, so we cannot do AI piece by country that's not related to the rest of the world and what are they doing. So the pillars are get the data, get the knowledge, be able to provide safer institutions and regulations, and be mindful that this is a global phenomenon and not your own back of the yard event.
Is there another question? Yes, and this will be our last question because then we're going to go to a coffee break. Yes, sir? Here, I'll pass the microphones too.
I teach, my name is Bruno Salam. I teach at UC Berkeley. I know you have a privileged position in terms of facing the trade-offs of monetary discipline versus the need for fiscal expansion and, you know, the role that the government plays in trying to address inequalities and all sorts of problems. But you had a vision from inside Brazil, and now you have a vision from the whole continent. How worrisome is Brazil's position? How does it compare? How does the fiscal solvency discussions about Brazil compare to those of other countries in Latin America? Thank you.
So first, let me just do a caveat. I'm not in the position to enter into local debates of very detailed debate, but I can tell you what is my opinion in general. First, the fiscal issue is a regional issue. There are not enough resources. The debts tend to be higher than the countries want. The spending, as I mentioned, very inefficient, so we need to improve the efficiencies. And we're all looking for frameworks that work. And that has been quite relevant. So yes, Brazil is looking for fiscal framework, for fiscal consolidation, but I'm seeing the same phenomena in other countries. It is a regional problem, and you need to deal with it, and I think it's important. Why is it important? As you mentioned, the trade-offs. In one side, you need the resources, and you don't have enough for the social, for the climate transition, for providing the necessary conditions for private sector to invest, so you need infrastructure. But on the other side, you need to provide also the lower premiums, the lower risks, the lower interest rates, so that you can get more investment too. So you need to balance the two in order to get more growth. As I mentioned, Brazil has grown more than expected in the last 2 years. That's a good sign. Poverty is very low. So there are a lot of unemployment is low. So let's look at the bright side and say this is good, but also work with the future and the framework and fiscal so that we can have the horizons larger than the region has today.
Well, I want to thank you, President Goldfein, for being here today to be our lead keynote address. Would you join me in thanking President Goldfein? I think that from the ambassador's initial speech to this sort of keynote event, this is a great start to this conference. At this time, I think we are going to a coffee break. In about 20 minutes, we will come back here and go to what will be the next keynote with Minister Barroso. Thank you.
So 10:30, we'll be summarizing the program.
Hi, let's return. I'm Daniela. I'm the General Secretary of BDL. It's a pleasure to be here. For the next panel, I would like to invite Sophia to conduct the interview for the next panel. Sophia is a partner of Busey Signal Advocacy and a consultant of the bank B Rating invited at the IFC. Sophia graduated cum laude in International Relations and Economics at Finance at COPIAD UFRG, as well as a post-graduation specialization in Competition and Economic Law at FGV and LLM in International Business and Economy Law with a concentration in international arbitration from the Georgetown University.
Thank you, Danielle. Good morning again. Let me introduce you, have a glance about who Justice Barroso is, in case you don't know, which I don't think is the case. Justice Luiz Roberto Barroso is a justice of the Federal Supreme Court of Brazil and currently serves as the Chief Justice. Appointed to the court in 2013, he is widely recognized for his contributions to constitutional law, human rights, and democratic values in Brazil. He also served as the president of the Superior Electoral Court and currently serves as the president of the Brazilian National Council of Justice, responsible for overseeing the whole Brazilian judiciary system. Justice Barroso holds an LLM from Yale Law School and a PhD in public law from the State University of Rio de Janeiro, where he also teaches constitutional law and fundamental rights. With a postgraduate study at Harvard Law School as a senior visiting scholar, Barroso has published extensively on constitutional theory, individual rights, and the rule of law, and he is known for his progressive and reform-oriented jurisprudence. I must add that besides this amazing curriculum, Justice Barroso just became a grandfather, which is a very good... Justice Barroso, please welcome to the stage.
Big crowd.
Is it working?
Yep.
Perfect. Justice Barroso, I wanted to start with you giving a kind introduction for our public about the importance of rule of law in Brazil for influx of investments. And I mean, since we are in a forum about doing business, how important has been the role of the Supreme Court in this process?
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here, Sophia, and share this panel with you. One thing I should say, she said she would agree with me the answers, the questions, not the answers, the questions beforehand, but this is a new one, which is not a problem. Foreign investors, like any investors, I think, what they want is institutional stability and legal certainty. And I think we have pretty much both. We have institutional stability, though we had some scares lately. And I think we have legal certainty. We have one problem that I should emphasize here. We have areas in Brazil where litigation is very relevant. I would say tax litigation is a problem, labor litigation is a problem, and litigation relating to healthcare is a problem. As for tax litigation, I think this recent reform will simplify the system and probably reduce the number of cases, which I think is pretty good. In labor litigation, at the National Council of Justice, we have approved a resolution that I think will also reduce litigation, which is if employer and employee, at the termination of the labor contract, if they agree with what's being paid and they are assisted by lawyers, that would preclude any future filing of a labor complaint. That's a major change. And as for healthcare, we are dealing at the Supreme Court with cases in which we are trying to limit and establish parameters for this litigation. So I think we're taking care of this too. So there remains two main problems in Brazil. Bureaucracy is still a problem, and integrity sometimes is a problem that we're trying to overcome. But overall, I think Brazil is one of the best destinies in the world for foreign investments. We have, as I said, institutional stability, legal certainty. We have stable borders. We have a multicultural society that would appreciate this kind of investment. We have renewable energy. I think we are a good place to invest at this moment in a turbulent world.
Perfect. And you're hearing this from an impartial judge. So come to Brazil.
I'm impartial, but not in what relates to Brazil.
Great. So, Justice, I wanted to introduce a little of your work in the past year and a half, where you've been the chief of the Supreme Court. First of all, in 2024, an official notice for the first national magistrates exams was published by virtue of Resolution 531 of November 14, 2023, issued by the Brazilian National Council of Justice. As CNJ's president and the father for this important initiative, could you please share with us what did you envision as the main outcomes of this project, and how should this affect the quality of judicial decisions in Brazil at the long term?
So this is something new that I think it's very important, and I think it will change the face of the judiciary in Brazil, which was the introduction of a national exam for judges. The judicial system in Brazil, it has many areas. We have state courts, we have federal courts, we have labor courts. We also have electoral courts and military courts, but I'll leave them aside. In these courts that I mentioned, state, federal, and labor court, we have trial level courts and we have appellate courts. Each of these courts, they have autonomy to prepare their own competitive examinations through which judges are recruited. And for an American audience, judges in Brazil are recruited through unidentified public examinations. That's a very strong characteristic of our legal system, of our judicial system, which gives judges, Professor Paulson, it's a pleasure to see you here and to meet you personally. It gives Brazilian judges a level of independence that you don't find in many parts of the world, because you get the position without owing any kind of political favor. That's something very important. So the idea of creating a national exam for judges has two main goals, I would say. The first one is to create a pattern of excellence that's national. So you now have we have a national standard for judges. The courts still have the autonomy to prepare their own public examinations. However, in order to register for this competition, you first need to pass a national examination. That assures, as I said, a national pattern. And second, Sophia, it's delicate to say that, but it eliminates rumors of favoritism that you would hear once in a while in some of these competitions. So if you ask me what's the most important thing you could do as Chief Justice, I would certainly point out this one. And the second one I want to mention to add to this, we have a scholarship program to incentivize judges of African descent. I traveled the country. I've been visiting courts in all states. The judicial system in Brazil is all white in a country where a good share of the population is either Black or mixed race. So one thing that I thought at the outset is we need to make the judiciary look a bit more like the Brazilian society. So, but quotas is dangerous when you're talking about judging, because we're talking about people that will decide other people's lives. So for education, I think quotas is important, and it's worked well for Brazil, but not for the courts. So the way we are doing this, we created a scholarship program that is divided in two tiers. We got 1,000 scholarships for preparation in courses that prepare students for the public competition for judge. And we got from the private sector enough money to give 100 scholarships for the 100 first placed in the national examination. So these people will have a chance to compete for the job in better conditions. So I think the national exam for judges plus the scholarship to incentivize judges of African descent will change the landscape of the Brazilian judiciary for better, I hope.
This is transformational, Justice. Congratulations. And I know one of your assistant judges, and she happens to be African descent, and she's just brilliant. So you're giving the example yourself. On this, again, you talked about racial inclusion, and I'm going to skip to gender inclusion, which is another project you've been leading. So in the approximately 3 years ago, the trial protocol for gender perspective was published. It was under Justice Fuchs' presidency, by the way. And as we all know, it's not simply publishing a protocol. It's not enough to make a change in the Brazilian judiciary, as you said, which is not only mainly white, but also mainly male. And since the adoption of these guidelines at the national level, I wanted you to give a comment about the significant progress that you have seen, and what are, looking ahead, what are the plans to give more gender inclusion to the judiciary as you're doing with racial inclusion?
So this protocol for judging with a perspective of gender, the main focus, and it was previous to my administration, but I think it was very important and I endorse it, is of course to ensure equality and avoid discrimination against women, and help judges understand better circumstances like motherhood, like breastfeeding, and other matters. And we do have a statistics that 8,000 decisions have made express reference to this protocol. But I think And so the protocol is very important. And more than that, the court, the Supreme Court, based on the protocol, has rendered two decisions that I deem very important, symbolically very important. The first one is a decision that says you cannot use the thesis of legitimate defense of honor in cases of femicide. There have been cases in Brazil in which a man killed his wife or his partner and was acquitted by the jury by using as a strategy of defense the fact that she cheated on him. So he killed her as a legitimate necessity of defending his own honor, which is totally outrageous, but was still applied in many states. So the Supreme Court decided that this argument is totally unconstitutional and that any jury decision that ends up with this outcome should be voided. That was, I think, an important decision. And there was a second decision. It would probably strike an American audience, but the court decided that in sexual violence cases, you cannot discuss the past sexual life of the woman. So the fact that she was violated. Yeah.
Thank you. That surely deserves it.
Yeah. So I think those are two decisions that come in the aftermath of the protocol, and it shows a new awareness of gender matters. And there was one other measure that we took at the National Council of Justice that will also change, I think, the landscape of courts. As I said at the outset, we recruit judges through public examinations, unidentified public examinations. And we get, in the trial level, around 40% of women. Mm-hmm. So 40% of the judges on the trial level in Brazil are women. But when you go up to the appellate courts, they are only 18%, meaning that when it takes talent and effort, women get 40%. When it takes politics, they only get 18%. So we passed a resolution at the National Council of Justice that we are implementing very fiercely and very successfully, is that if to a vacancy at an appellate court, a man has been promoted, the next vacancy necessarily needs to be a woman. If a woman was promoted, the next vacancy can be another woman until it reaches 40%. So it's an affirmative action to make the appellate courts look a bit more
Gender balanced
than before. And this has been enforced for 1 year now. And we have promoted for appellate courts almost 30 women, which is a record in such a recent, in such a short period. So I think the judiciary and the Brazilian society more generally is becoming more gender conscious than it used to be. But we are trying to push history in the right direction here.
It's a big push. And by the way, Brazil has just elected the first woman president of the military superior court. So this is probably a direct consequence of that policy. And I must say that the protocol is giving the basis for women to get on this stage, because the protocol is guaranteeing that women would not be a victim of violence, and the decisions would have a gender-based
But just
background.
to give you a flavor of the difficulties of making progress in this area, there's a tradition in Brazil that the president of a court will be the oldest member that has not been president before. Mm-hmm. She won, and that's usually a unanimous vote. Mm-hmm. Well, in this case, she won by 1 vote. She almost lost it. Just to say that this gender issue is not totally in the past yet.
Sure. So still on the...
But we're talking about military.
we are moving the needle, and that's awesome. So still on the Brazilian National Council of Justice and your initiatives in there, I wanted to make a final question on this. The program this year actually, you've introduced the program Pena Justa as a result of a partnership between the CNJ and the Ministry of Justice and Public Security. The program represents a response to the ruling of ADPF 347, which Brazilians are very well acquainted with, in which the Brazilian Supreme Court described the national prison system as a state of unconstitutional affairs. It is a bold plan that introduces 300 targets to be achieved by the public authorities over the next 2 years. In this context, among the 4 strategic pillars established as objectives, which initiatives do you believe are the most likely to be feasibly implemented within the proposed timeframe of the ADPF, of course?
That's one of the most difficult issues to deal with. The prison system reform. For many reasons, usually society doesn't understand that addressing this issue is very important, even to provide more safety against crime. But when we deal with the prison system, usually the attitude that people have is anger and prejudice, and they don't understand why you are spending money with people that are in prison. And the lack of empathy here gets to the highest point you can think of, because most people think that they will never go through that. And when you think you'll never go through something, you have no empathy. So mobilizing society for that, we got a lot of criticism because the court understood, and I think properly, and I was the rapporteur actually, that there is an unconstitutional state of affairs in what refers to the prison system. People don't have minimum human rights in the prison system. There's sexual violence, there's lack of hygiene, there's no really conditions of people living and being reintegrated as a better person. So the court decided that the government should present a plan. And this is something we're going to talk in the next panel, what we call the structural litigation. So what the court said is we don't have the institutional capacity of elaborating a plan. So we ordered the federal government to present a plan to address the unconstitutional state of affairs in the prison system. And we determined that there is some federal national coordination, because the prison system in Brazil, I think like here mostly, is state-run. So the states, Brazil is a federal state like the United States, and it's the states that run the prison system, but with no coordination. So we ordered that the federal government presented a plan, which they just did. The court ratified this plan, and now all the 27 states have 6 months to present their own plans to address the bad quality of the place, the physical facilities, to have a minimum control of the entry in the system. There is an unnecessary over-incarceration, and to have a minimum monitoring of the time that the interns should leave, because many people stay in prison longer than they should for absolute lack of any sort of monitoring. And a fourth chapter is preparing means of reintegrating these people in society. And the plan puts a major emphasis in work while in prison and EAD, we call it EAD, and distance education for the interns. This is a hard question anywhere, even in this country, that it's a very rich country. The prison system is complicated. I think only in Finland, maybe it works well. But of course, we have the role of minimizing the poor conditions of prisons generally in Brazil, and we are trying to do that, avoiding excess of ambition. In Colombia, they tried something like that, but it was so ambitious that they couldn't achieve much. So we are being modest, but very consequential.
Moving the needle again. And I must say, last week I had the opportunity to visit Alcatraz, which is a very well-known prison in the US. And Paul is probably laughing because of the latest news, right? But I must say that I read the statistics that impressed me and shows the importance of distant learning for prisoners. On average, a prisoner would read 34 books a year at Alcatraz. So this is like a very good way to see the difference that distant learning makes on a prisoner's life, right?
We emphasize reading programs too.
Oh, great. Yeah. Besides the
I thought
courses.
you were going to ask me something about the United States, and say I'm not going to make any comments.
So moving a bit to the Supreme Court, right? Because we talked about the national CNJ so far. I wanted you to elaborate a bit. I wanted you to elaborate about, bear with me, some changes that are driving our attention. So recently, for the first time in our constitutional legal system, the per curiam decision was adopted in the ruling of ADPF Favelas. Could you clarify the criteria for the use of this form of collective rulings? Not specifically the topic, because you already spoken about it, but the collective rulings themselves. How do you visualize the need for a change in the court's internal rules? What parallels are possible to be drawn with the Supreme Court of the United States?
So the way the Brazilian Supreme Court used to operate very traditionally, and a method inherited from Portuguese tradition, was each judge will render his opinion. So the way it works for an American audience, when an appeal, a writ of certiorari, for example, is filed with the court, it's randomly attributed to one of the 11 or one of the 10 judges the president doesn't get. So, and he is the reporting judge. So the way the system used to work was at the session, a public session, the reporting judge would present his opinion, and then all the other judges would vote. The way the system worked was no one knew what the other judge would do. So we didn't know what the reporting judge would do. So there was a lot of improvisation in the decision process. So the first thing I suggested, and I think it's a change that has changed a little bit the way the court work, is I started distributing my syllabus of my proposed opinion before the judgment, so that the other judges would know what I was going to do. They could, if they agreed, they didn't have to study as much, or if they would disagree, they had the time to prepare a dissenting opinion. And most judges now do that. So I think that improved the quality of the debate in the sessions. The second thing I proposed was the system was aggregative. Then each judge presents his opinion, and then you sum up who won. Many times you would grant a motion or you would uphold a decision, but each judge had different grounds for that decision, so that you wouldn't know exactly what was the reasoning. So one thing that I proposed and has prevailed with most judges is at the end of every judgment, we state the rationale of the decision, the holding itself. There's a formal proposition, because unlike the United States, we now have a precedent-based system. The new Civil Procedure Code that had Judge Louis Fuchs as his main rapporteur, the draft, it was approved by Congress, but he coordinated the committee that prepared the code. We moved to a precedent-based system. However, people were not used to work with precedents and properly understand what is a holding, what is obter dictum, what is a distinguishing, what's overruling. So we are all learning how to deal with these new categories of a precedent-based system. So the lower courts didn't exactly know what was the binding holding of the decision, because there wasn't a formal proposition say, this is what we decided, this is what the majority decided. So now, in most cases, at the end of the judgment, we state the holding. This is what we decided. So this was a second important change in the way the court works. And finally, in most complicated cases, we do a little bit of what you do here in America, which is a conference. A private conference, so that we can come out with a common solution. We have been doing this in the recent past, for the holding. So after the vote, after the judgment, before announcing the hold, this binding proposition, we would meet privately and establish by consensus the thesis of the judgment, as we call. But now in one precedent involving police violence in Rio, which is a wonderful city, probably the most beautiful on earth.
And it's on our
However,
logo, by the way.
Pardon me?
It's on our logo, by the way.
Oh, okay.
The Redeemer.
It's fair. And I'm not saying that because I'm impartial, but I'm from Rio too. But the crime rate in Rio is very high. And the fighting of crime there for the past years has been very unsatisfactory. And since the Brazilian Supreme Court decides just about everything, we're going to talk about this in the next panel. We had a case involving police violence in Rio. And from previous discussions, each judge had a different view of how to deal with it. And I found that the judgment would be chaotic with 10 different opinions in such a complex issue. So instead of having the reporting justice present his vote, for the first time, we had a conference over lunch. It was kind of unprecedented, but we listened to all the opinions, and then the reporting justice kind of consolidated different views, and then we had another meeting to make sure that we had some consensus over the main issues. And we did have some consensus over the main issues. And so the opinion was announced by me, not by the reporting justice, as the opinion of the court, which kind of a per curiam decision that was unprecedented in Brazil. But I think it was a very important precedent. I don't think we're going to do it quite often, but in sensitive, delicate cases, I think it was a good solution. Well, we're going to hear Justice Fuchs and Justice André, my colleagues, and both are very good friends, and I hope they agree with that. But I think it was kind of a breakthrough for the court.
Perfect. Thank you, Justice, for your your important remarks on this remarkable judgment. So I wanted to come back. I'm always throwing it back to the economic side. I'm also an economist, so I have to put that hat on. And in 2024, you announced a technical cooperation agreement between the Supreme Court and what stands for the FTC in Brazil, which is the Administrative Council of Economic Defense, which I happen to have worked there too, and I'm very proud about how CADE stands internationally at the OECD, by the way. And this announcement of this technical cooperation aimed, among other things, to improve the studies about economic topics. Do you foresee a quantitative and qualitative increase in the adoption of law and economics decisions for the Supreme Court, as Justice Fuchs has righteously advocated during his presidency too?
I totally agree with him. We've been friends for 40 years. He's much older than me, but we've been friends for many years now. And I totally agree. And there was one thing in the United States when I was here in another life at Yale, there was this vision that law and economics was something very conservative. And that progressive people wouldn't care about law and economics. And I always thought that was a wrong way to see things. Because my view, since I joined the court, is to find out the fair decision. It's very important to know who's paying the bill. And to find out who's paying the bill will help you make the progressive decision.
True.
So I totally agree that bringing economics into law is very important. It might not be the decisive argument in all cases, but taking into account the economic implications of a decision, it's not irrelevant in my view. So what I did, Sophia, was I appointed a full-time economist as a special advisor to the presidency and to all the judges. So we, and many of us have been doing this. You can ask this economy, actually this department that we created, what is the social, what's the economic impact of this decision involving social security or involving taxation? And that's one element you'll take into account. That's not the final argument, but it's very important. And it has been working very, very well. Like we take decisions, we make decisions better informed by finding out what are the economic implications of those decisions. And I've been happy about it. And this full-time economist, one other thing that I emphasized during my presidency is consensual solutions of problems before the Supreme Court. It was very unusual to do that, but especially in conflicts among states of the Federation, or even with the federal government and the states, this has worked very, very well. We just had a major agreement with the state of São Paulo. São Paulo also had a problem of police violence. One thing that experience shows that reduces police violence is having the officers wear a camera in their uniforms. And São Paulo refused to do that. So there was a case, as again, everything reaches the court in Brazil. There was a case, and that one was a special appeal that goes directly to the presidency. So it was my decision. And so I had, probably this wouldn't happen in this country, but I had the governor of São Paulo and his state attorney, a wonderful woman that is state attorney, the lawyer for the state. And we discussed the importance of the camera. He was very reluctant at the first moment. And he told me, the governor, this is was a very decent, polite person. He told me, I was a military in Haiti, and the use of camera inhibited our actions. And I tell, well, Governor, that's the idea. That's the idea. And so at first he was very reluctant, but then over time, over the months, after a couple of decisions that I made, we struck a deal. And he voluntarily installed 15,000 cameras in the police uniforms in Sao Paulo. So that was a consensual decision. We had an actual deal between the court
And the government.
and the state of Sao Paulo. So this didn't have a specific economic implication, but one other thing that we helped doing in a consensual way, you probably heard of a major accident that happened in Minas Gerais when a dam
Broke down.
And there was a major accident with a few deaths and devastating environmental effects. And then there was a lawsuit in England
Collective lawsuits.
in which the victims were claiming compensations, and the municipalities were claiming compensation. And I thought that was very embarrassing to have a case like that decided in England, because one of the companies was controlled by an England multinational. And here's Bandeira, a member at the time was of the National Council of Justice, that was very active in helping us solve the problem.
And that was brought to the Supreme Court too, the municipality.
It was in a case before the Supreme Court. However, when I realized that the case would be decided in England, not in Brazil, I got personally involved, and we got the parties to file a request for the intervention of the court to cut the deal. And I thought that was proper to do. And after a few months, and then I know it's very unusual, but then I spoke to the president of the two companies involved, and I spoke to the Attorney General, even to President Lula. Said it's very important that we do this deal here, because otherwise it's going to be decided in a London Court of Justice. And so we cut the deal. And for that, we had an economist making the calculations to see what would be a fair compensation. And it was the highest, as far as I know, compensation ever for an environmental accident, 170 billion reais, 176 reais, which in it's like 30, it's over $30 billion, which I think was pretty fair. But of course, make sure that the calculations were right. I did study economics too, but I wasn't the right person for doing the calculation. So it was good to have an economist. So I think using economy in law is very important and can be very helpful in many situations.
Perfect, Justice. So just to wrap up, although we would spend the rest of the day talking to him, right? So interesting and enlightening. But just to wrap up, because we have a very tight agenda, I wanted for you to talk about Maria. Maria is the system of artificial intelligence that was launched by the Supreme Court. And it's now Maria, a woman name, which is pretty cool, because the other ones were men, if I must recall. And I wanted you to talk about the data that has been collected concerning the enhancement of the court's operational efficiency with Maria. So how is Maria helping the court to address this broader scope of decisions that, if I'm not mistaken, is one of the broadest in the world, right? The Brazilian Supreme Court has a very broad competence in terms of what kind of decision it can take.
Well, we actually, I heard your question about artificial intelligence. I'm very interested on that too. I'm just publishing an article here in the States on that issue. I'm a senior fellow at Harvard Kennedy School, and my deal with them is that I try to publish one article per year, and this year it was on artificial intelligence. And that's something very interesting. Of course, we are not a leadership on AI research in the world. However, we are a leadership in using artificial intelligence in the world. No other system of justice uses artificial intelligence as broadly as we use. And we have at this, but that's a necessity. We have probably in the United States, the numbers would be similar, but only in the United States, we have 83,800,000 cases before the court system in Brazil. And we decide 35 million cases per year, the entire system. And 35 million new cases are filed. So the numbers are so huge that we did a few things using technology, Sophia. First of all, we digitalize the entire system. There's no paper in the judicial system in Brazil. It's less than 1% what we use.
Mostly criminal cases, probably.
Just criminal cases. It comes from the police many times in paper. You're right. So we digitalized it. And with the digitalization, we reduced the duration of lawsuits from 5 years and a few months to 3 years and a couple months. It's still bad, but it's much better than it used to be. So the digitalization speeded up the lawsuits more generally. And then we started using artificial intelligence at the court. We have 4 artificial intelligence tools. The first one is called Victor. It was actually a male name. Victor, but... well,
Maria is probably better.
Victor, wait, you're going to see we have parity of gender in those
great.
names too. So Victor is, we have in Brazil a cousin of the writ of certiorari system. So when some cases get to the court, we decide the case, and then there's a binding decision. What Victor does is we get around 70,000 appeals per year. What Victor does is identify among the appeals that reach the court those that have a precedent, those that have we call, what you call writ of certiorari, we call, how do I translate that? General, thank you. General repercussion, meaning you only take an appeal to the Supreme Court if you think it impacts beyond the parties of the case.
Which is already a filter, but not enough.
It's a filter, it's not enough. So what the Victor does is it identified among the appeals the cases that have a binding decision in the general repercussion case, and we dismiss summarily those cases. This is the first tool, Victor. The second one for parity of gender is called Victoria. Now, it's a female name.
I'm sorry.
And Victoria has the role of identifying among the thousands of appeal, Victoria groups the appeals by themes. So it's civil servants or taxations, and then identify the repetition of cases that you have many identical cases.
In certiorari written.
In certiorari, and then we pick one and we decide, and that's valid for all the cases. So it's very helpful to...
You guarantee a balance of topics.
Right.
Okay.
Third was created during Fuchs's administration. It's called RAFA. So this is kind of androgynous, RAFA, which is...
Be Rafael or Rafael, that's
which is the tool that organizes the cases according to the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN.
Okay, perfect.
So we identify the cases through that. And then comes Maria. So it's a female name. So we have Victor, it's a male. We have Victoria, female. Rafa is androgynous. And Maria's female.
Couldn't be more inclusive.
Yeah, it's more than inclusive. It's hegemonic
That's
for
it.
women.
Perfect.
And Maria,
Talk me about Maria.
Maria does this fabulous thing of getting a 20-volume lawsuit, and it makes a summary of 5 pages.
Maria's great.
So, of course, everything requires judicial supervision. However, it's very helpful when you, in 5 pages, you know the facts of the case, you know the legal issue under discussion, and you know the trial level decision, the appellate court decision, and the grounds of the appeal. It's incredibly helpful. And it kind of replaces part of the job of clerks. So we have both such a huge caseload. Each judge has 12 clerks and 3 judges in his team, and we still work very hard.
I know.
So it's a pretty heavy load. We are here this week, the 3 of us, because this is there is a holiday this week, so the court didn't have sessions. So we could all be here upon Murilo's invitation and Sophia, and we're very happy to be here. So we've been using, and the next step, don't freak out, please, is we're going to have AI writing the first draft of decisions. I think that's a global tendency. It will happen eventually, always under judicial supervision. But in any court of justice, in any level, there is a lot of repetition. There is a lot of mechanic work that takes time, and it doesn't require a judge to do it. It just requires a judge to make sure that it was done properly. So I think in the future, is your name Carmen? No, Carmen. I'm sure that in the future, all courts will be using artificial intelligence. Of course, we all worry that the artificial intelligence doesn't reproduce the same prejudices, discriminations, and biases that you see in society. And of course, this is a major concern. But one thing I should add to this is human judges also have this prejudice and biases. So this shouldn't be an impediment, I think, to having artificial intelligence do it. So I think artificial intelligence will be very important for the future of humanity, as long as we can make sure it's in the right track. It's in an ethical track, and it helps the cause of humanity. And once again, Bandera is here. And he was a major actor. We have regulations for the use of artificial intelligence by courts in Brazil, because it's being used so broadly that we thought that we needed to regulate it properly. And I would say the 2 main words are transparency and human supervision.
Perfect.
But one problem with regulating, and I will end here. One problem with regulating artificial intelligence is the speed of change. So one statistics that it's in this paper I just mentioned is the following. The traditional telephone, that one that we used to have, in the living room with
in old times.
Right. And it took 75 years to reach 100 million users. the cell phone, this one that makes us slaves of it. It took 16 years to reach 100 million users. Internet reached 100 million users in 7 years. ChatGPT reached 100 million users in 2 months. So that's the speed of change these days, and that's the difficulty we have to regulate. But in many areas like medicine these days, AI is a major tool for better diagnosis, for research of new medicaments. And I read a research that compared diagnosis made by AI and by actual doctors, and the AI performed better. So we are going to have major changes in our lives, and many decisions that are very important to our lives will be better taken by artificial intelligence than by ourselves. And that's going to be, Sophia, a major ethical change for the world, because we are educated in a world based on free will. And if a moment comes in which the most important decisions of our lives can be taken more properly, better, outside us, autonomous, that's a major change in a pillar of our society. Yuval Noah Harari wrote that if a woman or a man has doubt, has two people interested in him or her for love purposes, and if she or he is in doubt, Google can take the decision, can make the decision better than the interested parties just by crossing the information they have on both. And I wrote at the margin of my book, I prefer to make my own mistakes. However,
you didn't make a mistake.
The truth is, there's some truth behind that, because artificial intelligence can process much more information with much more speed. So I think artificial intelligence will impact our lives, and we must be prepared.
That's perfect, Justice. I think we had a lot of information here, and I will now invite you to give a round of applause to Justice Barroso.
Thank you.
And I will move quickly to the next panel. I just wanted Professor Dawn to take a picture with Justice Barroso together with Murilo. And if I could call Thais to present the next panel.
Por favor.
That's fine. I've had that. Take a second and get it to the other.
Vai ter break? Break? Oh. Hi. Hi. Yes, I'm just gonna introduce the next panel.
Okay, let's get them started. We
All
gotta get this
right.
moving.
Yes.
Is there some moderator?
Yes, the moderator will be Mariana.
Okay, Mariana.
Yeah, I'm just gonna read the panel information. Like, they asked me to read this and just call.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not sure you need to read everything, improvise.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. Yeah.
Okay, with apologies to everyone, I think we need to get this panel started now because I know that the Chief Justice is on a tight time schedule. So if you would please have your seats so we can commence. Thank you.
Whenever I can start. Me avisa a hora que eu puder começar. Whenever I can start, just let me know. All right.
Okay, Tiziano is there. Okay, so why don't you just get started?
Yes, sure. Good morning, everyone. Let's get started. I'm honored to have been entrusted with the task of introducing this first panel, regulatory litigation in Brazil, the end of Chevron deference. As Brazilian courts become increasingly central to the resolution of regulatory disputes, this panel examines the growing judicial role in interpreting and at times redefining the scope of administrative power. What does litigation of administrative proceedings look like in today's Brazil? How are courts shaping regulatory outcomes? And what are the implications for legal certainty, business strategy, and the rule of law? Bringing together diverse perspectives, this panel aims to discuss how the Brazilian judiciary views its own role in regulatory matters. Panelists will also examine the U.S. Supreme Court's recent decision in Loper Bright Enterprises v. Raimondo, which overturned the long-standing Chevron doctrine of deference to the administrative agencies. That ruling may mark a historic shift in how courts engage with regulatory interpretation in the United States, offering a compelling lens through which to consider the Brazilian experience and its evolving legal landscape. It is my pleasure to welcome our speakers, the first of which is Justice Luis Roberto Barroso, which has already been introduced. And we are honored to also invite to join us and Justice Barroso in this panel. Honorable Judge Edilson Vitorelli. Judge Edilson Vitorelli serves on the Federal Court of Appeals for the 6th Region in Brazil and is an adjunct professor of civil procedural law at the Federal University of Minas Gerais. He holds a PhD in law from the Federal University of Paraná with postdoctoral studies at the Federal University of Bahia and the Max Planck Institute in Luxembourg. He has held visiting positions at Harvard Law School and Stanford University, as well as the Universities of Munster and Sydney. Before joining the judiciary, Judge Vitorelli served as a federal prosecutor for nearly 15 years. During that time, he was honored 3 times with the Prêmio República, which recognizes outstanding performance within the Federal Prosecution Service. He was a member of the task force responding of Mariana and Brumadinho environmental disasters and served as one of the negotiators and signatories of the Brumadinho Global Settlement, the largest judicial settlement ever reached in Latin America, exceeding 37 billion reais. In 2019, he was awarded the Capelletti Book Prize for his academic contributions. Also, we invite Professor Paul Smith as a speaker. Paul Smith is a visiting professor from practice at Georgetown University Law Center, where he teaches constitutional law and election law. A renowned appellate advocate, Smith has argued 21 Supreme Court cases, including Lawrence v. Texas, the landmark gay rights case, and Brown v. EMA, involving the First Amendment as applied to video games. Chambers USA has repeatedly named Professor Smith as one of the country's leading lawyers in appellate litigation, media, and entertainment law, and First Amendment litigation for multiple years. In 2010, the National Law Journal named him one of the decade's most influential lawyers, and the ABA section of Civil Rights and Social Justice gave him its prestigious Thurgood Marshall Award for his work promoting civil rights and civil liberties. Professor Smith graduated from Amherst College and Yale Law School, where he was editor-in-chief at the Yale Law Journal. We also invite Tiziano Figueiredo. Tiziano Figueiredo is a master's student in the Executive Master of Business Administration program at MIT Sloan School of Management, class of 2026. Holds a master's degree in business administration and strategy from Foundation Dom Cabral, and a specialization in economic criminal law from the University of Coimbra. Earned a law degree from the University of Brasilia, and founder of the law firm Figueiredo and Veloso. He is a partner at Legend Wealth Management, co-founder of Legend Legal Assets. And we also invite Mariana Viana, our moderator. Mariana is currently pursuing an LLM degree at Georgetown University Law Center. She holds a master's degree in public law from the State University of Rio de Janeiro and a Bachelor of Laws from Fundação Getúlio Vargas. She has over 7 years of experience as an infrastructure and regulatory attorney in Brazil, advising clients in public procurement process, negotiation, and providing legal counsel on government contracts. As part of her LLM program, Mariana completed an externship at the Legal Vice Presidency of the World Bank, working in the Development Finance Department.
Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome you all to our panel titled Regulatory Litigation, the End of the Chevron Deference. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished panelists. Thank each one of you for coming from all over Brazil to be here with us today. I want to say a little bit how the format of the panel will be held. We'll have 50 minutes to each panelist to speak on their view. The panel will be conducted in English, and at the end, we'll have a quick Q&A question. So to start, we'll start with Professor Paul Smith, who will talk a little bit about the Chevron doctrine and the US perspective, which is like really important. And recently, the Chevron doctrine was posed as a challenge with a local right decision that overturned. So, Professor Paul Smith, thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of you. It's nice to have the opportunity to talk to this wonderful group. As Mariana suggested, my knowledge of the Brazilian legal system is somewhat limited, so I think I'll focus just on the American legal system. And what we're talking about here today is the phrase in the title of the panel is regulatory litigation. It is the sort of lifeblood of the legal practice in DC, where I practiced in a law firm for many years. It is what people do every day, as many of you know. The government produces endless numbers of rules and actions in administrative agencies. And just as in Brazil, virtually everything here goes to court as well. And so these are constantly being challenged with many millions of dollars often at stake. And under the system, there are basically two ways in which a federal court can say that the agency got it wrong. One is that they didn't explain themselves well, that their rule makes no sense in light of the way they explained it, that the governing standard is it's arbitrary and capricious. The other is to say that what they did is contrary to law, that it violates the statute that they're supposed to be implementing. And that's where the Chevron doctrine comes in. For 40 years, the law has been in this country that When a statute that is being applied in this kind of regulatory context is ambiguous or silent on the key issue that needs to be looked at to decide whether the agency action is legal, then what the court should do is defer to the interpretation of the statute that the agency itself adopted. And so it's a doctrine that gives a great deal of power to the agencies to read ambiguities in the statutes and shifts the balance of power a little bit from the courts to the agencies. And so this has been the prevailing rule for a long time until just this past year. The fictional explanation for it that was given at the time was that idea that when Congress leaves an ambiguity in a statute, it's impliedly delegating to the agency the role of interpreting that statute. And so that we're really just following the will of Congress in letting them make the decision about the ambiguity. What's really going on is a recognition that when a statute is sort of ambiguous, it often makes sense to resolve that ambiguity, taking into account the policy goals and expertise of the agency. And so it's essentially a doctrine about deferral to technical expertise in agencies where there's an ambiguity of this kind. And it has been used for very advantageously by judges for that 40 years. When they wanted to decide the case themselves, they would say the law was not ambiguous, and they would say, here's the law, and the agency violated it. When they didn't want to do all the hard work of interpreting the statute, it's very easy then to defer to the interpretation already adopted by the agency. And there was also sort of a political dynamic in this, because the doctrine tended to give power to the executive branch, to the agencies, to resolve these ambiguous statutes. It tended to be unpopular with conservative judges when the more liberal government was running the executive branch, and vice versa. But in recent years, the United States Supreme Court has increasingly become a critic of this doctrine, and basically focusing on the idea that interpreting a statute is an issue of law, and we, the judges, should be making decisions about all issues of law. But in fact, the Supreme Court of the United States didn't even apply this doctrine for the past 9 years. They largely ignored it, even as hundreds or indeed thousands of decisions were being made by the lower courts using this approach. Then finally, what happened last year, as you've heard, is in the Loper-Bright case, the Supreme Court made the decision to address Chevron and decide whether it was right or wrong to have this doctrine of deference to the interpretation of the agency in the application of a statute. It was a case about an unbelievably uninteresting technical dispute about the interpretation of a law regulating fishing, commercial fishing in the Atlantic. The challengers to the rule had lost because the agency's interpretation was found to prevail given an ambiguity in the underlying statute. So a classic Chevron situation. And by a vote of 6-3, with the court dividing on its usual ideological grounds, the 6 Republican appointed conservatives in control, the court said that the Chevron doctrine is overruled. The opinion was written by Chief Justice Roberts, and he basically made 4 key points. The first and the most important point that he made is that it's a core principle of the American constitutional system that the final determination about disputed issues of law should be made by judges. This goes all the way back to the founding of the Republic. It's also a principle reflected in the Administrative Procedure Act, which is the statute that governs the way all of this administrative review stuff is supposed to work. Which it says that the judges should make decisions about the legality of agency actions based on their view of the law. the Chief Justice said that it's no different when the statute's hard to interpret rather than easy to interpret. Ultimately, we do our best to interpret them, but we should be making these decisions independently. We can certainly look at what the agency said its best reading of the statute is, but it is ultimately our determination that ought to be governing. And the chief then went on to strongly dispute this notion that an ambiguity is, in fact, a kind of a implied delegation of power to the agency to resolve that ambiguity. Congress, he said, doesn't operate that way. People don't write statutes with deliberate ambiguities in a way to empower agencies. And he also disputed the idea that agencies have any special expertise in interpreting statutes. On the contrary, the chief said, the people who have expertise in interpreting statutes are us, the judges. We do it all the time, and we will reclaim the power to make the final decision about what statutes say. And finally, he said, the idea that we should be letting policy sort of come into this and giving this power away to the agencies so they can make these decisions based on their own policy goals misunderstands what's going on here. We're deciding issues of law, and we should decide them straight up without taking into account the policy effects of what the law is. That's Congress's to worry about. It's not us to worry about. So a very formalistic legal approach to the interpretation of statutes in this really important situation. The final thing the chief had to address was what American judges call stare decisis, which means the notion that you should generally, where possible, follow precedent. We've had a precedent-based system much longer than Brazil, it sounds like, but we do have that principle here. But of course, as I'm sure you all know, the Supreme Court doesn't always follow its own precedent. It sometimes overrules itself, and it makes that decision based on several factors. One is how persuasive the prior decision was. Was it well reasoned? Two, how well has it worked out? Is it a good rule that lower courts have been able to follow in a consistent way? And third, is there a lot of reliance on the rule that would counsel in favor of leaving it in place, even if we don't think it's the right one, just because people have built their businesses in reliance on it and the like? None of those factors, the Chief Justice said, counsels in favor of keeping the Chevron rule. And so we now have what's viewed by many people as a really revolutionary change in the way these cases are going to be adjudicated down at the federal courthouse here in DC. It's part of a broader effort by the court, the United States Supreme Court, to push back on the administrative state. The conservative justices in particular have the perception that the government is too much run by a lot of bureaucrats who are not well supervised by the political members of the executive branch and are not supposed to be in charge in a democracy. And so they've come up with a lot of different ways to try to bring this mass of bureaucrats that they perceive, the so-called deep state, under greater control, either by the judges or by the president. And we see a lot of interesting doctrinal developments reflecting that basic core belief that our government is too much turned over to bureaucrats who aren't really being told what to do by the elected people or by the judges. What's really an interesting question going forward is, what about the 18,000 decisions that were made over the past 40 years in which the Chevron principle was applied? The Chief Justice's opinion says, well, those are precedent. They should stand. But that just opens up all sorts of incredibly complicated questions about what that means. If there's a decision interpreting a given statute out there in a certain way based on deference to the agency, does that interpretation then have to apply in all future cases involving other regulations that an agency might come up with? What if the next agency disagrees with their predecessors and says, we have a different policy view, we want to read the statute this way? Why should they be bound by the prior agency reading? The process of trying to sort out what you do with that 18,000 cases that applied Chevron over 40 years, and what the law will be in terms of the meaning of these statutes going forward, and how broadly or narrowly to respect those decisions as opposed to simply ignore them going forward, is going to be remarkably complicated, and it will make many, many lawyers in Washington more wealthy than they already are, just by virtue of how much money will be at stake and how many cases will have to be adjudicated in the courts. I think I'll stop there. Maybe we can talk more about that later on, but I'll be interested to hear about the Brazilian perspective.
Thank you, Professor Smith, for sharing with us the U.S. perspective on the Chevron doctrine and exploring the new challenges that local right poses. Now, I want to turn to Judge Edilson Vitorelli, who will address the theme of litigation and judicial deference, the case for structural injunctions as a middle ground in Brazil.
So, good morning. I guess this one is better. So good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here. Professor Demisis, the Georgetown faculty, Sophia, who invited me. I'm one of the remaining speakers from last year, so it's very beautiful to see how this event has grown, and I hope I can be here next year as well. It's a big responsibility to speak before our Chief Justice and also after him, because he's not only the Chief Justice, he's a brilliant man, as you all could see. But I will try to give a perspective on what we would call a Brazilian Chevron doctrine. There's a PowerPoint presentation. It's quite long, but I think I can roll through it very quickly, but I think it can help you to see what I'm trying to present here. So, Brazil also acknowledges administrative discretion as a pivotal component of administrative law, but it's quite different from what happens in the US. So we consider traditionally that deference to administrative evaluation includes the convenience and opportunity for acting or not acting, deference to administrative technical choices, and the priorities and the time necessary to implement fundamental rights, for instance, socio-economic rights and so on. However, deference to administrative agencies in Brazil has never included the interpretation of the law. So the judiciary, Professor Smith, has also had the comprehension that the judiciary would say the final word, even if the statute is ambiguous or unambiguous. So this was there was some deference to the agencies, to the administrative law, but not in regard to the content of the interpretation of the law. More recently, we have been even more, I would say, mistrusting the administrative agencies. So there's a quote by a Spanish author there, which is Eduardo Garcia de Enterria, and he said that administrative discretion is a Trojan horse of the rule of law. So it was not something to be praised. We should restrict administrative discretion as far as we can. So in recent years, the judiciary is challenging administrative discretion more and more. And this is, I would say, a problematic development in some areas, but it's also necessary if we want to implement changes that are not being implemented in this last few years. So what happens is that what we find in Brazil is that there are many inefficiencies, as President Goldfein talked about a few moments ago. So these inefficiencies are being brought to courts and are being litigated. And I know that many people here are from the business environment. This is a doing business event, and I know that everyone that is on the business side would dream about not being sued whatsoever. So our ideal moment is not being sued, but consider that what Professor Brian Fitzpatrick presented in a very thoughtful book called The Conservative Case for Class Actions. And he's trying to develop the idea that litigation is not bad for business. Litigation is actually good because it's the assurance that you will have your contracts respected and your competitors cannot collude among them, and they would have to respect the consumer. Otherwise, they would have an unfair advantage towards you. So litigation is not a monster. Litigation is not something to be feared. The issue, and also we have to consider what Professor Irving Chemerinsky presented a few years ago regarding rights that are unenforceable. So the American legal system has now a considerable, a sizable, I would say, number of rights that are unenforceable in court. And Brazil has resisted to this temptation to say, and I think it's very correct that we resist to this temptation that says that, oh, okay, this is a right, but this is unenforceable, and courts should not decide about this. And Professor Chemerinsky offers a very tough, I would say, criticism of this tendency in the United States, and we have been resistant to this in Brazil. Of course, this will lead to the issue that is, when should we intervene, and when I say the judiciary, when should we intervene and when shouldn't we intervene? When should we defer to the agency or the arrangement that the business environment has presented, and when should we intervene? So this is I would say, the conundrum we are in. We should want litigation. We shouldn't be, I would say, enemies of litigation, but we want to calibrate it due to the fact that we are in a world where litigation is expensive, where litigation can harm business, and so on. So what to do? And in this last few years, I've been involved in some high-profile cases, both as a judge and as before a federal prosecutor. And I have been involved in some cases that entailed pervasive violations of rights. And then I started writing about something that in the US is called structural litigation or structural injunctions. Professor Owen Fees was one of the first ones who presented this idea a few years ago. Justice Barroso and I were in a seminar with Professor Fees last January at Yale, and we are trying to discuss this also in Brazil. So there's Fees' definition there, and there is what I call a Brazilian definition, that is the one I presented in my book. But the idea, the general idea of structural litigation is very, I would say, straightforward, which is, instead of trying to litigate everything regarding what happened, we just take the past facts to say, let's draw a plan to do different in the future. So monetary relief is irrelevant to solve many problems. Justice Barroso was talking a few moments ago about prison reform. It's useless if we monetarily compensate every prisoner that is submitted to a longer prison term or to an unfair prison condition, because the conditions are going to still be there. So it's what we should try to do is to develop a plan according to which we will be able to redress the situation progressively and in the future. So we could have a gradual solution for this systemic problem that presents itself to us. And then we as academics start to writing about this, and then we found a very, I would say, proficuous ground to plant the seed, because our constitution is very broad, so we have lots of fundamental rights, we have lots of socioeconomic rights that are inscribed in the constitution, and the courts, including the Supreme Court, considers that these rights are justiciable, so they are enforceable. And for lucky us, we have scholarly justices in the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court took, and Justice Barroso especially took, this idea of structural injunctions and structural litigation to their heart in these last few years, to the point that they created an office inside the Supreme Court to help the justices who are dealing with these kinds of big structural cases. And then what happens is that only before the Supreme Court, we have many cases, many important cases that are being dealt with as structural cases. And I'm just talking about the Supreme Court here because it's easier to find those cases if you want to research them. But we also have structural cases that are not before the Supreme Court, that are moving through the general ordinary jurisdiction. So you have a list of them here, and I would emphasize the one Justice Barroso mentioned, the nationwide plan for reform prison conditions. This is somewhat remarkable. As you know, prison conditions are a delicate issue, are a sensitive issue, even here in the US. So we have had many cases in California, for instance, in these last few years. And then Brazil had exactly the same issue before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court was able to find this very interesting solution. That is, I, as the Supreme Court, am not going to say what to do. And this is the core of structural litigation. The judiciary is not going to say to the agency what to do. What we want is for the agency to work, to function, to operate. So the Supreme Court didn't say, federal government, you have to do this and that and that and that. The Supreme Court said, federal government, you have to draw a plan to implement better conditions in our prisons. And this is fantastic because this is kind of a middle ground between deference and unjusticiability. So it's not that the court is saying what to do, but it's not that the court is saying this is not my problem. The court is finding some middle ground through a tool that the US has. The US has used it much more in the past, so now it's somewhat, I would say, unusual in the United States. But the tools are still there, so the judiciary still has this power to do this here as well. And it's very interesting to see how the Brazilian case has provided us with the idea that structural litigation is not a way of intervening in a broader sense or intervening in a more strict sense, but intervening as a middle ground. So not saying what to do and not saying I can't do anything. And my last point is that in this last, I would say, 2 years, the legislature in Brazil took an interest in this topic as well. They appointed a commission of academics to write a bill on structural litigation, and I was the head of this committee. And then we presented the bill to the president of the Senate, and it's now in the Senate floor. So maybe I would say, sometime in the future, we might have a bill, a statute regulating structural litigation in Brazil. I think it's good for the group of victims of the violation because we can find a lasting and sustainable solution for a conflict that is too broad. It's good for the judiciary because we would find that the proliferation of individual lawsuits is a problem in Brazil, but it's also good, and that's my really final point, for the defendant, because the defendant can still be an important figure in writing the plan. The defendant can keep control in what's going to happen. So the defendant is someone who is going to be important in the building of the final architecture of the plan. What would not happen if the judiciary were just adopting a command and control model in which the judiciary only say do this and don't do that. So this is, of course, a very sensitive issue. I know the United States has had many conversations about this in the past and many rulings of the Supreme Court, but I think there's much to be done in this next few years. Perhaps the dilemma of deference can be circumvented by structural litigation as a middle ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Edilson Vitorelli. It was really interesting, your presentation. I must confess, heard about the structural procedure, and I really find it interesting, this dialogue. I want now to pass the floor to Chief Justice Barroso, who will talk a little bit about the Brazilian Supreme Court role on pushing business investment and how regulatory litigation poses a challenge for business investment.
Okay, here I go again. There is a principle in law that says non bis in idem. So I shouldn't be doing this again, but it was on the schedule and I accepted it. So the first thing I want to do, and I should have started this conversation at least before Vitorelli, because I want to draw a picture of the general structure of the judiciary in Brazil, and especially the role of the Supreme Court. And one thing that must be emphasized is that the Brazilian Supreme Court plays a role that is a bit distinct from the role played by Supreme Courts and constitutional courts in other countries, including the United States. There are several reasons for that, and I'll very briefly say what I think they are. First one is Brazil has a very comprehensive constitution. The Brazilian constitution, like any other democratic constitution, deals with separation of powers. It has a Bill of Rights, and it organizes, it structures the state. Brazil is a federal state. And so the Brazilian constitution does what basically all constitutions do. However, the Brazilian constitution also addresses the social security system, the educational system, the healthcare system, the protection of the environment system, the protection of indigenous peoples system, the civil service system, the budgetary system. It protects the family. It protects the children. It protects the elderly, and so on. So the Brazilian constitution deals with many issues that in this country and in other countries would be deemed political. So in Brazil, to draw the border between law and politics is a bit more different, to say the least, than in other parts of the world. That's the first reason. The second reason of a certain protagonism of the Brazilian Supreme Court is that you can reach the Supreme Court through direct actions. So you can reach the Supreme Court through appeals, just like here with the case or controversy requirement. But besides that, there are direct actions that can be filed before the Supreme Court challenging a statute on its face in abstract and challenging the lack or the deficiency of a public policy that is provided for in the Constitution. And thirdly, and very important, these direct actions can be filed by an incredible number of private and public actors. The standing to file these actions is very broad also. So the president can, the attorney general can file these actions. The House of Representatives can file, the Senate can file, all state legislatures can file, the governor can file, all political parties with representation in Congress can file, and so on. And we have more than 20. So almost any issue will reach the Supreme Court. Any issue of medium relevance will reach the Supreme Court because one of these actors will be ready to file these actions. That's why we decide just about everything in Brazil's life. The fourth reason of this visibility of the court is that we have a huge criminal jurisdiction, huge criminal or regional jurisdiction to try in criminal cases all members of parliament and all first-rank authorities in Brazil. And of course, these cases, and there are many, they attract media coverage. So there's great visibility. And last but not least, Paul, the judgments are broadcast, not the oral hearings. The actual deliberation is broadcast on open-to-air television, meaning that justices in Brazil become public figures because people can watch on television what we're doing. I like to joke that it's the only job that you tell your wife or your husband you're going to work, and she or he can check on television if you're actually there. So these set of circumstances gives the Supreme Court a kind of visibility and in certain matters a protagonism that is very atypical in other countries. So we decide from abortion to demarcation of indigenous lands, from embryonic stem cell research to whether you can or you cannot burn sugarcane in certain conditions. So I think to understand this distinct role that the Supreme Court plays and that the judiciary plays in general is very important to understand the situation in Brazil. The Brazilian Constitutional Assembly did not trust the future legislatures much. And for this reason, they entrenched in the Constitution many matters that normally would be left for ordinary politics. I think that's a very important point to understand the Brazilian legal system. Secondly, we had in Brazil in the past years pretty tough times. I, of course, won't get into politics, but we had a Supreme Court that had to be more proactive than the usual. And I would say the court exercises self-restraint generally, as Vitorelli was saying, and the court only interferes in general matters if there's a violation of what we call the principle of proportionality. The only country in the world that doesn't apply the principle of proportionality is the United States, or everyone else uses it. And I do think you use it, you just don't call it proportionality. But if it violates proportionality, if a decision by the legislature or by the administration is not reasonable, it's capricious or arbitrary, or in clear violation of the Constitution. If one of these elements are not present, usually the court won't interfere, except in two areas that the court is very proactive. And I don't like the expression judicial activism, because now it has a negative perception. Although technically, judicial activism means bringing a more general principle of the Constitution to rule a situation that was not provided for by the legislature. But it's lost this meaning. So I'm using the word proactive. And the court is proactive in the protection of fundamental rights. And we made a lot of progress in Brazil through courts regarding to women, regarding to people of African descent, regarding to gay people, regarding to protection of indigenous communities, regarding to the protection of people with disability. The court was very proactive in advancing these fundamental rights, and I think it did a good job. The only domain I think the court didn't do a good job was in fighting corruption. In my opinion, didn't prevail, and it's well known what I think. And the other matter in which the court is very proactive, and it happened recently, is in the protection of democracy. We lived, Paul and our US friends, my generation lived through a dictatorship. So we saw, and I met personally people that were tortured. I met journalists that were censored. I met people that had to live in exile. So we are very concerned, we're very fond of our democracy. And although the court is very plural, we are very united in what refers to protecting democracy. And the court had the feeling, the sense, that democracy was under threat in the recent past. And then we had a few areas in which the court had to be proactive. First, we had a pandemic, and we have major denial of the importance of how grave the pandemic was coming from the federal government that would say that was just a little code. So the court was very proactive in, first, allowing the states and the municipalities to act where the federal government was omitting itself. The court ordered a vaccination plan during the pandemic. The court ordered mandatory vaccination during the pandemic, and the court validated states and municipalities' decisions that prohibited gatherings, even religious gatherings. So this proactiveness was very important during the pandemic, and I think we did save many lives. And not enough, because Brazil has a little over 2% of the world population, and we had over 10% of deaths. That's the size of the mismanagement of the pandemic in Brazil, and it would have been worse if the court had not interfered. And then we had major denialism regarding to environmental protection, regarding to climate change and global warming, with kind of incentives to the deforestation of the Amazon that grew in large scale during that period of government. And in Brazil, environmental protection is not a political issue. The Constitution states that it's a fundamental right of the people and a duty of the government to protect the environment. But more than that, it has several paragraphs describing what the government should do or must do to protect the environment. So we also rendered 3 major decisions, I would say, regarding the releasing from the withholding of the government of the climate fund, the Amazonia Fund, and we started to declare a unconstitutional state of affairs regarding the environmental policy of the government. And we ultimately ordered the government to, the government had dismantled the environmental agency and the agency that protects indigenous peoples, and the court ordered them to be reinstated and re-equipped. So I'm giving examples of cases that normally a court of justice would not interfere, but special circumstances of Brazil made the court act. And then there were some threats against democracy, and the court even had to launch a criminal investigation to fight extremism that were trying to discredit the system and prepare the way for a coup d'état. So I'm briefly describing the situations that we went through. And one other decision was very important to protect indigenous communities. I don't see André here now, but he was the Attorney General, and André is here. Okay, just to say how difficult it was, and André was very important in this effort to protect the indigenous communities in face of a lot of inertia. If we didn't protect the indigenous communities during the pandemic, they would have been decimated. Unusual circumstances made the Brazilian Supreme Court very, very active. And then comes, and that's the last thing I'm going to say, the structural litigation that Vitorelli is an expert, and he has explained that the court took upon itself in certain issues, like the prison cases, the police violence in some states, the protection of indigenous communities. The structural litigation is a kind of litigation that's different from usual because it doesn't aim to render a sentence and then the role of the judiciary terminates with a judgment. In a structural litigation, and that's something new in Brazil, and there are precedents here in the US and few precedents in Colombia, in South America. It's a kind of litigation divided in 3 phases. In the first phase, you identify something that has been wrong, chronically wrong, and that usually violates in a massive way fundamental rights. So the first phase is to make a diagnosis. There is a problem here that has not been faced properly. And then in the second phase, instead of solving the problem because we don't have the capacity, the institutional capacity of solving the problem, so the second step usually is to order the government to take the proper measures, usually to present a plan to the court to be ratified by the court. So that's the second step, the second phase. And then there is a third phase, which is the most difficult and most dangerous, which is monitoring if the plan is being properly executed. Why is it dangerous? Because there are some problems that are almost unsolvable, or it might last too long. And of course, there's one thing a judge doesn't like to do, to render a decision that will not be complied with. So the monitoring phase is very delicate because you need to have a moment that you need to terminate your intervention in the case. And since this is all new, we haven't reached that phase yet, but it's the one that concerns me the most. And I keep saying we are not going to solve the prison problem, the prison system problem. We are just going to make it better, which is good enough under this circumstances. So my presentation was a bit to show the different role of judiciary in Brazil more generally due to a broad constitution. We have a huge judicialization in Brazil, quantitative and qualitative, meaning that anything reaches the court system. And of course, when the judiciary and the Supreme Court plays a role like this, a distinctive role, a role with such visibility, and a role in which you decide the most divisive issues of a society, we of course become a political target, which is basically the moment we are living right now, Paul, and trying to explain that it's not the will of the court, it's the institutional arrangement that we have that allows for anything to reach the court, and we play the best role that we can. And it's a court of human. So of course, it's subject to criticism. It can make mistakes, but I think that generally the court has served well Brazil. And I think that in this recent process of threats to democracy, we played the best possible role. And I think we helped save democracy in Brazil, which we could not have done alone. So I think the press was on our side, civil society was on our side, part of the political establishment was on our side. But we were one of the few cases in which a court of justice was able to resist to the rise of authoritarian populism. And I think I'm happy that we could do that job. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Justice Barroso.
I just need to say I'll need to leave in 5 minutes for another appointment. So I'll ask Tiziano. I will listen to you at the beginning, but I'll have to leave, and I'm very sorry for that.
I think I'm going to start from the end. So I want to show you this graph here to try to explain why the judiciary has a lot of pending cases. That's what I'm studying at MIT. Can I have that?
Oh, yeah. So I will turn to Tiziano Figueiredo, who will close our panel and will provide a different point of view on judicial activism in Brazil, and also some of the challenges like predatory litigation and the excessive judicialization that we have in Brazil.
Thank you, Mary. It's a huge pleasure and honor to be here, especially with Justice Barroso. It's the first time that I share a lecture table with him, who was my professor at the Brazilian University when I was trying to get the master's degree in criminal procedure. But now I'm here at the MIT studying, that's what this study I start last September. It's going to last until December 26. I promise that I'm going to try not to be boring here, but it's what happened when you merge law and engineer. So I'm trying to engage in a dialogue on the dynamic interaction between predatory litigation, excessive judicialization, and shareholder deference through the lens of system dynamic, a methodology developed by Force at MIT and now celebrated by the MIT's Law School of Management. Interplay, stocks, flow, and feedback loops, frameworks that reveal how isolated decisions can produce unintended consequences due to delays, interdependence, and internal feedback mechanisms. When this perspective is applied to the Brazilian judiciary, we can identify 5 characteristics. First of all, the institutional interdependence. And I'm sorry here if I'm going against the tide, because I think I'm going to defend a different point of view here. So this institutional interdependence means that courts, public prosecutors, public lawyers, and public and private lawyers form an interconnected network in which judicial demands simultaneously affect multiple institutions. B, constant feedback. Judicial decisions produce social, economic, and political effects that return to the judiciary in the form of new lawsuits, clearly illustrating this feedback cycle. At the end, I'm going to show you this graph that I showed to the Justice Barroso here. Stocks, flows, and delays. Pending cases constitute the system's central stock, fed by new legal feelings, what we call inflows, and reduced through judicial decision, that is named outflows. Between this point lie inevitable delays caused by procedural timelines and appeals. D, the dynamic behavior over time. So change such as procedural reforms and the digitalization of justice systems produce effects that are rarely immediate or linear, as the justice mentioned here, underscoring the system's inherent the unpredictable. And last but not least, the resistance to simple policy measure, what we call policy resistance. It means that isolated measures aimed at easing the burden on the judiciary often lead to unintended consequence. The system tends to self-balance to accommodate the intervention and eventually revert to its original states, thus revealing its resistance to superficial or short-term reform. Moreover, Brazil lacks a doctrine analogous to the United States Chevron deference, which limits judicial review of regulatory agents' technical decisions and thereby reduce undue judicial pressure. The absence of such a mechanism in Brazil directly intensifies the phenomenon of predatory litigation and excessive judicialization. And here, I decided to exercise a methodological license by introducing the Chevron deference as a variable representative of alternative dispute resolution, because this study I've been making it, I've been studying it since September, and when Murilo, Mary, and Sophia asked me to do this lecture, I fit the variable of Chevron here as alternative method of dispute resolution. So the predatory litigation is characterized by the strategic and abusive use of the judicial system with the intent to pressure, exhaust, or economically harm the opposing party, regardless of the legal merits of the case. Excessive judicialization, in turn, reflects the structural tendency to bring before courts matters that could be resolved through administrative, consensual, or political means, often resulting from institutional shortcomings or a lack of trust in alternative solutions. In the Brazil context, the absence of a consolidated culture of deference to the technical and administrative decision of administrative agents significantly amplifies both phenomena. The judiciary's predisposition to broadly review technical decisions creates additional incentives for individuals and companies to resort to litigation, thereby intensifying predatory practices. These scenarios fosters a vicious cycle of judicial overload and reduce the effectiveness of regulatory agents. So, structuring the link between these three concepts. First, we have to map the stock and the flows. To better understand and visualize the dynamic interaction among these phenomena, it is essential to organize them within the logical structure of system dynamic, clearly identify the stocks and flow of the judicial system. The primary one, of course, is the pending case, the backlogs, that represents the total volume of unresolved case currently in progress. And so we move to the inflow streams, and I'm gonna name it by the letter F. The first one is the genuinely legitimate claims. And I'm gonna talk later about the difference between the public claims and the private claims here. F2 is this excessive judicialization claims driven by the widespread social perception that the judiciary is the only truthworthy avenue for conflict resolution, such as lawsuits for access to medicines and essential service, like mentioned by the justice here. F3 is the predatory litigation, strategic and abusive legal action aimed at exhausting and harming adversaries. F4 is low-quality legal education, a problem that we have to face. A sharp rise in technically weak lawsuits due to indiscriminate proliferation of law schools. F5 is the regulatory judicialization due to the absence of a mechanism like Chevron deference. Frequent and expensive judicial review of technical and administrative decisions generate regulatory uncertainty and incentivize predatory practices. So from these inflows result direct consequences, and I can wrap up it in three: erosion of public trust in the public decisions, continuous and increased overload of the judiciary, and strategic use of the judiciary as a tool of lobby to influence economic and regulatory outcomes. Last is the outflow stream, is the F6, the adjudicate case, dependent on the number of available judges, their productive, adequate infrastructure, and the availability of effective, Professor, thank you. Thank you. And the availability of effective alternative dispute resolution mechanisms that such as mediation, conciliation, and arbitration. So, what is the system in sight? The interaction among predatory litigation, excessive judicialization, a shortage of judges, accelerated population growth, low quality of legal education, and the absence of a robust culture of judicial deference create a critical reinforced feedback loop. These interconnected factors deepen judicial delays and reinforce the tendency toward excessive and abusive litigation. In this context, isolated or short-term solutions are insufficient, and it's imperative to implement integrated policies that strengthen alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, improve the quality of legal education, enhance judicial infrastructure, and consolidate judicial deference to technical administrative decision. Only a systemic and coordinated intervention can balance the system, promoting greater efficiency and public trust in Brazilian legal decision. How does system dynamic support this policy making here? The system dynamic provides a powerful tools for designing more secure and sustainable justice policy by enable A, detailed scenario simulation to forecast the concrete impacts of strategic actions and optimize resource allocation. B, precise delay analysis to identify when implemented policies begin to take effect and prevent future overloads. C, anticipatory evaluation of side effects to ensure new policies do not unintentionally generate additional problems. These tools make support evidence-based informed decision-making. In practical, what does it mean? Based on the systemic analysis, the following coordinated policies are proposed in the study that I've been running at MIT. Strict sanctions against predatory litigation to reduce abusive incentives. Strengthening alternative dispute resolution methods like mediation, conciliation, arbitration to alleviate judicial inflows. Substantial improvement in the quality of legal education and raising the bar for lawyers to appear before the courts, thus preventing unnecessary and weak lawsuits. And last but not least, strategic and human resource planning within the judiciary, what means increasing the numbers of judges to match population growth and prevent future system overload. When implemented in an integrated manner, this action disrupts negative cycle and creates a new and sustainable equilibrium with this judicial system. I'm going to try to explain it to you now. Basically, can I stand here? It's better. I'm going to walk you through two feedback loops here. And it means like I've been studying this since September, and it's not far from being ended up. I still have, if someone wants to learn more or see it running in real time, I still have to figure out the formulas here. I can put formulas to integrate and the derivatives here to allocate in every variable here. So I started with the law school. If I raise them, and this sign here at the head of the arrow doesn't mean if it's good or bad. It means like the polarity of the arrow. If I raise the number here, what happened here? I'm also raise the number. If I lower the number here, I will lower the number here as well. So starting from here, if I raise the number of law school in Brazil, what's going to happen with the number of lawyers? It's going to raise, it's going to grow. And what's going to happen with legitimated and predatory and excessive lawsuits? It's going to raise as well. And what is going to happen with pending case? the number of pending cases is gonna raise. And if the number of pending cases raise, what is expected me to do? I have to increase the number of judges. If I increase the number of judges, what happened here? I'm gonna increase the judicial capacity. If I increase the judicial capacity, what happened with the trial total time? Here you can see the difference between the positive and the negative. So if I increase the judicial capacity, what happened with the trial total time? I'm gonna decrease, I'm gonna lower it. If I decrease the total time of the trial, what happened with the confidence in the judiciary? It raised. And if the confidence in the judiciary raised, what happened with the total of predatory and excessive lawsuits? I have no incentive to do that because I have a confidence in the judiciary. So the number of predatory and excessive lawsuits goes down. And if the number of predatory and excessive lawsuits goes down, what happened with the case close rate? Goes up. So the rate of case close goes up. And if the case close rate goes up, the social issues goes down. And if the social issue goes down, that's why I wanted Professor Justice Barroso here to listen it. If the social issues goes down, what happened with the public lawsuits? And when I mean here, Professor, public lawsuits, it's exactly what he means. Like we have the attorney of the National Treasury filing a lot of suits. It's like mandatory for them to appeal. So if I goes down the number of social issues here, the number of public lawsuits goes down. And if the number of public lawsuits goes down, what happened with predatory and excessive lawsuits? Goes down. And if it goes down, the pending case goes down. But I can easily do that if I make incentives to alternative dispute resolution. And that's here, Mary, when you ask me to talk about Chevron, that's here where I fit Chevron. If I face Chevron as an alternative method of dispute resolution, I can put it here and see that if I raise it, if I respect it, if I have difference here, what happened with the number of alternative dispute resolution? Goes up. And if it goes up, what happened with the case closure rate? Goes up. What happened with the confidence in the judiciary? Increase. And so I have the full cycle here again. So I try not to be borrowed, but that's exactly what I'm studying. It will be an honor and a pleasure for me to show you all the system running. But I hope this discussion inspires lasting partnerships between universities, courts, and policymakers to ensure a judiciary aligned with the needs and the contemporary society. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tiziano. I want to now open for questions. I think we'll get like 2 questions because we're already out of time. And if anyone has any question? No one? Okay. I would just like to ask something. I truly believe, even though it may seem that it's different points of view, that is common ground, that both Judge Edilson and Tiziano wants to decrease the participation in a way, or innovate in how the judiciary plays a role, how the lawyers plays a role, institutions, the beginning, the new lawyers. What do you think as a judge and Tiziano as a lawyer, it's like the new role that we must play in a way to decrease predatory litigation or decrease judiciary in our micro system? Is there anything from your point of view as a lawyer and you as a judge that we can do?
So to be very quick, I think we as a Brazilian community have been asking this question a lot in these last few years. And when Justice Barroso and I were at Yale in this January, Professor Fies and Professor Resnick thought that this was a very odd question to ask because having access to justice is something really important. So we do want to have access to justice. Also, as I pointed out, I've published in Brazil a paper in co-authorship with Professor Erwin Chemerinsky, and I talked to him a lot about this issue, and he also said, "Oh, having unenforceable rights is a bad thing to have. So it's good that you can enforce your rights and then that you can take your rights to court." So that being said, I think that what we should aim for is to preserve access to justice, but the challenges Tiziano pointed out are really real. So we have too many individual lawsuits. We have too many, I would say, lawsuits that could maybe have been handled as class actions, as collective actions. So I think, of course, when you have a hammer, everything's a nail, right? So my hammer is class actions. It's what I study, what I write about. So I think that if we could deal with lots of these cases, for instance, the issue of access to healthcare, we have lots and lots and millions, maybe certainly hundreds of thousands of lawsuits regarding access to healthcare, and many of these cases have the same issue. So, for instance, our healthcare plans mandate to pay for autistic care for kids. So this is a legal issue. Are they mandated or aren't they? This could be one lawsuit. This could be just one collective lawsuit, but instead we have lots and lots of unnecessary individual lawsuits. So yes, I think we should aim to the how. So how to find a way in which we can preserve access to justice, but also to keep it out of what we don't want it to be, a predatory environment where people can harm business and when people can get a free lunch out of people who are just trying to do their jobs.
Or, as the Justice Barroso mentioned, what we are trying to do here is a change of culture. And when you are trying to do a change of culture, we have to know and to learn that the culture, it's the strategy on the breakfast. So we have to be patient. I can see a lot of things been running in Brazil. The role that the judiciary is playing, it's been like trying to take the right path. We see this digitalization thing, how Brazil is an example all over the world. But on the other hand, I see that we have to, at least in the medium term, I don't mean like short term, but we have to incentivize the alternative dispute resolution. So we don't have to rely only on the judiciary to deal with, especially when we saw, like the judge mentioned here, the difference between the Supreme Court in Brazil and all over the world. So we have really to stimulate it and to rely on this alternative means of dispute resolution. And I used here the Chevron as an example of an variable here, but we can talk a lot of other means of dispute resolution here. So that's it.
Yeah. So I want to give to invite you all to the lunch that will be hosted. It's 1:45 that will come back to all the other panels. So thank you, everybody. Foi prazer te conhecer.
Obrigado.
Como organizei.
Renan is an associate attorney of Manescos Advogados with experience in public contract disputes, regulatory law, and concession agreements. He is currently pursuing an LLM in the chair of regulatory law at the Brazilian Law Students Association. He also holds a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Brasilia.
Thank you for the introduction. Welcome everyone to our second panel of this amazing event. It's my pleasure to introduce all the speakers. I would also like to clarify that this panel will be held both in Portuguese and English. So feel free to talk to the translators and help yourselves. So our first speaker is Marcelo Guaranis, who is a former chairman of the Brazilian National Aviation Agents. Marcelo holds a master and bachelor degree in law, as well as a bachelor degree in economics. Throughout his career, he has held several positions in the federal public administration, including executive secretary of the Ministry of Economy, deputy chief for policy analysis and monitoring at the Chief of Staff Office of the President, and chairman of the National Aviation Agents. He is currently a partner at the Maresti Advogados. Our second speaker is Marta Viegas, who is the alternate executive director for Brazil and Suriname at the IDB Group. She oversees initiatives in the IDB, IDB Invest, and IDB Lab. She has over 25 years of experience in international law, development finance, and corporate government and compliance. And she advises global institution investors, companies, and their boards in cross-border projects all over the world. And thank you, Marta, for being here. I would also like to introduce Senator Marcos Rogério, who is a member of the Brazilian Senate. He holds a bachelor degree in law, a master degree in public administration, and is currently pursuing a doctorate in constitutional law. Before becoming a senator of our country, he served as federal deputy for 2 terms and as city councilor in Ji-Paraná. He currently chairs the Senate Committee on Infrastructure Service. Thank you, Senator. I would also like to introduce Vinicius Ladeira, who is Deputy Director at SES Senat. He graduated in mechanical engineering from the University of Brasilia and holds a law degree from the Pontifical Catholic University of Goiás. He holds a master's degree in public administration from the Brazilian Institute of Education, Development, and Research. Additionally, he holds an MBA in business management from Fundação Dom Cabral, an executive MBA in marketing from the School of Advertising and Marketing, ESPM, and MBA in finance from the Brazilian Institute of Capital Markets. He served as national coordinator of this Poluir environmental program and is currently the national deputy director of SES Senat. With the Sistema Transporte, he leads the efforts related to the sector's participation in COP30, contributing to the industry agenda at the Global Climate event. Last but not least, I would like to introduce you all to Gustavo Saboia, who is the former chief of advisory to the Ministry of Infrastructure. He's a lawyer with practices focused on regulatory affairs and infrastructure. He holds a Master of Law, and he's also former Secretary General of the Brazilian Senate. Thank you all the speakers for being here. We are going to talk about several issues regarding the transportation industry. We all know that the transportation infrastructure in Brazil can face several issues, but also creates a very unique environment for opportunities and for investors in this industry throughout concessions, PPP programs, and several matters regarding relations between investors and the federal government. And I would like to ask Gustavo, to give us a few comments about the regulatory environment in Brazil and give us a brief introduction to the investment environment in Brazil. Thank you, Gustavo.
Well, thank you, Renan, for moderating the panel. Thank you once again for the distinguished audience. On behalf of Senator Marcos Rogério, Chairman of Infrastructure Committee, I salute all the audience and all the colleagues here listening to us today. I'll speak very briefly because we'll be talking about regulatory issues and infrastructure, and there's no person better or with more authority to speak on that matter in the Brazilian context than Senator Marcos Rogério, who's currently the chairman of Infrastructure Committee in the Senate, but also well known, especially on the subject in Brazil. But just to print a big picture of what we're talking about here, infrastructure is always seen as a massive bottleneck towards Brazilian growth and Brazilian social development. We are used to say that. I think everyone agrees to that. We just don't know how huge is the challenge until we look at the numbers. There's a report by the World Bank issued in 2022 analyzing Brazil investment on infrastructure over the decades. And when we look at the 1980s, which we used to call the lost decade for Brazilian economic growth, Brazil invested an average of 5% of its GDP on infrastructure. In 2022, this rate dropped until 1.6% of the GDP. Now it hovers around 2%. So Brazil has been investing at a very, very low rate on infrastructure projects. This, according to this report, just to maintain the installed infrastructure capacity, we should double the investment. So this is a huge challenge. This is in numbers how difficult, how significant investment in infrastructure is in Brazil. It has several effects. It affects rail highways, for example, according to CNT, the National Association of Transportation Companies Industries. Less than 90% of our highway network is paved, and which is very low. And if you consider a little over 90%, sorry, is unpaved, is paved. And if you consider the paved network, less than 40% is in good condition. It is one of the major bottlenecks as well in energy. We have longer interruptions and failures in service and energy supply than the average on Latin America. You can think also of basic sanitation. Half of the Brazilian population doesn't have basic sanitation. So it is never enough to stress how big of a challenge it is and how committed the Brazilian community should be and is becoming to bring investment on infrastructure and how big of a social change this could mean for the country. And considering we have a big challenge, we now have to think how to address this challenge, how to face this challenge. And we could go on and talk about social aspects, environmental issues, and I don't know, geography. Brazil is a big country with a very sparsely distributed population from the shoreline to the inside part of the country to the countryside. All of these complications, and I mean, there's very little we could do about them, but there's one major factor that we can work with and improve, which is the regulatory environment. This is considered to be such a burden and such a complicated matter in Brazil that, and it's interesting, last week we were in Madrid in a conference organized by OAB, our, so to speak, National Bar Association, so a body of lawyers. And it's the biggest conference they organize every year. They choose a major legal school in the world, and they take Brazilians there to discuss and learn from them. And this year's subject was not constitutional law, public contracts, taxation. It was infrastructure. So it is interesting to notice that lawyers are debating infrastructure in Brazil because it is today the greatest challenge for infrastructure in Brazil probably is the regulatory burden. And everyone is in Brazil trying to relate it to infrastructure, trying to think ways of addressing, of easing the regulatory burden. And this arises from a legal dilemma. Our legal community is trained with a view in law schools that separates completely public law and private law. And when it comes to infrastructure contracts, they are essentially public contracts regulated by and influenced by a lot of private law concepts. So it creates, and everyone who has ever had to deal with regulatory agencies in Brazil and the bureaucracy and staffers and civil servants in general feels that challenge. We don't have as a legal community yet the proper tools to work with concession contracts, which are by nature incomplete and private not because of an ideology or because of a law, but because reality imposes itself. They're not public contracts, they're private. They have private problems and need private solutions. It's usually very difficult to deal with them. So we have been addressing these issues, symposiums and conferences like these, or like the one organized by OAB, play a major role in changing the mentality. But this is a long run. This will only come into effect or be able to, we're only going to be able to feel the effects of this change in mentality in years. We have been feeling these changes. Chief Justice Barroso mentioned conciliation and infrastructure contracts. Other panelists mentioned here other institutes that have been able to help us dealing with infrastructure contracts. But while this is happening, this longer procedure is happening, Brazilian regulators usually need a stronger legal base to work with these long-term contracts. And this is an issue that has also been addressed by Congress over the last few years, and Senator Marcos Rogério will be able to speak there with much more authority than me. Several bodies of law were passed in the Congress, placing new legal frameworks for basic sanitation, railways, coastal shipping, micro and mining and mine energy generation, natural gas sector, and even a new legal framework for regulatory agencies. So this is just to pose the question and the challenge of addressing infrastructure investment in Brazil. There's a lot being discussed in the Brazilian framework. I'll let you now with Marcos Rogério, the chairman of the Infrastructure Committee in the Senate, revisor to several of these law bills I just mentioned, who will be able to communicate how Brazil is addressing these questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gustavo. As I've mentioned, this panel will be held both in Portuguese and English. So now switching to Portuguese. Senador, nós gostaríamos de te ouvir um pouco sobre as mudanças legislativas que têm sido discutidas na Comissão de Infraestrutura. Agora, essa semana, a gente teve um avanço no novo marco das concessões. Então, nós gostaríamos de entender, com alguém que está em campo ali no Senado todos os dias, quais desafios para o setor de infraestrutura têm sido vistos e também como são vistas as oportunidades, o que pode ser feito tanto legislativamente quanto através do Poder Judiciário, órgãos de controle, para providenciar uma maior segurança jurídica para os investidores e um ambiente de negócios que seja mais propício ao desenvolvimento do país, que eu não tenho dúvida que é o que todos desejam.
Muito bem, boa tarde. Um prazer participar desse evento de tão grande importância para o Brasil, especialmente, e na companhia aqui de grandes nomes da infraestrutura nacional. Então, agradeço você, Renan, e em seu nome cumprimentar todos, né, que participam desse simpósio jurídico sobre negócios no Brasil. Eu acho que a fala do Dr. Gustavo Saboia meio que perpassou por todos os temas, né, ligados a essa temática da infraestrutura. Cumprimentar aqui o Dr. Marcelo Guaranis, cumprimentar também a Marta, o Vinícius, né, que está conosco nesse painel, o doutor, nosso ex-secretário Bandeira, secretário-geral da mesa do Senado. Aqui tem 2 ex-secretários da mesa do Senado Federal. O mais recente, o doutor Gustavo Saboia, que foi aluno do doutor Bandeira. Eu acho que muitos foram. Mas, enfim, eu acho que esse tema da infraestrutura é um tema central, né? Não dá para você falar em desenvolvimento de um país, né, sem enfrentar o tema da infraestrutura. Então, aqui, como presidente da Comissão de Infraestrutura do Senado Federal, Sampaio, nosso ex-secretário executivo do Ministério de Infraestrutura também, esse é um tema desafiador para o Brasil, né? Continua sendo um tema desafiador. O Brasil ele se especializou, né, em produzir com qualidade, produzir em quantidade, da porteira para dentro. Da porteira para dentro, o brasileiro sabe produzir. Então, hoje, quando a gente fala de segurança alimentar global, o Brasil é um player que tem que estar inserido nesse contexto. Nós produzimos muito, produzimos com qualidade e temos condições de gerar suprimento para atender o mundo. Qual é o nosso desafio? O nosso desafio é justamente o desafio da logística, o desafio da infraestrutura. É impossível. Nós temos produção, nós temos qualidade do que produzimos, mas nós temos um desafio para entregar esse produto ao seu destinatário final. Só para você ter uma ideia do tamanho desse desafio, nós temos no Brasil cerca de 1,5 milhão de quilômetros de rodovias, né? Desse total, 213 são rodovias pavimentadas. Ou seja, nós temos mais de 70% das rodovias do Brasil ainda sem pavimentação asfáltica, né? Quando a gente vai falar do modal ferroviário, nós temos pouco mais de 30 mil quilômetros de ferrovias no Brasil. E num modal que não tem um processo de integração. Você não conseguiu criar um ambiente de integração entre o modal rodoviário, que é indispensável, o modal ferroviário, que tem custo mais baixo e é importante na logística e transporte da produção nacional, e o hidroviário, né? Nós temos cerca de 20 mil quilômetros de rios navegáveis no Brasil, né? Então, qual é o grande desafio? É atrair investimentos para a infraestrutura. E aqui, Renan, destacar, né, o setor público ele esgotou a possibilidade de financiamento das obras públicas estruturantes, né? Ele está saturado, não tem orçamento público que dê conta sequer do modal rodoviário, né? Basta ver que mais de 70% das nossas rodovias continuam sendo rodovias sem a infraestrutura adequada, sem a pavimentação, né? Um modelo que nós conseguimos avançar mais recentemente, nós, através da Comissão de Infraestrutura, nós aprovamos o Marco Legal das Ferrovias, mudando um pouco a abordagem para estimular o investimento nesse setor, né? O governo fazendo a gestão dos projetos, das diretrizes de investimentos, mas chamando o setor privado para intervir com o capital, com o financeiro, para entregar, né, uma opção para desenvolver o Brasil. Isso vem dando certo. Qual é o nosso desafio? E aqui eu começo a falar um pouquinho de desafio, porque o investidor ele procura um ambiente de segurança para investir. Ele procura um ambiente de previsibilidade, né? Um ambiente de estabilidade. Então, quando ele não encontra esse ambiente, seja o investidor nacional e, sobretudo, o investidor externo, ele não vai fazer o investimento. Então, nós temos um desafio grande que se traduz numa oportunidade para o investidor, mas nós temos ainda alguns deveres de casa para fazer do ponto de vista de ofertar para esse ambiente de negócios um ambiente mais seguro, um ambiente com maior previsibilidade, um ambiente com maior transparência, com segurança regulatória. Hoje nós temos um quesito, quando vai se prospectar investimentos no Brasil, tem um ponto que vai ser a discussão do risco regulatório. Quando, na verdade, o que se pressupõe com o regulador, né, com agências independentes, né, com a lei das agências, como já foi mencionado aqui pelo Dr. Gustavo Saboia, é você ter um ambiente de complementariedade que ofereça justamente segurança, estabilidade, previsibilidade. E a gente tem hoje um desafio ainda de garantir justamente esses elementos que são elementos centrais, né, para desenvolver a infraestrutura nacional. Então, esse é um aspecto que, do ponto de vista da regulação, ainda se traduz num desafio para nós. Estamos avançando? Estamos. E aqui eu queria destacar o papel da Agência Nacional de Transportes Terrestres, a ANTT, que eu acho que, de todas as agências, nesse último marco legal que tratou da questão das ferrovias, ela conseguiu dar um passo fundamental. O mesmo está acontecendo, aqui, doutor o Sampaio, que à época estava lá no Ministério de Infraestrutura, com relação às rodovias e o modelo de concessão, né? As PPPs. Né? O Brasil lançou mão das parcerias público-privadas e é o que está hoje garantindo investimento na ponta, investimento que conecta, investimento que melhora a logística nacional. Não fosse isso, nós estaríamos numa situação muito mais desafiadora. Mas temos ainda um outro desafio que acho, Renan, que está sendo endereçada a solução dela nesse momento no âmbito do Parlamento brasileiro, que é o marco legal do licenciamento ambiental. Aqui eu tenho um conjunto de deputados que participam também desse simpósio, está aqui o presidente da Comissão de Transportes lá da Câmara dos Deputados, outros colegas deputados também estão aqui, e tem conhecimento e tem a noção exata do tamanho que é o desafio do investidor com o marco legal do licenciamento ambiental no Brasil. É um conjunto de normas e de regulamentos que dificulta muito a vida do investidor. E nós estamos agora caminhando para uma fase final para a aprovação do novo marco legal do licenciamento ambiental no âmbito do Senado Federal. Essa matéria já passou pela Câmara, nós vamos votar agora no Senado Federal. Isso vai destravar ainda mais investimentos para o Brasil, especialmente no campo da infraestrutura. Eu poderia citar aqui alguns casos das ferrovias que a gente tem com investimentos em cursos e que estão travadas já há alguns anos em razão de licenciamento. Obra iniciada, paralisada por algum tempo, por questionamentos do ponto de vista de licenciamento, aí o tema vai parar no Tribunal de Contas da União, daqui a pouco vai parar no Supremo Tribunal Federal, e o investidor que fez todo um planejamento para investir e alcançar um resultado, ele tem a lógica de planejamento dele totalmente comprometida, porque uma variável aleatória aparece e simplesmente cria uma situação que ele não previu no início. Esse é o caso das ferrovias. Nós temos uma ferrovia que sai lá de Sinop, do Mato Grosso, até o Pará, 930 quilômetros de ferrovias, que está passando por isso exatamente nesse momento. Por quê? Porque no meio desse trajeto, você tem lá uma reserva em torno de 53 quilômetros, e que, em razão daquele trecho, você tem toda a suspensão de um investimento, de um conjunto de investimentos que é estratégico para o desenvolvimento do Brasil. Então, eu concluiria a minha fala dizendo que nós temos no Brasil um ambiente de oportunidade para o investidor, estamos trabalhando para melhorar a legislação brasileira, estamos trabalhando para fortalecer o papel das agências brasileiras, do regulador, para gerar justamente segurança jurídica, previsibilidade, estabilidade e investimento que prepare o Brasil para, da porteira para fora, poder entregar o grande potencial de produção que nós temos e que vai gerar segurança alimentar para o mundo. E do ponto de vista ambiental, eu concluo dizendo que acredito que nas próximas semanas o Senado Federal, num diálogo de parte a parte, não é um projeto que trabalha extremos, é um projeto que se resume naquilo que foi possível construir. Equilíbrio, mas que vai garantir um ambiente com maior segurança, especialmente para o investidor, o novo marco legal do licenciamento ambiental. Só para vocês terem uma ideia em relação a esse ponto, para concluir, hoje você não tem prazo determinado para a expedição de uma licença. Licença prévia, de instalação, de operação, você não tem tempo determinado. Um empreendedor que quer investir no Brasil, quando vai buscar uma licença, às vezes ele leva 2 anos, 3 anos para ter uma licença ambiental para viabilizar o início dessa obra. Qual é o investidor que tem a tranquilidade necessária para investir num ambiente como esse? Então, é papel do legislador criar esse ambiente, respeitando o meio ambiente, mas garantindo o desenvolvimento dentro desse conceito de sustentabilidade. Qualquer empreendimento da infraestrutura vai ter impacto ambiental. A questão é como você lida com isso. Qual é o papel mitigador, quais são as compensações, as condicionantes que você vai estabelecer para fazer esse investimento. Mas você não pode deixar de fazer um investimento que é estratégico para o desenvolvimento, especialmente da infraestrutura do Brasil. Então, o Brasil é um terreno propício, fértil, de oportunidades para os investidores, tanto investidores brasileiros quanto investidores externos, e o país está fazendo o seu dever de casa para criar esse ambiente de maior segurança e previsibilidade para garantir a infraestrutura que vai ser o caminho, que vai ser o corredor para a gente entregar essa grande produção que nós temos. A previsão de 2025 é a gente ter uma safra que chega à casa dos 325 milhões de toneladas. O Brasil produz muito, produz bem, produz com excelência, mas precisa de uma infraestrutura adequada para garantir a entrega desse produto. Muito obrigado a todos.
Obrigado, senador. Bom, o senador tocou num tema bastante caro para o setor de infraestrutura, além do panorama regulatório, que é a alocação de riscos do contrato e a previsibilidade para os investidores da forma como eles vão ter que lidar com aquele contrato ao longo dos anos. Geralmente, os prazos de concessão são longuíssimos e, especialmente após a pandemia, muitas agências reguladoras tiveram que enfrentar o tema de reequilíbrio econômico-financeiro dos contratos e também tiveram que discutir nas novas modelagens de contratos de concessão quem fica com qual risco o privado assume e qual risco fica com o Estado. Então, mais uma vez, mudando para inglês nesse painel, I would like to ask you, Marcelo, how do you see the environment of risk allocation in the concessions modeling in Brazil? And also, what do you think that could be improved in the modeling of risk allocation? And how do you see the results from the COVID contract rebalancing before the federal agencies in Brazil?
So, thank you, Vernon. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Sofia, Murilo, thank you for being with this fantastic panel. Senator Saboia, Vinicius, my old friend, and Marta. Well, I was told to speak in English, not because of my ability to do so, but to have more balance in the language that we are having in this panel. So, talking about risk allocation and economic and financial balance. Yeah, it's a problem that we have in all the concessions contracts in Brazil. I start my life, my professional life, working in the Ministry of Finance in the beginning of 2000. I'm old now, before a lot of regulatory agencies were created. And one of my positions there, I was to work in the Secretary for Economic Monitoring. I'm an economist and a lawyer. And I was responsible for doing the review of some specific contracts. So I did, I think, the 5th review of Dutra. I did the review of Ponte Rio-Niterói a long time ago, before NTT was created. And one thing that I was most worried by that time, well, every time we will have an unbalance, because the contract to start, it's important to set the right risk management, the right risk matrix in the beginning of the contract. You have to set the risk to the one that's more able to manage it. It's the principle that we all do in all contracts. And we do the balance, the economic and financial balance equation in the beginning of the contract. But in the first day, it's unbalanced because things change, everything's changed. Economic conditions and situations change. So how to deal with that? How is important to set this in the right way? Remember that beginning, we didn't have regulatory agencies. We have a lot of concessions, contracts that were made by departments and the government that didn't have the ability to do so. We are not used to study economic regulation by the time. We didn't have the experience that we have with partnerships that we have now, 30 years before that, almost 30 years before that. So it was something that was making me study a lot, how can we work with that? So to set the right risk management, to set the right risk matrix, and to set an equation that you know that, as Saboya told, we have contracts that are incomplete by nature. All the contracts are incomplete. We don't have to have the flexibility to review the contract from time to time. What the problem that we have with that? And we had different experience in different sectors. Well, I could divide this in two dimensions. First of all, it's important to see that we have to have competition in the bidding process. So the connection of that with the importance of the risk allocation and the management of imbalance, we'll get that later. But in the first moment, as we are contracting someone to do a service to the country, to the Brazil, to the population, through a lot of years, 20 years, 30 years, we have to choose it right. And how do you choose? Through competition. Competition is very important to select the best one, the best provider to provide and deliver that service. But what we had in Brazil for many times, well, we do a bidding process, someone bid very high, get the contract, but 2 years after that, start trying to renegotiate. And have all the incentives to do so. We are dealing, well, in my life, I deal with a lot of review process and have a lot of different motivations to review the contract. But it's a problem. It's a problem if the state, if the government start reviewing the country without the right motivation. Because it changed the doing business environment. It changed the competition environment that we have. Once I was in UK, in London, during a roadshow with Governor Tarcísio. He was in PPI, and we were in the embassy. And the guy that was responsible for economic sector in the embassy told us, well, it's very hard to get the biggest investors to Brazil. Because everybody knows that in Brazil, the one that wins the bidding process, the one that have the highest bid, but after that, is able to negotiate with the country.
Yes, you can ask to renegotiate whenever you think it's possible to do so.
If possible to do so, and a lot of times the government, the agency renegotiates. So this changed the bidding process and the incentives to be part of the competition. So we don't have, by the time, it was difficult to have a new big company that was trying to go to Brazil because we have to spend a lot of money to be part of the bidding process. It's a problem. So we have to be very cautious with that. So the contract has to be respected and has to be renegotiated and has motivation for that. Now in the doctrine, we have a lot of different motives for that, but this is important. But we have a trade-off with that. It's important to balance that with the flexibility of the contracts because we have contracts that takes 20 years, 30 years, and they have to change. We have some kind of services that have a lot of technology with it. Telecommunications was an example. We just changed the way we delegate telecommunications in Brazil. But airports can change with technology. And we know that air transportation can change with technology. So we have to be flexible with that and put from time to time periods that you can review the balance equation and you can review the risk allocation. So I think that's the right way of trying to introduce the better risk management at the contracts so we can balance both things. And another thing, I think renegotiation must benefit the ones that most fulfill the contract. So if you are fulfilling that, if you are comply with the contract, okay, let's go to renegotiate. If you're not, let's not do that because we are creating incentives for the contractor not to fulfill, to keep on fulfilling the contract. We have some contracts in Brazil that we renegotiate and renegotiate and renegotiate, And you never comply with that because it's a matter of incentives. It's a matter of doing business. That's why it's so important for the discussion. I think the other point that's very important in this discussion right now is the legal certainty for public servants doing that. It's a problem with the regulatory agents, Senator, sometimes, and being as I was part of regulatory agent for many years, sometimes it's difficult to have the public servant signing some decision that change the contract because he knows that can be punished after that. I think TCU, our audit court, National Audit Court right now, is doing a very important role in trying to change that with CSEC's consensus, with the chamber to have more consensus in the negotiation. But I also think that TCU is part of the trauma that public servants have.
And we will have a panel about alternatives dispute resolution.
Nice.
So this might be an important topic for that panel.
Nice, very good. So it's important that we take advantage of this moment. 10, 20 years, 30 years after the beginning of the concessions contracts in Brazil. And with TCU, we have the right parameters so we can have more flexibility in these contracts during their life, so make easier the lives of every investors in Brazil. I think 2 examples, and I touch on the information about COVID that you mentioned, both in the transport infrastructure sector. ANAC, I think it was very tough in the beginning of the airport contracts, because the need to show that it had to be different. You wouldn't be able to renegotiate for any reason. So it was very important because we had the first round of concessions with Viracopos, Guarulhos, Brasília, and after that the second one with Galeão and Confins. But in the third one, we start seeing a lot of new investors. In the fourth one, more new investors. So we have a lot of different investors in Brazil. And one of the reasons is that we're tough in the beginning with the no renegotiation of contracts that had no reason to do so. But they have to keep on changing. It's a process. They have to understand that now we are discussing that. Senator, yesterday a little bit in the dinner, because they had to know that we have to have more flexibility right now. Things are changing. The air transportation in the world has changed after COVID. ANAC, I think, was very precise on doing the review during COVID. They did it an emergency one, in the process that was quick, but not putting the same basket all the motivations that the concessionaires are requiring for doing review. So they separate what from COVID from the other motivations, and the other motivations they still discussing. ANTT, the Land Transportation Agency, I think is the one that has been very modern in terms of changing the way of thinking regulation and changing the way of managing contracts. They are implementing flexibility on the contract. They are being able to renegotiate, but understanding the importance of having the right incentives in the bidding process, not to change, to create the bad incentive. This, I think, is the way, the important way that we can manage that. Well, also, Senator mentioned the advancing the new law for the framework for concessions and PPP. There are a lot of things that I think is very important in this matter. We learned a lot during the last 30 years. We have to implement a lot of changes. We have very rigid models for concessions and PPPs in Brazil. That's why we don't have federal PPPs. And we have to change that, and to have a new law to bring legal certainty for that is very important. Well, the conclusion for this part is that the big challenge is how can we match respect to competition bidding process with the need of contract flexibility with legal certainty. To deliver, remember that what we all want with that is to deliver better service to the population with suitable prices, the prices that are adequate for that service. And also the importance of regulatory agencies on that. It's very important, their role in order to build trust. And build trust, improve the doing business environment in Brazil, and to improve the level of investments that we can attract.
Thank you, Marcelo, for telling us how we can manage risk allocation in our contracts. Senator and Gustavo have also addressed the regulatory risks and how investors can have a better trust in the government. And I now think there is another very important topic for the infrastructure industry, that's financing. So this, as you know, these projects may be very, very expensive, and they need to be funded for several years, generally 30 years, maybe 40. And multilateral banks, they play an essential role in financing the projects, the concessions, and raise of infrastructure in Brazil and mostly in developing countries. So I would like to ask Marta about how we can make projects more bankable in Brazil, and how we can build trust for investors when starting a new project. Marcelo mentioned that the international investors, they have to trust in the government, but I also feel that they have to trust in the financial institutions and everything else. They have to trust that they will have no problems during this period of time. So if you might have a word on the financing modelings and how we can make the projects more bankable, I would appreciate that.
Thank you, Renan, and thank you. It's great to be here with all with the audience and a great panelists. I think when we started, Gustavo laid a very good background on why are we here, and really the investment, the government investment in infrastructure used to be around 5% in the 70s, and now it's around 2%. And in transport, it's actually 0.4% in transport. So that is, of course, it directly impacts productivity and the Brazilian competitiveness outside. So it was, and I really enjoyed Senator Marcos and Marcelo's point on legal certainty and the regulatory stability that you actually need to attract investments, both foreign investments and local investments. And I would add also to that many of the financing mechanisms that we have in Brazil are actually short-term. There's few options. I wouldn't say that the market is saturated. There's a few options on very long-term financing, and we're talking about projects, 30 years, 40 years, and sometimes the projects are presented without not as mature enough. So lacking a very robust feasibility studies, lacking the legal background or certainty in the project, and all of those things can scare investors away. But that is, that is where we come. The role of MDBs, the multilateral financing banks, and I would first start by saying that BNDES is still in Brazil the main source of finance for infrastructure development. BNDES is very strong, as you probably all know. And then the multilateral development banks, the IDB, the World Bank, the private sector arms of these banks play a very important role as well. And I will say the role is not only direct financing of the projects, both in the public sector and in the private sector, but also the MDBs, they play an important role to promote reforms, to improve institutional capacity of the agencies carrying out these projects, and to serve as a catalyst for private investments. So it's what we call a label. Like if the IDB is there, if the World Bank is there, it means that the project has gained a lot of work and a lot of efforts been there, so that the project can actually attract other capital. And specifically for Brazil and specifically for the infrastructure sector, the strategy, the IDB country strategy for Brazil was just recently approved. It covers the period of 24 to 27, and that strategy identifies how essential, how crucial transport is for Brazil's productivity and competitiveness. And it proposes some coordinated efforts to improve logistics efficiency. And so strategic logistics corridors, multimodal logistic corridors, promote regional connectivity and support the transition to a more sustainable transport system. And again, beyond the financing, this strategy talks about institutional reforms, regulatory improvements, for example, finance the development of legal frameworks for concessions, strengthening the PPP governance and the technical capacity of the institutional agencies. And through IDB Invest, the group works with the private sector, so financing companies and also offering risk mitigation, such as guarantees, for example, to attract private capital around the world. And I would also mention a big role of the MDBs to promote developing the capital markets. So through the incentivized debentures or the infrastructure debentures, there's already a big incentive for those instruments because there's tax benefits linked to those instruments. But the role of to try to finance, promote the use of these instruments through the financial capital markets is a very important role of the IDB as well. And the market has expanded significantly. I think it's reached about 120 billion reais in 24, the bond, infrastructure bond market. I wanted to mention, like to try to land this discussion a bit, I want to mention two important initiatives in the IDB that we just approved. So the first one is a project. It was approved by the board just a couple of weeks ago, and it's a very big financing project, involves the BNDES, the World Bank, and the IDB. Only the IDB is putting $250 million in this project. It's to electrify the bus fleet of the state of the city of São Paulo. So working with SP Trans to electrify the bus fleet and to change all of the existing buses to electric buses. And this is, it carries three important, very big important pillars. First, the transition to a more green, transport system in the city, considering São Paulo is one of the cities most polluted in the world. So that is reducing air pollution and bringing that green transport. The second big important step in this project that I really like is working with SP Trans in improving the user experience when using the transport in São Paulo. So I'll give you an example. It takes about 20 hours for SP Trans to reorganize the transport system every time there's a flooding, every time there's a disaster that is linked to climate change. And with this project, the idea is that this time of restructuring all of the routes can be decreased to 2 hours. So that is productivity, that is again competitiveness, that is São Paulo is the biggest city in Brazil. So we really think that this is improving the management systems of the transport is important. And another aspect is to improve the risk management capabilities and the integrity compliance programs of SP Trans. Also to add to efficiency and adding transparency and accountability of the system as a whole. So that is a very emblematic project. I'm happy to see it approved at the board 2 weeks ago, and it's going to be implemented. And the other initiative that I wanted to mention is what we call Conexão Sul. Conexão Sul was just signed by all of the countries in South America was just signed a month ago in the annual meeting of IDB in Chile. And it aims to foster a lot more integration with the countries of South America. So if you have an idea, that's the trade, inter-regional trade, the trade that Brazil has with other countries in Latin America and other countries in South America, actually, with Brazil, represents about 15% of the trade in the region. And if you compare that to Europe, it's 68%. If you compare it to other regions, Asia, it's a lot more as well. So, instead of having Brazil with its back to other to its neighbors and the neighbors with its back to Brazil, trying to foster integration can represent a lot of efficiency and gains in productivity for Brazil. So this initiative involves all of the countries of South America, and it's the idea of building roads, railroads, ports, river transport as well, to foster a trade. Trying to minimize the fragmented markets of the South America. So, welcoming, I think going back, what attracts MDBs and what attracts the private sector is trying to work with all these barriers that we've talked. I do think that Brazil has done a very good job, a fantastic job in trying to take those barriers away. There's still a long road to go, and it takes time for all of the projects to change the statistics that Gustavo mentioned in the beginning. But we are very optimistic that it will, and the idea was to give examples of what can be done and how can be done. So thank you.
Thank you, Marta. Now switching one more time to Portuguese. A gente explorou temas bastante importantes e temas que também são muito enfrentados, né, e muito discutidos no Brasil, seja os temas de segurança regulatória, segurança jurídica, órgãos de controle, equilíbrio dos contratos, financiamento. Todos esses problemas são muito caros para a indústria e, com certeza, essenciais para o desenvolvimento. Existe um tema que é pouco explorado, mas de igual relevância, que é a qualificação da mão de obra da indústria de transportes ou da infraestrutura no geral. Porque para a gente fazer as coisas funcionarem, não basta só que os modelos regulatórios sejam adequados, que exista adequada segurança jurídica, que exista a alocação dos contratos, que haja financiabilidade, mas a mão de obra precisa ser bastante qualificada para entregar um serviço de qualidade para a população, seja isso através do serviço público federal, do serviço público estadual, ou também dos trabalhadores que estão construindo a infraestrutura, de quem está organizando as concessões. Então, Vinícius, eu queria saber o que você pode contar para a gente nesse setor, o que existe de novidade e como o Sistema S, no geral, que é um player muito importante para a qualificação profissional, enxerga os desafios de qualificação e também oportunidades que podem ser propiciadas para o desenvolvimento do sistema de transportes.
Boa tarde a todos. Obrigado pela oportunidade de dividir um pouco do trabalho que é feito no Brasil. Acho que você falou muito bem de uma conexão importante que muitas vezes é esquecida, que é a parte humana de toda essa infraestrutura que a gente discutiu aqui há pouco. Obviamente não existe uma coisa mais importante do que a outra, porque tudo precisa funcionar de uma forma muito harmônica, mas a gente sabe dos desafios, são muitos desafios que existem no Brasil. Isso, meus colegas painelistas aqui já trouxeram muitos deles. Um desafio importante é que o próprio Brasil, ele tem uma tendência a crescer. Então, não há que se falar de um país em crescimento, um país em desenvolvimento, sem um sistema de transporte também em crescimento. Então, fala-se em super safras, ano após ano, fala-se numa atividade industrial maior e crescente, mas isso precisa necessariamente ser associado a uma infraestrutura de transporte e uma operação de transporte cada vez mais eficiente. Então, esse é um grande desafio que existe no Brasil, e hoje as empresas que militam, né, que trabalham na infraestrutura e no transporte no Brasil já têm muita dificuldade de contratação de pessoas qualificadas. Então, esse é um desafio presente já e que, colocando um prognóstico de crescimento do país, isso tende a aumentar e é um problema importante que precisa ser olhado com muito carinho. Um terceiro ponto que eu acho que julgo talvez ser o mais desafiador de todos é que novas gerações elas não são atraídas para trabalhar no setor de transportes. Então, no passado, acho que antes do advento da internet, a vida do caminhoneiro era uma vida de aventura, de conhecimento, de desbravar lugares diferentes, e hoje em dia isso perdeu um pouco o glamour. Então, há uma dificuldade grande de atração de mão de obra para esse setor. E tudo que a gente está falando aqui, Renan e demais, precisa necessariamente levar em consideração a questão do fator humano. Eu fiquei muito feliz com o presidente do banco, que acho que uma das primeiras coisas que ele falou na citação dele pela manhã foi exatamente a questão do trabalho digno e da forma humana de se levar os investimentos. Então, isso tem uma conexão muito grande, muito profunda com o que a gente se propõe a fazer no Brasil, obviamente sabendo das dificuldades, sabendo de tudo que acontece lá. Se alguém puder me ajudar aqui com os slides. Pode me ajudar? Eu vou seguindo aqui, mas se puder me ajudar, preparei alguns slides. Então, o desafio maior é exatamente fazer a conexão. Como que faz essa conexão de tudo que precisa ser feito com... Pode passar. Com esse fator humano no centro. Pode deixar, eu vou seguir, né? Com esse fator humano no centro. Pode deixar. No Brasil, existe uma estrutura que eu acho que é de conhecimento de muitos, mas eu não sei se é de conhecimento de todos. E aí, é uma jabuticaba brasileira, mas é uma jabuticaba positiva, no caso. Eu não sei como é que o tradutor vai resolver isso, mas uma criação da época... de uma época de um desenvolvimento industrial muito profundo. Na época do governo de Getúlio Vargas, foi criada uma estrutura para fazer a capacitação de pessoas em setores específicos. Isso se chama Sistema S no Brasil. E nós somos o Sistema S do transporte. Então, com muito orgulho, a gente é considerada a maior escola que lida com esse tipo de conhecimento num setor muito desafiador, como eu acabei de colocar, de pessoas que não se veem atraídas para militar num setor pujante, crescente, e que tem uma tendência a crescer cada vez mais com a atividade econômica brasileira. Então, um outro fator que também é um ponto importante é que, hoje em dia, leva-se muito em consideração aquela formação das pessoas com níveis superiores. E, na nossa visão, vai na contramão do que deveria ser, porque existe uma carência muito grande de mão de obra e essa carência precisa ser compreendida, precisa ser diminuída por pessoas com formações de nível técnico e não absolutamente com formações superiores. É claro que tem espaço para todo mundo, mas nós acabamos sendo uma escola de hands-on, né, de mão na massa mesmo, para prover esse setor importante de mão de obra qualificada nos diversos níveis, seja ela um motorista de caminhão, seja um operador de máquinas, seja uma pessoa com conhecimento intermediário para militar nesse setor de uma forma mais efetiva. Então, a atuação nossa, para se ter uma noção, quando a gente fala de alguns números para estrangeiros, isso causa muito impacto pela dimensão brasileira, são 17 milhões de atendimentos que são feitos ao longo de um ano específico nessas empresas, e tem um jeito um tanto curioso de explicar um pouco qual que é o impacto e o que a gente faz efetivamente nessa jornada de tentar diminuir esse déficit de mão de obra. Uma delas é tratando da saúde dessas pessoas. Então, está aqui um sorriso para dizer que tem muitas histórias reais que chegam até nós, e uma bem emblemática que me ajuda a explicar o que é o SEST, é uma senhora que entrou numa empresa de transporte, uma senhora humilde, que não tinha os dentes da frente. Então, o depoimento dela, ministro, é que ela não sorria e não levantava a cabeça. Ela andava de cabeça baixa. E com o acesso gratuito que ela tem por meio da empresa de transporte que ela trabalhava, ela corrigiu os dentes, e o depoimento dela depois é dizer que agora, em decorrência do acesso que ela teve, ela anda de cabeça erguida e consegue sorrir. Para mim é uma história belíssima, que explica muito a parte da saúde, como é que é o tratamento dessas pessoas com relação à saúde. E tem uma outra história também, as duas são histórias reais, de um menino que vendia bala num ônibus, dentro do ônibus no Rio de Janeiro. E em um determinado momento, esse menino começou a conversar com o motorista de ônibus. E o motorista falou: olha, você conhece a estrutura lá do Senat, tem uma turma lá que faz um trabalho legal. E esse menino, ele foi procurar capacitação para dizer: eu quero avançar na vida, eu sei que tem possibilidades, tem vagas disponíveis no setor. E ele foi se capacitar conosco, e hoje ele é uma pessoa que trabalha no transporte. Então, são duas histórias que a gente vê que muda efetivamente a vida das pessoas, e eu fiz questão de trazer aqui esse ponto humano para discutir infraestrutura. Pode não ser um ponto óbvio, mas é um ponto absolutamente necessário, em que a gente, de fato, precisa levar essa discussão olhando, tendo a visão mais ampla de tudo que está por acontecer num país de dimensões continentais como é o Brasil. Então, a conclusão e talvez o ponto central dessa história é que recursos aplicados de uma forma efetiva, ela tem sim um retorno muito claro e muito objetivo para o que a gente persegue, para o que é o desejo de todo brasileiro, de todo mundo que vive e tem o amor pelo Brasil, como muitos de nós aqui nessa sala hoje. Então, eu queria agradecer a oportunidade, me colocar à disposição, inclusive, dos senhores. A gente tem um trabalho sério, importante e muito desafiador pela frente, e eu acho que isso perpassa por toda a discussão de infraestrutura que a gente promoveu nesse painel. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you very much for the speakers for giving such inspiring words and deep diving in the topics that we have discussed here. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. I would love to stay here for the whole day discussing infrastructure challenges and opportunities in our country. So thank you all very much for being here. And have a nice day. Enjoy all the other panels. Thank you very much.
Opa. Why not?
Eu já me apresentei tantas vezes que se quiser eu começo. Eu já falei umas 5 vezes. Agora eu sei. Eu tava na página aqui.
So this is the moment everyone was waiting for. We're going to talk about taxes. And it's my pleasure to introduce you to Daniel Ineco, who's going to be the moderator for the next panel. Daniel is Secretary General of the Brazilian Institute of Legislative Law, IBDL, who's our partner in the organization of this event. Daniel is a senior associate at Murilo de Aragão Advogados and Consultores and Secretary General, as I said, of IBDL. She graduated in law in 2004 with a postgraduate degree in public law in 2005, in labor law and labor procedure in 2014, and in tax law between 2023 and 2024. Danielle, please come to the stage.
Boa tarde a todos. Eu já pedi permissão ao professor Dom e ele autorizou que eu iniciasse em português para dar início ao nosso painel. É um painel de um dos temas mais relevantes e desafiadores atualmente, né, para a realidade do Brasil, que é a implementação da reforma tributária, que tem muitas décadas que ficou em discussão e, finalmente, o país está avançando no sistema tributário mais simples, transparente e eficiente. Mas sabemos que a aprovação da reforma foi um grande passo. Uma implementação será ainda mais complexa e exigirá diálogo e cooperação entre os entes federativos, responsabilidade fiscal e atenção aos impactos sociais e regionais. Nosso objetivo aqui hoje é justamente promover esse diálogo. Para isso, temos a honra de contar com especialistas, representantes de diversos setores, que trarão visões complementares sobre os desafios e oportunidades dessa nova etapa. Agradeço a presença de todos e convido vocês a participarem ativamente ao final, se tivermos um tempo, com algumas perguntas e reflexões sobre a nossa conversa. É uma grande honra para mim poder fazer parte desse painel, onde eu tenho tantas pessoas maravilhosas que são ídolos, que a gente vai tendo ao longo da vida, e é uma honra poder chamar para compor a mesa o ministro do Supremo Tribunal Federal, Luiz Fux, jurista de notável trajetória, ex-presidente do STF, profundo conhecedor das questões constitucionais que envolvem o sistema tributário brasileiro. Seja muito bem-vindo, ministro. Bom, dando seguimento, eu chamo para compor a mesa também Andréia Barreto, procuradora da Advocacia da Fazenda Nacional. Por favor, Andréia, nos dê a honra também. Convido agora o advogado Luiz Gustavo Bichara, advogado da Bichara Advogados, com mais de 30 anos de experiência na área tributária. Bichara, venha compor conosco a mesa. Bom, nossa lista é um pouquinho extensa. Agora, por favor, Mendel Macedo, advogado tributarista, formado pelo Uniceob, especialista na reforma tributária, com especialização pelo IBET. Por favor, Mendel, acompanha conosco a mesa. Now I call for teacher Professor Victoria Perry, professor at the Georgetown Law Graduate Tax Program, former Deputy Director of the Fiscal Affairs Department of the International Monetary Fund. She spent 2022 as a visiting professor of taxes at Oxford University. Well, at least, but não menos importante, mas muito importante, para compor a mesa conosco, Robson Maia, vice-presidente do Instituto do IBET, desculpa, fiquei um pouquinho nervosa, do Instituto... Para dar início ao nosso debate, iniciaremos pelo ministro Fux.
Muito boa tarde a todas. Tudo bem? Muito boa tarde a todas e a todos. Queria saudá-los na pessoa do professor Amit. Gostaria de saudá-los na pessoa da professora Victoria Perry, aqui conosco. E dizer que esse é um tema extremamente instigante. Eu falava em tom de ironia que tudo que se sabe sobre a reforma tributária é que ninguém sabe nada sobre a reforma tributária. É muito novo o tema, mas ele é extremamente interessante nessa imbricação entre a reforma tributária e o federalismo fiscal. Eu sou carioca e não gosto de equiparar as coisas ruins com as coisas que eu gosto. Então, como bom carioca, eu adoro o carnaval. Só que, no caso específico, esse painel me faz rememorar uma obra de 4 decênios, que é a obra do professor Alfredo Augusto Becker, sobre o carnaval tributário. O carnaval tributário, na verdade, significava exatamente essa disfuncionalidade do sistema tributário nacional. Nós tínhamos excesso de tributos, excesso de alíquotas, excesso de legislação, enfim, tudo que levava a uma grande insegurança jurídica. O professor Mauro Capelletti sempre afirmava que a orgia legislativa ela gerava insegurança jurídica e deslegitimava a autoridade da lei. O Brasil, um movimento pendular, ora centralizava na União o poder arrecadatório e ora descentralizava. Numa hora, a Constituição de 88, ela veio para estabelecer essa descentralização, que basicamente significa que a União recolhe seus impostos, mas as unidades subnacionais também têm competência legislativa tributária. Isso, num primeiro momento, é excelente. Só que, porque as entidades subnacionais elas precisam subvencionar os seus interesses, suas necessidades, são de impostos. Elas precisam legislar sobre eles. Só que a nossa Constituição é muito invasiva, estabelece bases tributárias, como não acontece em Constituição nenhuma, nem na alemã, na italiana, na espanhola. Ela confere a competência tributária, mas não estabelece as bases tributárias. E isso gera um problema de invasões de competência. E quando adveio a Constituição de 88, ela prometeu que haveria uma lei reguladora das competências tributárias, que é uma lei, quer dizer, uma lei que nós estamos em 2025, uma promessa feita em 1988, e até hoje não surgiu nenhum efeito, porque essa lei não foi editada. O professor Barbosa Moreira, ele, em tom de braga, assim, na turma, dizia uma portaria nem é bom citar num momento, mas vou citar porque é o que me veio à mente. Uma portaria do INSS entra em vigor imediatamente. Um ofício do Banco Central, uma recomendação da Fazenda Nacional entra em vigor. E a Constituição Federal de 88 está para entrar em vigor até hoje, porque prometeu essa lei e essa lei não veio. E isso acabou efetivamente gerando conflitos de competência tributária e, a fortiori, uma judicialização predatória muito grande, porque o Supremo Tribunal Federal, aqui foi dito, não foi, na verdade, foi num congresso anterior, anteontem, mais ou menos quase 50% do movimento da litigiosidade no Brasil, ela é tributada à área do direito tributário, coincidentemente. De sorte que a reforma tributária ela veio exatamente no afã de resolver esses problemas. Excesso de legislação, excesso de tributos. Certa feita, verificou-se que nós tínhamos mais de 5.000 regramentos para o ISS, inúmeras leis sobre PIS, COFINS, IPI, ICMS, e o Supremo Tribunal Federal é instado a decidir todas essas questões sem prejuízo de que essa litigiosidade se inicia lá na origem. As execuções fiscais, elas hoje são responsáveis por 70% do movimento tributário e do movimento judicial nessa área. Bom, a reforma tributária ela vem exatamente com o escopo de resolver essas questões. Ela transforma os tributos federais, o PIS, COFINS e o IPI, num tributo só, né? Num tributo com alíquota única nacional, que é a contribuição sobre bens e serviços. E, com relação aos estados e municípios, ela procura essa reforma também unificar os tributos. Então, de inúmeros tributos, nós teremos só 2, que é o tributo sobre os bens e serviços, o IBS, não é? Que já é uma tributação que vai ficar entre os estados e os municípios. De toda maneira, vai ter uma arrecadação única que um comitê vai fazer essa distribuição. Por outro lado, no meu modo de ver, com essa criação de um tributo único para estados e municípios com alíquota única, nós vamos terminar com o problema da guerra fiscal. Por outro lado, a reforma tributária também promete creditamento, o que vai gerar, evidentemente, um acréscimo de produtos, serviços, empregos, tributação, enfim, tudo que há de melhor. É o que se está apresentando com a reforma tributária. Então, acaba com a guerra fiscal, ela permite o creditamento, alguns aspectos muito importantes, eu vou citar todos, e também ela erige, seguindo uma tendência de 170 países, do princípio do destino. Vai se pagar o imposto no destino onde efetivamente se presta o serviço, onde efetivamente circulam os bens, onde efetivamente ocorre a operação concreta prevista pela reforma tributária. Isso é muito importante, porque evita aquelas etapas intermediárias onde havia, inclusive, emissões de notas frias. Então, ela acaba com a sonegação fiscal, uma estratégia louvável, né, do poder público brasileiro, e, na verdade, nós só temos aí grandes iniciativas, mas sem considerarmos isso na essência, porque o importante é nós falarmos bem e não falarmos mal, para ter otimismo de que essa reforma vai dar certo, mas, na verdade, são 500 artigos. Nós sabemos que não há o cumprimento espontâneo do direito, haverá descumprimento espontâneo do direito. E aí nós nos deparamos com um fenômeno que vai se repetir. Como se adota o princípio do destino, o imposto vai ser pago no destino. Bom, no Brasil, que é uma república federativa, e ela é uma federação porque ela é composta pela união indissolúvel dos estados, é importante num país que promete erradicação das desigualdades, tem de haver realmente uma federação com a união dos estados para um ajudar o outro. Eu, por exemplo, eu gostei dos exemplos que foram citados aqui na questão do transporte, mas eu, por exemplo, num dado momento em que houve uma seca, a reserva do Rio Cantareira, eu pude reunir, à luz dessa solidariedade, dessa união indissolúvel dos estados, o estado de São Paulo, o estado de Minas, o estado do Rio, e eles fizeram ali uma estratégia na bacia geográfica que eliminou o problema da falta de água, daquela reserva, aquele nível morto, né, do Rio Cantareira. Então, esse federalismo e esse princípio, esse federalismo fiscal, que agora, com essa unificação, melhora muitíssimo, mas com esse princípio do destino, nós temos que levar em consideração que o Brasil tem 5.000 municípios, 26 estados e o Distrito Federal. Isso significa dizer que essas controvérsias podem efetivamente surgir em 5.000 municípios. Então, são ações propostas em 5.000 lugares. São ações propostas em 27 unidades subnacionais. E aqui, hoje nós verificamos, inclusive na fala belíssima, isso é uma redundância do meu querido amigo e colega de tribunal, Luiz Roberto Barroso, que hoje um dos grandes valores que se reclama é a segurança jurídica. Porque a segurança jurídica, acima de tudo, ela conjura o risco Brasil. Ora, se nós precisamos de segurança jurídica, nós podemos imaginar uma judicialização desenfreada em 5.000 municípios e 27 estados. Então, é preciso que haja uma uniformidade das decisões judiciais para que não haja uma jurisprudência lotérica, uma no município, outra no outro município, uma no estado, outra no outro estado. Essa parece ser a questão mais perturbadora dessa reforma tributária. Então, como a minha formação é uma formação diretamente ligada ao direito processual, como mencionou o ministro Barroso, eu tive a oportunidade de presidir uma comissão de elaboração de um novo Código de Processo Civil, que eu já descobri que eles chamam de Código Fux, porque onde tiver defeito, é do Fux. É do Fux, o Código Fux. Só que foi uma comissão. E aí eu me recordo que realmente, se você denomina um só, o defeito é dele. Mas quando você tem uma comissão, todo mundo discute. E eu nunca me esqueço do recado que me deu o querido, saudoso professor Barbosa Moreira. Quando eu fui indicado para essa comissão, evidentemente, é um ícone do processo, ranqueado mundialmente. Eu falei, professor, eu não posso aceitar essa tarefa de presidir uma comissão sem que o senhor seja o presidente de honra. E ele era muito amigo, eu não era assistente dele, ele tinha um assistente, mas eu fazia parte da congregação. Ele disse, Luiz, eu não tenho... Eu sou Fux, todo mundo conhece Fux, mas o meu prenome é Luiz, eu tenho que... E ele dizia, Luiz, eu não tenho como ajudar, porque eu não tenho mais paciência para isso, enfim, eu vou te ajudar assim, sem ostensividade, mas eu peço a você que tenha muito cuidado com uma comissão. Mas falei, por quê, professor? Ele falou, uma comissão de juristas, todo mundo vai dar opinião. Então, eu vou te dizer, por exemplo, algo coloquial. O camelo é um cavalo feito por uma comissão, para mostrar quantas opiniões levam a uma distorção. Então, eu tive a oportunidade de participar desse Código de Processo Civil, código que eu tive o auxílio maravilhoso de uma mulher que se destaca no universo feminino, que é a Tereza Rudolvin, e nesse código nós criamos várias figuras e vários institutos que antes eram muito originários do direito romano-germânico, mas agora eles são originários do direito anglo-saxônico. Então, nós que durante muitos anos éramos uma família da civil law, família baseada na justiça e na moral, hoje nós temos uma influência magnífica do sistema da common law, porque hoje nós temos assim as balizas da justiça e da razão, ou seja, nós temos de adotar soluções iguais para teses iguais, porque se a lei é igual para todos, a jurisprudência hoje, que é fonte formal do direito, ela tem que ser igual para todos, daí a cultura do precedente judicial. É claro que o nosso precedente não é igual ao precedente norte-americano, até porque nós não fizemos um Código de Processo Civil para a América, fizemos um Código de Processo Civil para o Brasil. Daí o nosso precedente, basicamente, ele é a fixação de uma tese jurídica que vale para todo o território nacional para evitar litigiosidade, para evitar erro dos juízes, para criar algo que seja conducente até a conciliação. Então, veja o seguinte, aqui nos Estados Unidos, por exemplo, na cidade de Delaware, a jurisprudência ela é tão pacífica que a revista Forbes noticia que as 500 maiores corporações do mundo estão sediadas lá, porque sabem o que podem e o que não podem fazer. Então, no Brasil, o nível de litigiosidade entre as empresas é de 96%, lá é de 2%. Em Maryland, você entra em Maryland, tem uma placa, We are open to business. Pode entrar que vai fazer bom negócio, porque a jurisprudência é estável, o Estado decide, o Estado decide, que eles mencionam. Então, nós estamos adotando também isso. Então, nessa questão da reforma tributária, das questões tributárias, com tantas possibilidades de surgirem conflitos tributários, de invasões de competência, de interpretações diversas, é muito importante que nós possamos dar valor aos precedentes judiciários. Por outro lado, todos nós sabemos que o imposto vem a ser, esses impostos criados, eles são considerados duais, tem interesse da União, tem interesse dos estados, dos municípios, porque, na verdade, um federalismo fiscal, as entidades subnacionais também participam não só da arrecadação, mas também do rateio. Elas precisam também do rateio. E isso vai ficar, digamos assim, a cargo de um comitê. Então, é preciso orientar esse comitê. Aí dizem muito, bom, haverá novamente uma judicialização predatória, uma litigiosidade desenfreada, porque imaginem causas movidas nesses municípios todos. Surgem ideias nesse primeiro momento. Em primeiro lugar, formar sempre um litisconsórcio, Bichara e procuradora, entre estados e União com competência da Justiça Federal. Acho que aí é um arranhão à Constituição, porque a Constituição prevê autonomia judiciária dos estados, que têm os seus tribunais. Surge a ideia da utilização do incidente de resolução de demandas repetitivas, o IRDR. Mas o IRDR ele vai gerar também a necessidade de ações individuais para que se possa utilizar o IRDR. A professora Maria Regina, que participou de um grupo que eu procurei sugerir ao Senado Federal sobre o processo tributário. E ela sugere que se rompa essa regra de que o poder público não pode participar de arbitragem. Isso é algo, é um mito isso, porque há interesses que podem ser passíveis de arbitragem. E eu venho aqui trazer uma ideia própria para acrescentar ao debate. No sistema processual, nós criamos um incidente de assunção de competência. O incidente de assunção de competência é mutatis mutandis, uma avocatória para levar direto para o Supremo. Então, a minha sugestão, a minha ideia, é de que, surgindo um litígio que possa ter repercussão em todo o território nacional, que nós possamos incluir na lei um instituto de assunção de competência com regime especial, não precisa ter recurso, não precisa ter nada. Surgiu o litígio, nós sobrestamos todo o resto por 3 meses, e esse litígio vai direto para o Supremo Tribunal Federal. Ele, nesse prazo reduzido, é julgado pelo Supremo Tribunal Federal, e essa tese se introjeta para todas as entidades subnacionais. E aí, então, em primeiro lugar, teremos uma decisão erga omnes, teremos uma decisão, e esse incidente de assunção da competência pode ser suscitado de ofício pelo juiz, pelo Ministério Público, pela Fazenda, pelas partes, como se dissesse assim, olha, nós vamos ter esse problema em todo o território nacional. Então, para tudo, vamos suscitar esse incidente, independentemente de recurso, direto para o Supremo. O Supremo Tribunal Federal vai pacificar essa questão. Claro, serão várias questões, mas vai pacificar essa questão e essa vai ficar resolvida sobre o CBS e o IBS. Ou seja, esses tributos que vão substituir PIS, COFINS, IPI, ICMS e ISS. Em segundo lugar, não vai impedir uma ação declaratória de inconstitucionalidade ou controle concentrado de constitucionalidade. E terá efeito erga omnes. Então, é claro, isso precisa ser estudado sob o ângulo processual, mas é preciso desmistificar, não pode fazer uma interpretação literal. O Código prevê que o incidente só pode ser suscitado se houver ação, recurso de apelação, recurso de... Aí realmente não vai adiantar nada. Porque até julgar isso, eu sei que as pessoas estão fetiches tremendo pelo Supremo Tribunal Federal. Os senhores advogados devem sofrer muito, porque o cliente pergunta quando é que a minha causa vai para o Supremo? Eles não sabem quando que volta. Por quê? Porque nós somos 11 ministros fazendo, às vezes, de 20 mil juízes. É algo hercúleo, né? E o nome dos recursos também é muito sedutor, né? A parte pede, o que nós vamos fazer agora? Eu assisti um diálogo de um grande advogado do Rio de Janeiro que nasceram numa cidade do Espírito Santo, longe, e que tinha muitos clientes lá. E aqui, me desculpa, eu vou usar o nome que eu me lembro daquela senhora cliente que ligou para ele e eu lhe dizia para ela, dona Matilde, se eu ganhasse todas as causas, tinha uma fila aí do Espírito Santo até o meu escritório na Rio Branco. Aí ela, como todo cliente pessimista, falou assim, e se a gente perder, o que vai fazer agora? Não, agora nós temos uma apelação. Aí, pessimista, e se a gente perder a apelação? Tem um recurso especial. Ah, recurso especial eu quero. Aí vai que diz que tem extraordinário. Não, esse eu não abro mão. Ainda pergunta se vai ter fantástico. Porque quer saber, vai esgotar os tribunais. Então, o incidente de assunção de competência, ele corta esse caminho. Surgiu o litígio. É de nível nacional, incidente de assunção da competência. Supremo julga com eficácia erga omnes para todo o território nacional, até porque as leis serão nacionais, e isso, vamos dizer assim, pacifica e, ao mesmo tempo, ele concede aquilo que hoje é a maior aspiração do Brasil para efeito do ranking doing business em Brasil. Porque o professor Simeon Jenkins, da análise econômica do direito, ele assenta que um país que não garante segurança jurídica, ele é conjurado do ranking doing business. Então, nós temos que garantir segurança jurídica. E o precedente, derivado do Instituto de Assunção da Competência, vai gerar segurança jurídica, isonomia, porque todos são iguais perante a lei, vão ser iguais também perante a jurisprudência e dará a certeza necessária. E como eu estou muito lisonjeado por esse convite, eu queria, digamos assim, brindar esse auditório que já está recebendo um pool da inteligência jurídica aqui dos Estados Unidos, professora minha, professora Vitória, e dizer que é muito importante que nós tenhamos, até na vida da gente, certeza e previsibilidade. Por falar em certeza, eu fui aluno do Colégio Público Pedro II, um excelente colégio, e que venceu o paradoxo de que quem estuda em colégio público não vai para a universidade pública. E eu estudei na minha querida UERJ. Então, eu me lembro que o meu professor de literatura falava muito sobre certeza. Quando a gente fala de previsibilidade, segurança jurídica, ele está falando sobre certeza. No último seminário, eu participei com o Bichara, querido amigo, ele citou um aspecto lúdico muito interessante, que foi do psicanalista Luiz Alberto Pia. Mas eu descobri, Bichara, um outro interessante. O Luiz Alberto Pia dizia o seguinte: a certeza enlouquece as pessoas. Porque eu trabalhei no manicômio e as pessoas tinham certeza de coisas loucas. Então, ele chegou à conclusão de que a certeza enlouquece. Mas, assistindo aqui uma passagem do Ariano Suassuna, eu achei incrível isso. Ele disse que trabalhava também numa casa de pessoas com, infelizmente, deficiência, dessas assim, como a lei de introdução ao Código Civil, juridicamente chamava loucos de todo gênero, e passa um por eles assim: o senhor não vai bater continência para mim? Ele disse: por que eu vou bater continência? Não, eu sou o imperador Napoleão. Aí chegou um outro e ele perguntou a mesma coisa: você não vai bater continência para mim? Eu sou o imperador Napoleão. Aí ele falou assim: quem te nomeou? Aí ele falou assim: Deus. Ele falou: eu? Então, é uma versão dessa. E o lado lúdico da certeza, que eu achei incrível hoje de manhã, que eu procurei alguma coisa para saudá-los com essa tolerância tão benevolente, está no encontro marcado do Fernando Sabino. E é por isso que eu digo que nós temos que perseverar, procuradora, nessa reforma tributária. Nós temos que lutar, sabendo que nós vamos ter muitas interrupções, né? Então, diz o Fernando Sabino, nós temos que ter a certeza de que nós estamos só começando. A certeza de que nós vamos continuar. E a certeza de que nós seremos interrompidos antes de terminar. Mas o mais importante é que nós façamos da interrupção um caminho novo, da queda um passo de dança, do medo uma escada, do sonho uma ponte e da procura um encontro. Muito obrigado pela atenção que me dispensei.
Dando seguimento ao painel, nós iremos escutar agora a Procuradora da Fazenda Nacional, que abordará um outro foco da reforma, que será os pilares estruturantes da reforma e a harmonização dos tributos.
Olá, boa tarde. É uma honra enorme estar aqui representando a Procuradoria-Geral da Fazenda Nacional. Quero cumprimentar a mesa aqui na pessoa do excelentíssimo senhor ministro Luiz Fux, da professora Vitória Perry. Quero cumprimentar também a organização do evento, na pessoa da Daniele Neco. E eu vou trazer aqui umas breves linhas, né, sobre os pilares estruturantes da reforma. Quero falar também sobre o papel da Procuradoria-Geral da Fazenda nessa grande transformação tributária e também falar um pouco sobre os impactos disso no federalismo, no federalismo cooperativo no Brasil. Bom, eu vou começar pelo papel da Procuradoria-Geral da Fazenda Nacional. Quando se trata de propostas de normas em matéria tributária, a Procuradoria da Fazenda Nacional ela atua em dois principais momentos. Primeiro, numa fase preliminar de assessoramento jurídico para ajudar a construir o texto quando ele é de iniciativa do Poder Executivo, como foi o caso da Lei Complementar 214 de 2025. E depois, em um segundo momento, elaborando pareceres formais, tudo do ponto de vista da juridicidade, análise de legalidade, constitucionalidade, e também no momento da sanção e veto pelo presidente da República, também conta com o parecer formal da Procuradoria. Tudo do ponto de vista da juridicidade. E, dito isso, queria esclarecer que a Emenda Constitucional 132, que foi o veículo normativo que instituiu a reforma tributária no Brasil, foi de iniciativa do Poder Legislativo. E o rito legislativo das propostas de emendas constitucionais, quando são de iniciativa exclusiva do Poder Legislativo, não conta com assinatura do Presidente da República e, nesse caso, não contou com o assessoramento jurídico e parecer da Procuradoria-Geral da Fazenda Nacional. Mas, no caso da Lei Complementar 214 de 2025, que é a lei que implementa o Imposto sobre Bens e Serviços, a Contribuição sobre Bens e Serviços e o Imposto Seletivo, que a gente vai falar um pouquinho mais a seguir, nesse caso passou, sim, pela assessoria, pela contribuição da Procuradoria-Geral da Fazenda Nacional, do ponto de vista do controle de legalidade, constitucionalidade e mapeamento de eventuais riscos jurídicos. Já adentrando em si na reforma e os seus preceitos, fundamentos constitucionais, a reforma tributária do consumo no Brasil, ela deve ser vista como a busca pelo equilíbrio entre a inovação e também a fidelidade sempre à Constituição Federal. E é dentro do marco de federalismo, do pacto federativo, dignidade da pessoa humana e construção de uma sociedade mais justa e solidária, que toda a interpretação e implementação da reforma deve ser pensada. E aqui eu quero chamar a atenção, porque toda e qualquer reflexão que venhamos a fazer aqui sobre a reforma, ela tem que ter em mente que os limites, os contornos de tudo que a gente vai discutir tem que estar na Constituição, na Emenda Constitucional 132 também. Então, a Lei Complementar 214 de 2025, muito recente, ela institui o IBS, que é o Imposto sobre Bens e Serviços de competência dos estados e dos municípios, a contribuição sobre bens e serviços de competência federal e também o imposto seletivo. A CBS e o IBS, eles vêm substituir 5 tributos. Atualmente, no Brasil, nós temos 5 tributos sobre o consumo que serão substituídos por esses 2. PIS, COFINS, IOF Seguros, ICMS e ISS, implantando um IVA dual, muito alinhado às práticas internacionais. Caso do IPI, o IPI, que é o Imposto sobre Produtos Industrializados, ele vai ser reduzido a zero na grande maioria das operações, mas ele ainda vai existir em alguns casos, principalmente quando houver competição com os produtos da Zona Franca de Manaus. Esse é um tema que já dá para a gente depois fazer aqui uma outra conversa sobre o IPI. E o imposto seletivo também. O imposto seletivo, por sua vez, ele vai ter um caráter regulatório e ele vai ser destinado a desestimular o consumo de bens e serviços tidos como prejudiciais à saúde. Bom, a elaboração e a discussão da Lei Complementar 214, ela foi fruto de um esforço grandioso entre União, estados e municípios. Isso já foi um grande marco em relação ao federalismo, uma coisa nunca antes vista. Foram 309 profissionais das 3 esferas federativas envolvidas, mais de 330 reuniões e mais de 70 instituições ouvidas no processo de elaboração da reforma. Depois, quando foi para o poder legislativo, houve novo poder, a riqueza da democracia, muitas instituições ouvidas. E eu estou trazendo esse panorama para dizer que a Lei Complementar 214, que agora já foi aprovada pelo Congresso, ela representa, então, uma nova etapa no federalismo do Brasil. Ela, hoje, para dar um panorama, nós temos estados, municípios e União, cada um com a sua legislação para os tributos de sua competência. Cada um interpreta e aplica essa legislação à sua própria maneira. E cada um tem também o seu procedimento administrativo fiscal, aquele procedimento ainda administrativo, um contencioso administrativo, antes de ir para o judiciário, onde tudo é resolvido, excelentíssimo ministro. Então, a reforma do consumo, da tributação do consumo no Brasil, ela vai trazer uma única legislação para ser aplicada em todo o país. Traz também a previsão de instâncias destinadas, voltadas a harmonizar a interpretação por todos os entes. Porque quando a Receita Federal for aplicar uma lei, às vezes a lei tem um espaço para interpretação. Isso precisa ser harmonizado entre estados, municípios e União. Eles têm que aplicar a lei da mesma forma. E também prevê um contencioso administrativo específico para estados e municípios, ali no âmbito do Comitê Gestor do IBS. Nós temos agora em trâmite no Brasil uma outra lei complementar, o projeto de lei complementar 108, e há uma expectativa de que nesse projeto de lei complementar venha uma instância capaz de uniformizar a jurisprudência administrativa. Então, nós temos também um desafio ainda e a expectativa disso ser solucionado no projeto de lei complementar atualmente em votação no Congresso, porque também temos o contencioso administrativo lá. Em relação à harmonização da interpretação, dos entendimentos, dos fiscos, a Lei Complementar 214, já em vigor, tem a previsão de um comitê de harmonização, que vai dizer para a Receita Federal, para secretarias de Fazenda estaduais, como que elas vão aplicar a lei, como é que vai ser a interpretação. Então, esse era um panorama. E aí eu vou ter que correr, porque acho que eu tenho menos tempo. Vou falar rapidamente. E aí eu destaquei alguns pilares estruturantes para compartilhar com vocês. Não vai dar tempo de falar todos, mas eu vou selecionar aqui os principais. Primeiro, a autonomia dos entes federativos. Pilar, né, importantíssimo, que ele vai estar garantido no dispositivo que permite que cada ente defina a sua própria alíquota. O TCU, que é o Tribunal de Contas, ele vai calcular a alíquota de referência. O que é a alíquota de referência? Olha, essa alíquota garante para você, município de São Paulo, a sua arrecadação atual. Se você aplicar essa alíquota, a sua arrecadação vai continuar a mesma. Mas o município de São Paulo pode falar, eu quero uma outra alíquota menor. Está no direito dele, sabendo que possivelmente ele vai ter uma redução na sua arrecadação ao adotar uma outra alíquota. Eu vou ter que selecionar alguns dos meus pilares aqui. Vedação à concessão de benefícios fiscais não autorizados pelo texto constitucional. Eu quero chamar a atenção para a grandiosidade dessa previsão. Uma diferença enorme em relação à realidade atual do sistema brasileiro tributário, em que há uma liberdade muito maior para a concessão de tratamentos tributários diferenciados. Agora, só serão admitidos benefícios fiscais expressamente previstos no texto constitucional. Simetria de tratamento entre IBS e CBS, lembrando da necessidade de harmonização de entendimentos. E aí eu vou aqui direto para que é a simplificação legislativa, que está muito relacionado com o que o ministro Fux destacou aqui. Atualmente, então, no Brasil, temos 5 tributos sobre o consumo. No caso do PIS/COFINS, que é da área federal, só no PIS/COFINS temos 27 alíquotas diferentes. E 107 dispositivos espalhados pela legislação prevendo alíquota zero. para as mais diversas hipóteses. Vamos revogar tudo isso. Teremos, só na área federal, 535 artigos revogados em 76 leis. Teremos também 27 regulamentos do ICMS revogados, com centenas de artigos e milhares de regulamentos, legislações municipais, como o ministro bem mencionou, relacionados ao ICMS. Tudo isso exemplifica como o atual sistema da tributação do consumo no Brasil pode, sim, ser um ambiente confuso para negócio, mas o Brasil está caminhando para deixar esse sistema muito mais uniforme, muito mais simples. Claro que desafios virão, e eu fiquei muito animado com o poema aqui que o senhor trouxe, Excelência. Então, eu trouxe, esses eram os pontos que eu queria. Quero agradecer muito a oportunidade. A reforma, ela não é só uma mudança legislativa, ela é uma nova etapa no Pacto Federativo do Brasil, e ela também é uma nova era em termos de segurança jurídica. E a Procuradoria-Geral da Fazenda Nacional, ela se orgulha de fazer parte dessa transformação, sempre com compromisso com o interesse público, a técnica e a Constituição Federal. Eu agradeço muito a oportunidade. Até mais.
Muito obrigada, Andréia. Agora eu passo a palavra ao Bichara, que trará os desafios da transição sobre a ótica dos contribuintes.
Boa tarde a todos. Eu gostaria de saudar a mesa na pessoa do ministro Luiz Fux, já parabenizando o ministro pela sua verdadeira aula magna, mas que atende, inclusive, o princípio da não surpresa, porque não é surpresa para ninguém a palestra magna de Vossa Excelência. Saudar também a mesa na pessoa da minha querida Dani, nossa presidente. Dani, eu estou constrangido, está em pé. Você quer sentar aqui, eu juro? Estou preocupado. Queria saudar a audiência na presença do ministro André Mendonça, cuja presença aqui entre nós muito me honra e regozija. E eu vou me valer dessa aula magna do ministro Fux e das considerações da professora Andréa, que já deu um perfil geral da reforma, e tocar diretamente em pontos que eu reputo polêmicos relativos à transição, já que o nosso tema aqui é a implementação. Eu acho que a transição ela tem pontos que não estão sendo corretamente aquilatados pelos contribuintes, pela sociedade, pelo mundo tributário em geral, e eu quero destacar aqui rapidamente alguns deles, só lembrando aos colegas que a gente tem uma transição que vai até 2034, Então, um pequeno slide ali, Dani, se você puder dar pode passar até o final já, só para contextualizar, eventualmente, inclusive os nossos colegas americanos, nós temos uma transição longa, Em 2026, os tributos novos, referidos pelo ministro Fux, pela Andréa, eles entram com uma alíquota teste de 1%, e mais recentemente, inclusive, essa alíquota foi dispensada e vão ficar só as obrigações acessórias para o contribuinte cumprir. Aí, em 2027, vem a transição federal. Muito em resumo, acaba o PIS e COFINS, surge a CBS. Em 2029, começa a transição estadual e federal, à razão de 20% por ano. Então, só para dar um exemplo, quando a gente chegar ali em 2025, o contribuinte vai ter um tributo federal novo, 80% do tributo velho e 20% do tributo novo a pagar. O que eu quero dizer vai simplificar, mas vai demorar, porque até realmente simplificar, vai complicar um pouco mais. O contribuinte vai ter que apurar os tributos que ele apura hoje e os tributos novos, Agora, dentro dessa transição toda, eu acho que há 5 ou 6 pontos que eu gostaria de tentar destacar rapidamente. O primeiro deles é a alíquota, Esse tema da alíquota, ele ganhou de rua, A minha mãe, que é dona de casa, quer opinar na alíquota do IVA. Eu queria dizer o seguinte, esse debate, isso é uma bobagem, isso é um falso dilema. Por quê? Porque ninguém sabe qual é a alíquota, nem ninguém saberá. Porque não existe uma alíquota, existem 3 alíquotas, Uma federal, uma estadual e uma municipal, em decorrência desse sistema de IVA dual, que é o que me consta, só existe no Canadá e na Índia, que é um sistema evidentemente mais complexo e que foi no Brasil adotado em razão de desconfiança legislativa, porque estados e municípios não querem que a União arrecade o seu tributo, porque cachorro mordido de cobra tem medo de linguiça, Então, os Estados Unidos dizem, eu quero o tributo para mim, eu não quero que fique com a União. Agora, imagina o tradutor nessa momento, coitado, tá? Deixei ele numa situação difícil. Mas o fato é que esse modelo adotado, ele inequivocamente, ele complica o sistema. Então, essa questão da segurança jurídica, que não tenho dúvida, concordo com o doutor André, que o sistema vai melhorar, nós vamos ter mais segurança jurídica, vai simplificar. Agora, chega no Brasil, o investidor pergunta, qual é o tributo que eu tenho para pagar em 2030? Ninguém sabe. Porque nós fizemos uma reforma toda, mas ninguém sabe qual é a alíquota. E volta a insistir, ninguém sabe, nem ninguém saberá até nós chegarmos naquele dia, porque cada ente será livre para fixar a sua própria alíquota, né? Então, esse acho que é um ponto importante para a gente ter em mente, porque nós estamos completamente no escuro, né? E você já pode imaginar que não vai ser fácil entender também a carga tributária, considerando os tributos antigos e os novos, né? Porque o contribuinte vai ter que dar conta dos antigos e dos novos e tentar fazer a conta no meio da transição. Um segundo ponto, que eu acho que é bastante importante e frequentemente tem sido menosprezado, é o da transição em si. Porque eu não tenho dúvida que o sistema que está sendo proposto é um sistema ótimo. Só que nós não estamos fundando um país do zero. O Brasil está funcionando, tem tributo hoje devido, então, os contratos todos estão submetidos àquele regramento tributário. E aí nós vamos para um sistema novo. Um sistema novo que, não há dúvida, trará uma carga fiscal muito alta para os contribuintes. O que eu quero dizer com isso? É que esse tributo novo, não cumulativo, ele será cobrado por fora nos contratos, ao contrário dos tributos de hoje, que vem por dentro, que vem como formação de preço. Então, na transição, nós chegamos lá em 2033, acabou a transição, ministro. Aí vem o contribuinte e vai dizer, não, eu estou cobrando aqui o preço do meu contrato, mais o IVA novo, 27% ou 28%. O que é que vai fazer o seu contratante? Vai dizer, não, eu não vou te pagar esse tributo, porque isso não estava no nosso contrato. Essa é uma alternativa. Segunda alternativa é, não, tá bom, eu vou te pagar o tributo, mas eu vou pagar o tributo novo menos o velho, porque esse tributo novo ele é substitutivo do antigo. Aí tem uma outra derivada, é que essa parte poderá dizer, não, mas o tributo antigo era preço, não é tributo. E está dito no nosso contrato, você tem que pagar o preço. Então eu vou pagar o preço mais o tributo novo. Isso vai gerar uma confusão. Assim, e não é preciso ser muito inteligente para prever que vai gerar contencioso. Porque, no fundo, essa vai virar uma questão comercial, né? Que tributo novo poderá ser cobrado na vigência da reforma? E é um detalhe curioso para ajudar na interpretação histórica do fenômeno. Havia uma emenda, que eu tive a oportunidade de trabalhar na redação dela, Robson, dizendo textualmente, para tentar pacificar esse problema, que o tributo novo seria obrigatoriamente repassado. E aí o que aconteceu? Essa emenda foi rejeitada. Essa emenda foi rejeitada e prevaleceu o texto prevendo a autonomia da vontade dos particulares, quer dizer, os contribuintes que se virem, né? O repasse automático foi aceito apenas para os entes públicos. Esse é um ponto que me parece bastante preocupante e tem sido frequentemente, eu acho, menosprezado, porque ele é um tema do mundo real. A gente fica velho, só tem defeito, dói as costas, dói o joelho, mas a gente se lembra do que aconteceu, né? Então, quem é mais velho se lembra que lá no início da década de 2000, quando virou o PIS/COFINS, passou a ser não cumulativo, aconteceu exatamente essa confusão. E qual foi a solução do legislador? Que me pareceu, naquele momento, uma solução inteligente. O legislador fez uma segregação entre os contratos antigos. Então, os contratos celebrados sob o regramento normativo anterior ficariam preservados do tributo novo. Tudo bem, não é o ideal, tem uma discussão sobre o aditamento, mas pelo menos evita essa confusão. Então, o que eu quero lhes dizer é que essa confusão vai existir, porque ninguém sabe como será a transição. Eu tenho a impressão que a professora Vitória vai nos brindar com uma exposição de como foi a transição nos outros países, no Canadá, na Índia, mas pelo que eu estudei, não houve essa demora. Primeiro que a reforma tributária na Índia ficou em discussão 17 anos, né? Embora a gente tenha aqui uma certa convicção inata sobre a superioridade ocidental, nós precisamos olhar para lá, porque esse é um país que fez uma reforma há mais ou menos pouco tempo e é um país que tem 3 níveis de federação, tal qual o nosso. Só que lá ficaram discutindo a norma há 17 anos. E aqui nós ficamos discutindo a norma muito menos tempo do que isso. E embora a professora André tenha feito referência a esse processo super democrático, eu vou pedir a maior vênia para discordar aqui, doutor André, que é o seguinte, essa reforma ela foi gerada por burocratas do Estado. né? Não tinha contribuinte lá, opinando, lá na comissão. Teve audiência pública, eu fui a muitas delas, mas me perdoe, aquilo ali, o governo atropelou e voltou o que quis. E imaginar que alguém lá estava preocupado com o contribuinte e imaginar que em dezembro vai ter passeata de peru em defesa do Natal, né? Não haverá. Então, essa é uma reforma marcadamente, isso precisa ser dito, marcadamente timbrada pelo interesse do fisco, né? 27 governadores e a União se reúnem e acham uma reforma boa. Não pode ser boa para o contribuinte, ministro Fux, né? Não tem como assim, então... Não, então, assim, vamos ficar de olho só, porque, assim, de novo, eu não sou contra a reforma, não. Uma boa parte dos tributários é contra a reforma e eu acho que essa turma tem uma perspectiva ludista do fenômeno, né? Acho que a reforma é boa. Nós estamos indo para o IVA, um imposto que funciona bem mais ou menos no mundo inteiro. Então, não tenho dúvida que vai melhorar o sistema. Agora, não dá para ser também vaca de presépio e achar que não tem nenhum defeito a reforma, porque, sim, ela... Já, 2 minutos... Se eu estudasse agora da relatividade do tempo, quando eu estou na esteira, eu olho para o relógio, eu estou aqui há meia hora, eu olho, passou 5 minutos. Eu estou falando aqui, acabei de começar, já vim 2 minutos, passa mais rápido aqui. Né? Mas então, assim, eu acho que tem outros problemas, eu não vou conseguir abordá-los. Mas um outro que eu acho fundamental, que também tem sido frequentemente menosprezado na análise do tema, é o efeito do combate à guerra fiscal. Claro que eu não estou defendendo aqui a guerra fiscal, mas o que eu quero dizer é o seguinte: o Brasil tem muito desenvolvimento regional à custa de industrialização do Nordeste, do Centro-Oeste, que, é claro, é feita via benefício fiscal. Só para deixar claro aqui para os colegas, especialmente para os colegas americanos, nós estamos acabando com essa possibilidade de incentivos fiscais regionais no Brasil. Então, o que eu quero dizer é, as montadoras, senador Marcos, vão ficar no Nordeste sem benefício fiscal? O polo farmacêutico vai ficar em Goiás sem benefício fiscal? Ou vai todo mundo embora lá para perto do seu mercado consumidor, também conhecido como São Paulo? É claro que vai, né? Então, nós vamos ter um efeito federativo importante nisso. De novo, claro que eu não estou defendendo a guerra fiscal, não é disso que se trata. Agora, nós precisamos entender que, muito provavelmente, nós teremos uma certa crise de empregabilidade nesses estados vicinais da federação, que não estão no núcleo da atividade econômica, porque inexistirá atrativo para atração de investimento para lá. Ah, vai poder dar benefício financeiro? Vai, mas hoje também pode. Alguém dar? Não dá, né? Então, esse eu acho que é um ponto bastante importante. E se a Dani me der mais 2 minutos de tolerância só. É preciso que... Obrigado. Então, aí eu impeto o mandado de segurança, o ministro já julga aqui agora o mandado de segurança, ali dá uma liminar rápida. Mas então, assim, eu tenho um outro ponto que acho que é muito importante, que é o seguinte: a reforma brasileira endereça uma outra jabuticaba muito importante, que é o imposto sobre pecado, né, o excise tax que a gente tem no mundo inteiro, mas tem no mundo inteiro sobre os suspeitos de sempre, né? Aqueles itens que são marcadamente fazer mal à saúde ou ao meio ambiente. Então, isso é muito normal sobre cigarro, bebida, em alguns lugares sobre combustível fóssil. Tudo bem. No Brasil, Murilo, você sabe bem disso? Aliás, obrigado pelo convite. Quando eu iniciei, acho que Vossa Excelência não estava aqui presente, mas agradeço agora antes tarde do que nunca. Mas o Brasil está adotando esse tributo sobre petróleo e minério de ferro. Então, o petróleo e minério de ferro são, respectivamente, 2º e 3º itens mais importantes da balança comercial brasileira. E no Brasil, o que vai ter? Imposto seletivo, imposto do pecado. Quer dizer, é o pecado de jabuticaba, que só existe no Brasil, né? Isso é preciso ficar claro, sobretudo porque haverá uma tributação sobre as exportações. Quer dizer, o Brasil vai violar um dogma, que não é nem um dogma do direito, é um dogma da economia, né? Sobre a não exportação de tributos. E é isso que nós vamos fazer. Nós vamos tributar com seletivo petróleo e mineração e vamos tributar as exportações desses itens, o que me parece, assim, com todo respeito, é uma coisa gravíssima. E só para terminar, Dani, acho que um outro desafio grande que nós vamos ter da implementação é o chamado split payment. Né? O split payment, então, resumindo, é aquele mecanismo, né? E eu espero que isso funcione. Eu espero como um vigia espera a aurora. Mas é aquele mecanismo através do qual, feito o pagamento, o contribuinte recebe apenas o que lhe pertence. E o que vai para o fisco é automaticamente para ele. Maravilhoso. Não tem dúvida que, como ideia, acho que é ótima. Agora, só um dado. A União Europeia editou normativa dizendo que, via de regra, os custos de implementação superarão os benefícios. E Polônia, Bulgária e Romênia tentaram fazer e não conseguiram. Isso é muito importante, porque se a gente errar a mão nisso, o dinheiro não é devolvido imediatamente. E se ruir o pilar da não cumulatividade, acaba a reforma. Então, só para encerrar, para usar uma expressão do ministro Fux, eu acho que nós estamos mais perto do porto do que do naufrágio. Mas não é por isso que a gente também pode ir em piloto automático. Acho que tem muito detalhe da reforma que é chegado realmente o momento de discutir. Muito obrigado a todos pela paciência.
Vou passar rapidamente a palavra ao Mendel, que trará os impactos da implementação nas relações privadas.
Boa tarde a todos. Saúdo a nossa mesa aqui na figura do nosso ministro Luiz Fux, na mesa da nossa moderadora Daniela. E, se possível, Daniela, gostaria de ir ao púlpito aí, ficar ao seu lado, que eu prefiro para que eu seja um pouco mais objetivo, para eu não poder ficar...
Fica à vontade, eu sento do lado.
Exato. Fazer uma troca de cadeiras aí. Isso. Bom, boa tarde a todos. Meu nome é Mendel, sou advogado na área tributária há mais de 15 anos e também pude participar ativamente de todos os grupos de trabalho da reforma tributária, tanto a nível de Câmara dos Deputados quanto a nível de Senado. Atualmente, eu lidero um escritório de advocacia que é exclusivamente na área tributária, e ali a gente consegue atuar em todas as esferas do ramo da área tributária. A gente atua tanto a nível judicial, quanto administrativo, quanto tecnológico, quanto legislativo. Atualmente, o Brasil passa pela sua maior mudança tributária em mais de 6 décadas. A última reforma tributária que nós tivemos foi em 1965. O objetivo declarado dessa reforma é simplificar um dos sistemas fiscais mais complexos do mundo, buscando inspiração nos modelos de IVA, tanto dos Estados Unidos quanto da OCDE. No entanto, pela própria complexidade da realidade brasileira, foi criado aqui, como disse os outros colegas, um modelo único no Brasil, que é o IVA dual. Teremos, então, 2 tributos, CBS, de competência federal, e o IBS, de competência estadual/municipal. Na teoria, é uma simplificação. Na prática, estamos diante de um novo risco. Não só 2, mas uma série de interpretações fiscais sobre o mesmo fato gerador, sobre a mesma transação econômica. Isso ampliará a insegurança jurídica e afetará diretamente a confiança de empresários e investidores. Como dito anteriormente pelo nosso colega Bichara, teremos um período de transição longa e árdua e conviveremos com 2 regimes tributários paralelos. Quando a gente pensa em 2 regimes tributários paralelos, nós temos que pensar que serão 2 obrigações fiscais distintas, complexidades tributárias não só no atual sistema que nós vivemos, mas os times fiscais de toda e qualquer empresa do Brasil terá que lidar com uma nova sistemática tributária brasileira, coadunando com um sistema que já existe. As empresas terão que operar sobre normas antigas e novas, lidando com uma legislação complementar que ainda será criada, interpretada e, inevitavelmente, questionada por diversos órgãos fiscais. Empresas precisarão revisar contratos, redesenhar operações comerciais e adequar seus sistemas tributários internos, o que exigirá uma alta qualificação das áreas fiscais e jurídicas. Essa instabilidade será agravada pelo aumento da fiscalização. O governo enfrentará dificuldades para interpretar e implementar o novo sistema, o que poderá gerar cobranças indevidas e autuações excessivas. Esse caminho, estamos caminhando por um ambiente ainda mais litigioso, e eu peço perdão da palavra aí para discordar, né, dos colegas, mas acredito eu que nós não iremos só duplicar, mas nós iremos quintuplicar a demanda tributária brasileira. Inclusive, se cogita na criação de uma nova justiça tributária brasileira, igual justiças especializadas que temos, como Justiça do Trabalho, Justiça Militar, Justiça Eleitoral. Ventila-se em criar uma justiça tributária brasileira para conseguir abarcar todo esse cenário tributário que se desenha a partir de agora. Mais de 20 estados brasileiros já aumentaram suas alíquotas estaduais com receio de perda arrecadatória, porque o nosso sistema atual ele possui um efeito cascata de tributação. Hoje nós temos tributos incidindo sobre outros tributos. E a tentativa da reforma tributária de simplificar vai ser retirando tributos da base de cálculo de outros tributos. E os estados já se preocupam em relação a isso. O que eles fizeram? Aumentaram suas alíquotas estaduais. Aumentando suas alíquotas estaduais, eleva-se os custos operacionais, impacta as margens de lucro e obriga as empresas a reposicionarem suas estratégias de investimento. E esse movimento de adaptação já começou. As empresas brasileiras estão renegociando contratos comerciais para ajustar cláusulas de formação de preço e repasse tributário. O próprio secretário da Reforma Tributária no Brasil, Bernard Rappi, ele afirmou, abre aspas, as empresas precisam fazer a sua lição de casa agora, porque a não cumulatividade afetará todas as transações de compra e venda, fecha as aspas. Ou seja, a reforma tributária já é uma realidade prática, não é mais uma discussão teórica. E isso é apenas o começo. Estamos nos preparando para um cenário de disputa judicial massiva. Já existem, inclusive, ações constitucionais no próprio Supremo Tribunal Federal discutindo dispositivos da reforma tributária, como é o caso da ADI 7755. O princípio da neutralidade fiscal, prometido pela reforma, segundo o qual deve evitar distorcer as decisões de consumo e da organização da atividade econômica, já sofre com exceções e privilégios setoriais. O volume de litígios será tão elevado que se discute, inclusive, a justiça tributária especializada. Algumas das principais batalhas serão a exclusão dos novos tributos da base de cálculo dos tributos antigos e vice-versa, bem como a contestação de setores excessivamente onerados por conta da reforma tributária, pois, muito bem colocado pelo antigo colega, essa reforma tributária ela teve um viés totalmente fiscalista e os contribuintes tiveram pouquíssimo espaço para poder coadunar e dialogar com o governo. Diante dessa realidade, nosso escritório tem liderado respostas estratégicas do setor privado. Em menos de um ano, estamos lidando com um aumento de mais de 500% do volume de empresas atendidas por conta do justo receio que a reforma tributária está trazendo e por conta da instabilidade e insegurança jurídica em relação àquilo que está disposto na reforma tributária. Portanto, nós estamos oferecendo, principalmente, planejamento estratégico de adaptação dessas empresas, redesenho das cadeias produtivas, capacitação intensiva dos times fiscais e jurídicos, implantação de tecnologia de auditoria com inteligência artificial, revisão de contratos e repactuação de transações tributárias, bem como uma defesa ativa, tanto no legislativo quanto no judiciário. Essa atuação ela é essencial para manter a competitividade e a segurança jurídica nos ambientes de trabalho. E outro fator jurídico extremamente crítico que nós estamos passando é em relação à atuação legislativa. As empresas que investirem em advocacy agora terão influência decisiva nas leis complementares que regularão todo o nosso sistema brasileiro, tendo em vista que ainda há espaço para trabalhos legislativos. A gente só aprovou a primeira etapa da reforma tributária. Ainda há um longo caminho a ser percorrido. Quem agir agora moldará as regras. Quem esperar, certamente irá sofrer suas consequências. Ao longo da história, nós podemos observar que as grandes revoluções, em especial a americana, e as independências em todo o mundo foram impulsionadas, entre outros fatores, pela insatisfação com a carga tributária excessiva e com a rigidez estatal. Estamos passando exatamente por esse momento. O Brasil vive a sua própria revolução tributária, independentemente se é a ideal ou não, e a participação ativa do setor privado é essencial para que suas mudanças sejam ouvidas e atendidas. As empresas que se anteciparem conquistarão vantagens competitivas duradouras e as que demorarem certamente irão enfrentar custos maiores, riscos jurídicos e perdas de mercado. Os empresários que souberem navegar por essa transição estarão certamente na vanguarda da era tributária brasileira. Um apelo que eu faço, e algo que eu preciso deixar muito claro, é que eu estive ativamente em todos os grupos de trabalho, tanto na Câmara quanto no Senado. E como eu disse anteriormente, e volto a repetir, foi muito difícil o setor privado emplacar qualquer tipo de alteração legislativa. E certamente iremos abarrotar o judiciário de demandas judiciais para garantir a justiça e a igualdade tributária necessária. E acredito eu que haverá uma série de demandas ainda a serem questionadas. Há uma necessidade ativa de uma discussão não só legislativa, mas judiciária. Diria eu que, para todos os investidores e empresários americanos que queiram investir no Brasil, primeiramente há necessidade de investimento em capacitação para então fazer uma alocagem perfeita do seu recurso financeiro no Brasil. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada, Mendel. Now we are talking our brilliant professor, Victoria Perry.
Thank you very, very much, and for that gracious introduction. And thank you also for inviting me to be here today. I'm just going to make a few observations more from the point of view of the outside of Brazil. And most important, I would say, none of my suggestions and observations are intended to take away in any respect from what is an incredibly important and very long-awaited reform and the progress that it represents. A major reform of Brazil's consumption taxes, incredibly complicated system, has been under discussion since before I began working in comparative taxation and the value-added tax, which was now nearly 35 years ago, and continuously ever since, and therefore we're finally there, and that is much to be welcomed. However, the political and technical complexity of the reform, as we've all been hearing about, has obviously led to some compromises in design and implementation, as is probably inevitable, but the crucial thing is that it's been done. And over time, it's hoped should lead to much greater economic efficiency and fairness. And referring to Minister Fuchs' comment, hopefully it will end or at least slow down the tax carnival. But of course, there are complexities for certain, as we've been hearing. The dual VAT system at both federal and state and local levels imposes its own complexity. Crucially, the idea is for the base to be the same and the statutory authority at both levels, but this leads to my main point of what would be advice. From the point of view of the taxpayers and the government, it would be much simpler and perhaps better if one tax administration were responsible for each taxpayer. It almost doesn't matter which tax administration, but one, rather than splitting the authority over each taxpayer and transaction across the levels. This picks up on, by analogy, I would say what Minister Fuchs was saying about about harmonization of adjudication, but also what Andrea was saying about harmonization of interpretation by the administration. And from the point of view of Mendel and the point of view of the taxpayers, it would certainly be, I think, easier. And this is largely the way that such a tax is handled in the other two very large federal countries that have such a dual VAT, Canada and India. In Canada, the province of Quebec administers its own GST and the federal GST. 5 of the provinces delegate the administration of their own GSTs to the federal government, and the remaining provinces have a kind of variety of approaches, but aren't really 2 VATs, actually. In India, the federation and the state again divide up the taxpayer base for administration. There, it's around a turnover threshold and then splitting the taxpayers. Above the threshold, they split the taxpayers half-half, but again, each taxpayer, one administration. 2 other observations with regard to the implementation of the new dual VAT. First, I don't think anyone here today has mentioned this, but it does differ from international best practice in the sense that it moves in the direction of for some transactions and taxpayers, as I understand it, a cash-based practice. Generally, the gold standard is an accrual-based tax where when an invoice is issued, tax is due and the credit accrues. In this case, there are some delays in credit based on payment, as I understand it. And that is quite unusual and can result in some cash flow issues. Similarly, the option for presumptive tax for simplified taxpayers can result in some cash flow issues, as others have observed. Second, and perhaps the inevitable price, of course, to get this in place, and it's hardly original, is the quite extreme number of reduced rates, sectoral variations, and as Luis was saying, the very gradual transition, especially at the state level. I will say that the graduality, that's not really a word, but the gradualness of the transition does bring to mind the old joke. A country decides that it's going to switch from driving on the left to driving on the right, but this is a very big reform. So it decides that in the first year, all the odd numbered license plates will drive on the right. And then only in the second year will the even numbered plates also drive on the right. And there's a bit of that in the gradualness of this, which I realize is a political compromise, but it's going to, I agree, create a lot of complexity. But, and I'll try to finish quickly, on the very positive side, Brazil is in other ways at the very forefront of administration in this tax. The World Bank in 2022 ranked Brazil as the second most advanced country in the world in digital governance, that is of the government. Electronic invoice and payments have been a fact of life for a long time in Brazil, much more than in most places, much more. And it's that that's going to enable the implementation of the universal split payment mechanism that we haven't really talked about in detail, but I'm sure some of you know about it, used to manage input tax crediting. This is the first time that such a split payment method for crediting has been used on a wholly general basis rather than just limited to a few high-risk items or high-risk taxpayers. And that is quite revolutionary and to be welcomed. My question would be, and others here know much better than I do, whether the deep digital governance that is needed for this is equally available at the state level in all cases as it is at the federal level. And that, I think, goes to my previous point on the desirability and perhaps how one would split up the taxpayer base across, for administration, across the government levels. And finally, also related to the advanced digitization of Brazil, is the implementation of the cashback method, which is an individually targeted mitigation of regressivity. Such an individually targeted mitigation in a general consumption tax has long been a kind of holy grail for equity. Potentially far less leakage and wastage of revenue than which is entailed by generally applying reduced rates or exemptions, which on the whole tend to go to richer people. And it would be good to see if that can be expanded further while trying to reduce the number of special rates, zero rates, exemptions over time. So I will stop there, but again, kind of congratulate Brazil on having achieved this. It's been a long time coming, but it's almost there, I think.
Thank you, Professor Vittoria, for this amazing explanation. I know it's a difficult because all of them in Brazilian, just you, but it's fantastic. Thank you. E para fecharmos o nosso painel, temos uma pessoa muito especial que preparou uma fala muito importante para fecharmos. Por favor, Robson, a palavra agora é com você.
Muito boa tarde a todos. Eu quero cumprimentar a mesa em nome do ministro Luis Fux, cumprimentar os americanos em nome da professora Victoria Perry Cumprimentar a organização, Daniela, Sofia, o Murilo Aragão, e já dizer que, assim como o ministro Fux citou Ariano Suassuna, eu vou começar citando Ariano Suassuna. Ele dizia que nós tínhamos no Brasil um médico no interior da Paraíba chamado Expedito Nunes, e ele tinha uma autoridade muito forte na sua medicina. Até que num carnaval, 3 pessoas mortas no necrotério, e Expedito Nunes passou, tinha tomado alguma coisa diferente, grampeou os dedos e dispensou os 3 para sepultamento. Na hora do sepultamento, o coveiro percebeu que um estava se mexendo e fazia assim com a perna, com o pé, e o coveiro olhou e disse... E ele levantou a mão, disse, estou vivo, estou vivo. Ele pegou a pá, o coveiro, bateu na cabeça e disse, você quer saber mais do que o doutor Expedito Nunes? Bateu e sepultou os 3 falecidos. Na reforma tributária, embora absolutamente necessária, absolutamente imprescindível, algumas pessoas como essas foram sepultadas juntos. E eu cito, o primeiro ponto foi o Superior Tribunal de Justiça do país. O professor Fux, que é nossa referência também em processo civil, há de convir que o artigo 105, inciso 1º-A, quando diz que cabe ao Superior Tribunal de Justiça os conflitos entre os entes federativos, portanto, 5.500 e tantos municípios e os estados, ou entre 5.500 e tantos municípios, 27 estados e o comitê gestor, será solucionado diretamente por uma ação própria junto ao Superior Tribunal de Justiça, em questões relacionadas ao IBS ou à CBS. Absolutamente inviável esta competência no Superior Tribunal de Justiça, que está abarrotado. Mais do que isso, esse conflito entre esses 5.570 municípios, 27 estados e a União, porque... Veja que o inciso J prevê o conflito não só dentro do IBS, mas do IBS com a CBS. Nós temos um outro problema que vai para o artigo 146 da nossa emenda constitucional, da nossa Constituição, que diz que vários institutos da CBS e do IBS devem ser iguais, devem ser idênticos. Fato jurídico tributário, base de cálculo, alíquota, sujeição passiva, não cumulatividade e crédito. Doutor Bichara, a CBS começa em 2027. O IBS começa em 2029, terminando o seu ciclo em 2030, iniciando totalmente em 2034. Certamente a jurisprudência da CBS, vão surgir os problemas primeiro na CBS, vão mandar nas discussões relacionadas ao IBS. Portanto, essa dicotomia inicial entre IBS e CBS, considerando esse dispositivo da emenda constitucional que manda que eles sejam quase que gêmeos, 80% de tributos iguais. O ministro Fux disse aqui, as regras têm que ser iguais. E a jurisprudência não tem que ser igual? A resposta é sim. Agora, com essa diferença temporal entre CBS começando e terminando em 2027 e o IBS plenamente iniciado em 2034, nós teremos 5 anos de jurisprudência de CBS que vai engessar a jurisprudência do IBS, ou então elas não serão iguais. Esse é um problema processual, temporal, que nós precisamos resolver e creio que aqui foi uma parte daquela pessoa que estava baleada, mas não estava morta e que foi sepultada juntamente com os mortos. O segundo ponto, e me parece bem mais importante, é que, ministro Fux, Bichara, nós implementamos o princípio do destino, jogando a cobrança no lugar do destino, mas isso não é tão verdade assim. A cobrança foi para um órgão chamado Comitê Gestor, não foi para o estado de destino. Se eu faço uma operação entre São Paulo e Rio de Janeiro, eu vou recolher a operação de São Paulo, eu não recolho para o Rio de Janeiro, eu recolho para Brasília. Brasília fará a assunção do crédito, a assunção do débito e fará a destinação para o para São Paulo. Portanto, há uma triangulação fruto da desconfiança, Bichara, que você tanto bem falou aqui, entre os entes federativos. Nós tiramos da origem por quê? Para a origem não dar incentivos fiscais à revelia dos outros estados. Mas nós não colocamos no destino. Nós colocamos no destino Brasília e fizemos uma triangulação. E com esta triangulação, eu também passo para um outro ponto que penso ser importante. A competência compartilhada, a que nós fizemos referência aqui, ela é compartilhada e todos vão pegar o artigo da Constituição e vão responder rapidamente, que é compartilhada entre estados e municípios, mas ela não é compartilhada somente entre estados e municípios. É em relação a estados, município, Comitê Gestor e Senado Federal, que fixará a alíquota de referência. Caso um município ou estado não fixe a alíquota de referência, caberá ao Senado Federal, e aqui está o senador Marcos Rogério, o Senado terá, e é o quarto ponto da minha fala, terá um papel fundamental no acompanhamento dessa reforma na transição. Nós já tínhamos aquele artigo 52, inciso 15º inciso da Constituição, que diz que cabe ao Senado fazer o acompanhamento da funcionalidade do sistema tributário. O Senado falhou antigamente. O Senado não acompanhou, como deveria ter acompanhado, a questão dos incentivos fiscais. A balbúrdia que estavam os incentivos fiscais. E aí vem o ministro Gilmar Mendes, quando faz a proposição da súmula 69, a súmula vinculante 69, para dizer, vou declarar tudo inconstitucional, vamos ver como é que faz a modulação de efeitos. Aí o Senado se movimentou, aprovou a lei complementar 160, e aí deu uma equacionada no nosso problema dos incentivos e benefícios fiscais. Portanto, não precisaria ter acabado os incentivos e benefícios fiscais, era ter disciplinado por região. Eu, no Rio Grande do Norte, poderia dar os incentivos fiscais relacionados às minhas habilidades. Mar, turismo, sal, energia, combustível, eu tenho... E assim por diante, você ia identificando as afinidades de cada estado de modo que ele pudesse dar os incentivos da sua própria atividade. E por último, para não tomar o tempo da próxima mesa, eu termino dizendo que a reforma ela não é só tributária, ela é política também. Por que isso? Se nós acabamos com os incentivos fiscais dados pelos governadores, pelos estados e pelos prefeitos, quem é que pode dar incentivo fiscal? A União, na CBS, no Imposto de Renda e os outros incentivos que estão na Constituição. Mas eu posso, senador Marcos Rogério, eu posso dar incentivo financeiro e via esse aumento das competências das emendas do Parlamento brasileiro. Portanto, o Senado e a Câmara ganham um protagonismo muito grande, porque eu posso simplesmente, no meu município, dizer o seguinte, eu não quero ISS, eu vou zerar minha alíquota de ISS, porque eu tenho um senador, eu tenho um deputado da minha base que vai trazer emendas para cá. Eu vou zerar. Então, é uma concorrência entre incentivos tributários, eu zero a alíquota, eu não quero isso, eu tenho um pouco serviço, eu não quero ISS, eu quero viver de transferências financeiras. Eu tenho deputados e senadores fortes, portanto, eu vou viver de repasses voluntários da União. Nós vamos escutar um problema que nós não escutamos há muito tempo, que é exatamente a briga por incentivos financeiros. E aí o Senado e a Câmara, está aqui o nosso relator na Câmara dos Deputados, Aguinaldo Ribeiro, também presente, nós vamos acompanhar uma briga entre incentivos tributários no sentido de redução de alíquota, porque nós sabemos que estados e municípios podem zerar a alíquota, e eu garanto via emenda o meu orçamento. Esse é um problema federativo que nós vamos acompanhar. Creio que não esteja aqui sendo alarmista, mas é importante que a gente diga essas coisas que podem surgir em problemas específicos. Como disse Ariano Suassuna, ele disse, vocês querem ver uma coisa chata? Você começa a dizer, o dia 1º de janeiro foi ótimo, o dia 2 de janeiro foi melhor ainda, o dia 3, melhor. No 4º dia ninguém presta atenção. Agora conte um desastre no dia 4 de janeiro, no dia 5, tal, que todo mundo preste atenção. Esses são os problemas que vejo que nós temos que atentar, não para fins de não implementar a reforma tributária, mas de deixar a Câmara e Senado atentos para as correções de rumos que podem existir brevemente. Muito obrigado e parabéns pela organização.
Well, finally, as the speakers said, I really want to do thanks Don, Murilo, and Sophia for this amazing opportunity. Thanks for all.
We're very tight on the schedule today. And we will have coffee and treats outside. I invite you if you want to take a brief minute to go there. But we will have to summarize the program now because of the hours so that we can go to our cocktail on time, right? Because everyone's anxious to that. And because of this, I'll call up the next panel. So to moderate this panel, I want to invite Mr. Alisson Poça. Alisson is a partner at Poça Advocacia, professor at IBMEC Brasília and Instituto Brasileiro de Ensino, Desenvolvimento e Pesquisa. Is a constitutional lawyer and currently a PhD candidate at IDP. He holds a master's degree in constitutional law from IDP, where he has honored with Award of Merit for outstanding graduates of the 2021-2024 master's program. He's a member at the Data Protection Working Group of the Brazilian Supreme Court and also serves on the Data Protection Commission of the National Council of Justice, CNJ, and the Special Commission on Digital Law of the Brazilian Bar Association, OAB. Thank you, Alisson. Please take the stage. Pode já ir compondo o painel. Já tirou foto.
Não sei se não vão dar 10 minutos.
Are we going to moderate this conversation?
Yeah, if there is going to be a next conversation. Hello, Professor. I'll be the moderator.
You're the moderator.
Yeah.
Does that mean you introduce and tell them what I've told people? Make sure you got to make sure it sort of stays within the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
That's
take
really
care of that.
important.
We won't have a justice.
Well, it was just justice.
Yes.
And then the other thing is they really are to speak in English unless they just can't speak.
We might end up with just the
Okay.
English.
All right.
Everyone
So,
else, if
yeah,
it is.
one out of four, but that I get.
Yeah.
4 out of 4.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Hello.
Não vai dar para muitas passas. Ele fala espanhol.
Last year was 2, now 5. Next year, I hope we will do even faster.
Aguinaldo foi o relator. Eu sou do governo que vou posição. Aguinaldo, mas parece dúvida. Agora, com os animais, muito aberto. Assistentes parlamentares, falei a ele, listas, senadores e
Brazil caucus, the Brazil caucus. How many people are in the caucus? ¿Cuántas personas? Now, you're going to his office, and then he's going to show you around too. Is that the plan? Well, I was here this morning. I had Elon
parabéns pelo só o café. O café, né? Americano não sabe o que é café, não. Café coado. Café coado. Gosto do coado. Puro, forte. Cheiro. So you here? Brilliant. Não precisa de mais. True. We'll need to figure that out next year. The possibility. Yeah, no, I saw it. So you have, we have. Oh, they agree. I love this. É brava. Yogi. Já por gente trocar contato, com certeza eu preço ainda não presente. É assim. Aqui causa um efeito engraçado. Como é que é? Minha 8204 39. Assim que todas as descarregadas, é um drive sobre.
used to be. No, they used to be able to. Oh, no, they love it. They love it because this is business. They think it's part of our ability to respond to. But they let go. But this I see very good. Yes, no, it would be. Well, I'm saying.
Yes.
I got it. I wouldn't even come back.
And then they had this space extra screen.
There, there's responsibility.
Water, can you find it was hot water.
No. So I'm gonna try it again. I hope everyone will obey me this time because we have to summarize our program. And we have a very, very interesting panel on artificial intelligence coming soon. So please, if you don't mind, take your seats because it will be my pleasure to introduce again our moderator for this panel, Mr. Alisson Poça. Mr. Alisson, could you please come to the stage? Alisson is a partner at Poça Advocacia, professor at IBMEC Brasília and IDP. He is a constitutional lawyer, currently a PhD candidate at IDP, holds a master's degree in constitutional law, also at IDP, and is a member of Data Protection Working Shop of the Brazilian Supreme Court. Alisson, please come to the stage and introduce your speakers.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Dani, for the invite and all the help. I'll introduce our speakers for today. So I'll start by Carmen. Carmen, having served most recently as senior advisor in an AI at the White House during her appointment as Presidential Innovation Fellow. Carmen has a unique combination of a robust technical background in AI technology and data with extensive management, policy, strategy, and innovation skills honed by over 16 more years across the public and private sectors, including serving organizations like Goldman Sachs, the World Bank, and Oliver Wyman. A passionate AI communicator, she demystifies AI for non-technical audiences, raising awareness of the social impacts of emerging technologies, their regulation, and responsible use. Carmen holds a bachelor's degree in applied mathematics, cum laude from Harvard, a master's in data science AI from Columbia, and is working towards a master's in AI ethics and society at the University of Cambridge, UK. I will also introduce Adelina, that's already sitting there. Adelina Cook is the head of AI policy at Google Cloud. In this capacity, she advises cloud teams regarding public policy considerations pertaining to the rollout of products offering strategic technology collaborations and client interactions. ADI supports Cloud's AI governance framework, facilitating the incorporation of forthcoming regulatory requirements and industry benchmarks. I will also introduce Congressman Aguinaldo Ribeiro. He's graduated in engineering and a federal deputy representing the state of Paraíba in Brazil's Chamber of Deputies, a position he has held since 2011. A member of the Progressive Party, Ribeiro served as Brazil's Minister of Cities from 2012 to 2014 under the President Dilma Rousseff, and later as the government leader of the chamber during President Michel Temer's administration. He has played a key role in shaping national fiscal policy as the rapporteur of Brazil's tax reform, and is currently the rapporteur in the bill of the Chamber of Deputies on the regulation of artificial intelligence. And I will also ask to come to the stage. Oh, it's already there. Patricia Campos de Castro Veras, Legal Vice President of Group FS and founding partner of VHC Advogados, with over 25 years experience in corporate law. She has a master's degree in administrative law from Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais and is attorney of the state of Minas Gerais. So this panel will be, I hope, a little less explosive as the last one, which was very intense. And now I understand why Deputy Congressman Aguinaldo got the rapporteur of the AI bill, because it was probably very hard with the tax reform. So AI is a very, very interesting topic. Recently, we have a new pope. Even the new pope is talking about AI. So that's the reach that we are talking. And in the first panel, we already had some talks about AI, the necessity of regulation as legal and judicial security, so we can bring investors to Brazil knowing what they will face. And we also have in Brazil a very strong and viable option for innovative uses of energy, of clean energy with data centers. So we will try to wrap up all these topics in this panel, and I'll give the floor to Congressman Aguinaldo to talk a little bit about our bill of AI. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to do this in Portuguese, okay, because I see most of. Ok? Ok. So, boa tarde a todos. Eu queria agradecer inicialmente o convite, participar desse painel. E, inicialmente, eu queria arguir aqui uma questão preliminar, aproveitando a presença do ministro André Mendonça, já que o ministro Fux não está mais na sala, para arguir a inconstitucionalidade de eu não ter participado do painel anterior, que trata sobre a reforma tributária. Então, eu fiquei ali ouvindo um pouco, que é um tema que nós ficamos 6 anos, estamos nele, né? E continuaremos, seguiremos nesse tema, é um tema extremamente importante, demorou 50 anos no país para nós termos uma reforma sobre o consumo. E existem muitos mitos acerca da reforma. É importante a gente desmistificar esses temas. Alguns por falta de conhecimento, alguns por falta de, talvez, de interpretação equivocada. Mas eu diria que depois da emenda constitucional 132, nós ainda estamos na fase de regulamentação. E, embora eu tenha discordado da maneira como se deu a regulamentação, na minha opinião, houve um certo atropelo regimental, né? Nós adotamos um modelo que não é usual na Câmara dos Deputados, que é a questão de grupo de trabalho, né? Não se tendo, por exemplo, a comissão especial que nós estamos instalando agora sobre inteligência artificial e outros temas, que é o caminho regimental preconizado pela nossa casa. Mas acho que tivemos ali um debate importante e é preciso que agora nós estejamos acompanhando, de fato, essa implementação da reforma tributária. Mas eu queria só comentar um tema, já linkando com inteligência artificial, porque o meu painel não é sobre tributária, que é exatamente, aliás, as pessoas estão me achando que eu resolvo problemas quase impossíveis, né? Porque tratar de tributária e depois tratar de inteligência artificial não é algo fácil. Mas o fato é que, quando nós fizemos a discussão para desenhar o nosso IVA, né, o IVA brasileiro, nós antes, inclusive, consultamos, por exemplo, antes que o Banco Central tivesse desenhado já o PIX, nós já trabalhávamos no split payment e já discutíamos a possibilidade, naquela época, de haver a divisão imediata, né, no momento do pagamento, de qualquer meio de pagamento, já se ter a apropriação para que os entes federados pudessem receber a sua parte no ato do pagamento, que, inclusive, agilizará o cash flow dos estados e municípios. E, naquele momento, o então presidente Roberto Campos Neto, depois de nos reunirmos com a diretoria, falava: é possível fazer. Então, dali começou a se discutir o split payment, que eu já imagino agora, já entrando no nosso painel, que será uma inteligência artificial. Não tenho dúvida nenhuma. Quando a gente fala em 2027 e 2029, com a entrada de CBS e IBS, respectivamente, nós estamos falando de uma inteligência artificial que certamente irá tratar dessa divisão, né, e de todo esse acompanhamento da parte de tributação no nosso país. E aí, já entrando em inteligência artificial, eu tenho a convicção de que nós temos um grande desafio pela frente, e não é um desafio do Brasil, é um desafio da humanidade, porque nós estamos falando também de escolhas, né, que haveremos de ter que fazer. Nós estamos falando de direitos, nós estamos falando de inovação, estamos falando de pesquisa, mas, sobretudo, acho que é uma escolha daquilo da humanidade que nós desejamos ter no futuro próximo. Essa é uma discussão que ela vai muito além do que nós temos, por exemplo, já no projeto de lei 2338 de 2023, que foi apresentado pelo então presidente do Senado Federal, o senador Rodrigo Pacheco, e relatado pelo eminente senador, o senador Eduardo Gomes, que fez esse trabalho no Senado Federal e que agora nos chega para relatarmos na Câmara dos Deputados. Como vocês sabem, essa matéria é uma matéria que evolui a passos largos, a passos muito largos, né? Então, é evidentemente que é necessário que nós tenhamos a devida atenção, mas como relator, o principal objetivo do relator no início de uma matéria, e essa é a minha primeira plateia que eu me manifesto sobre esse tema, né? Até porque a comissão ainda não foi instalada, será instalada no dia 20, próximo, e a presidente da comissão é a jovem deputada Luísa Canziani, que estará nos presidindo. E após essa instalação é que nós vamos apresentar o nosso plano de trabalho e nesse momento eu vou cumprir aquilo que o livro de Tiago nos ensina na Bíblia, que é o seguinte: nós devemos estar, sejamos tardios no falar e prontos para ouvir. Então, como relator, eu estou pronto para ouvir, né? Vou estar ouvindo a sociedade brasileira, pegando alguns exemplos, apesar de que nós temos, como vocês sabem, hoje no mundo, o mundo procura que caminho tomar em relação à regulamentação de inteligência artificial. Estados Unidos, hoje, conversei com várias pessoas durante o dia, né, adotou um caminho mais livre, mais free em relação a esse tema, onde se permite maior mobilidade para pesquisa e inovação. A Europa adotou um caminho que foi o espelho do Brasil, né? Um caminho mais, vamos dizer assim, cauteloso, e às vezes isso impacta em inovação e em desenvolvimento, né, das IAs. Mas, como disse o Alisson, a gente tem alguns desafios no Brasil, que são os desafios, inclusive, de infraestrutura, que aqui foi falado, né? Nós temos, quando a gente fala em inteligência artificial, em tecnologia, em processamento de dados, nós estamos falando também em energia, né? Não deixa de ser um business vinculado à energia, e é preciso que nós avancemos nisso. Nós pouco ou quase nada processamos de dados no nosso país, e eu vejo nesse tema uma grande oportunidade para o Brasil, onde nós podemos ter uma legislação que possa não só trazer a segurança de proteção para o cidadão, para os direitos fundamentais de cada cidadão, mas também para garantir que nós tenhamos uma oportunidade de investimento, de atração de investimento, e que o Brasil possa ser e possa fazer valer a sua vocação. Afinal de contas, nós já temos no Brasil uma mão de obra extremamente capacitada, temos pessoas que são excelentes nessa área e que nós precisamos tão somente estimular e tratar também de fomento, que é um dos temas do caput do PL 2338, trata sobre fomento, né? E talvez a gente tenha que ser até mais audacioso do ponto de vista do fomento para fazer valer essa infraestrutura que nós todos pensamos. E esse é um momento importante, né? Eu acho que a primeira medida que nós vamos tomar é ouvir o presidente Pacheco e o relator, senador Eduardo Gomes, né, para entender como se deu essa construção no Senado Federal. E, a partir daí, nós abrimos um amplo debate na Câmara dos Deputados, e a orientação do presidente Hugo Mota, nós conversamos várias vezes sobre esse tema, a gente sabe da relevância desse tema, e não permitir que esse tema seja capturado, né, por qualquer tipo de ideologia ou qualquer tipo de debate que nos tire, né, do nosso foco, que é, de fato, criar uma regulação que possa ser equilibrada. E talvez, quem sabe, por que não pensar um pouco mais de forma audaciosa, né? Quem sabe o Brasil não ser, vamos dizer assim, vir com a vanguarda dessa legislação, desse marco regulatório, aproveitando tudo que nós estamos vendo no mundo, né, e customizando, né, para o nosso país. Eu acho que esse é o ambiente que nós temos. A gente fica à disposição. Agradeço demais o convite. Não sei qual era o meu tempo, mas eu vi aqui 2 minutos. Não sei se faltava 2 minutos. Aqui eu já me dirijo para o fim, apenas me colocando à disposição de todos para que nós possamos construir esse substitutivo, eu acho, né, trabalhando também já com o Senado, porque como a matéria vem do Senado, então é necessário que aqui está aqui o nosso bandeira que teve muito tempo, assim como o Gustavo Sabó estiveram ali na SGM do Senado. Não adianta nós construirmos também um texto que não esteja em consonância com o Senado Federal, até porque nós queremos um texto que seja, vamos dizer assim, aprovável, né, no Senado. Por isso que a minha ideia é construir junto com o senador Eduardo, que foi o relator da matéria, junto com o presidente Pacheco, que foi o autor da matéria, e aí aquelas mudanças, frutos desse debate, elas possam estar representadas nesse substitutivo que, no momento oportuno, nós apresentaremos. Quando, vou logo antecipar, ninguém sabe, porque nós vamos destratar na comissão especial, né, desse calendário, né? A gente tem um caminho aí longo pela frente. Mas a gente sabe que tem muita coisa acontecendo no mundo, né? Nós estamos vivendo talvez uma nova ordem mundial que talvez nem nós saibamos o que nós estamos vivendo, né? Não sei se nós estamos no meio de uma revolução industrial, né, do passado, que estamos no meio dela e não temos essa consciência das transformações que estão acontecendo. Mas eu sei que, de fato, nós estamos vivendo um momento de transformação no mundo, seja numa sociedade que está sendo modificada, que está sendo transformada, seja por hábitos que estamos adotando, seja pela necessidade de estabelecermos, né, uma relação que seja uma relação, sobretudo, madura. Se tem uma certeza que eu tenho, é que nós não queremos um Brasil nem um mundo onde haja radicalismo, né, onde as pessoas não se escutem, onde as pessoas não tenham razoabilidade de estarem discutindo e divergindo muitas vezes, mas com respeito, né, e cada um se convence ou não, né, mas da forma mais civilizada que nós podemos e devemos fazer. Então, eu acho que esse é o desafio que nós temos pela frente. É um mundo que seja capaz de ouvir, é um mundo que seja capaz de falar, mas não de agredir, de com mansidão poder transformar. Eu acho que é isso que nós, como cidadãos e como responsáveis por isso, temos a obrigação de fazer, sobretudo aqueles que estão com a designação, né, de um mandato, que estão ali delegados pelo povo, ou aqueles que têm uma missão, né, em qualquer função, pública ou não, porque, na verdade, a gente está falando de espírito público, e espírito público deve mover todo cidadão. Obrigado.
So, is this on? I'll stay here now. And okay, it was very nice to see Congressman speaking of how to aim at a balance of protecting fundamental rights and also at the same time striving for innovation, trying to put Brazil in the map as one of the places that can bring safety to investors, and we can start to carve our way in the market of new technologies. And I worked in the bill in the Senate with some legal teams, have participated in some public audiences, and was very happy when I discovered that Congressman Aguinaldo was the rapporteur for the Chamber of Deputies, because there's no one else better there to escape from the extremes and build consensus toward a practical and viable solution. So talking about practical and viable solution, I will ask Carmen to take the floor because she's a researcher in the topic. And with such a grand resume, I think no one better to speak about these challenges. So Carmen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Alison. Can you all hear me? Boa tarde. Eu vou mudar para inglês, que foi pedido para que eu falasse inglês. So I'm just going to switch back to English. Just letting. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? All right. So I have to start off with a little bit of a disclaimer. You all probably have the printed copies of the bios of the speakers, and I just have to highlight. I didn't get a chance to submit my update to it before it was printed, so that's on me, my bad. But just a slight correction, I have already finished my term in the White House. I started in the Biden administration, and I was there for the transition into Trump 2. But I have, my term has come to an end, and I have left in the last few weeks. Allison did read up the updated bio. Thank you for that, Allison. But I know some of you weren't back in the room, so I just want to make sure. I need to make sure that I don't get in trouble, claim that I am there when I'm no longer there. So just to clarify that point. But yeah, so I am going to go over a few things, but I want to start with a little bit of more interactive activity maybe. So raise your hand if you use AI on a daily basis. Okay. Keep your hand up or raise your hand if you use it for work. Okay, so maybe a third, half the room. What about for your personal life? Less a little bit, okay. How many of you have heard the term generative AI or Gen AI before? All right, good. And what about LLMs? And here I mean large language models, not the degree a lot of you have. Okay, fewer. What about agentic AI or AI agents? Only a handful, okay. And did you, keep your hand up or raise your hand if you used AI before ChatGPT came out in 22? Oh, this is very interesting. I think she knows where I'm going with this, right? What about if you use ChatGPT now or similar generative AI tools like Claude or things like that? Okay, you use it now. Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit, I'm just going to do a brief overview of AI regulation in the US, since that's the experience I have. I'm going to talk a little bit about how AI models are trained and some of the consequences of that, a little bit of technicalities, but I promise it will not be painful, hopefully. I will then talk about my research on the effects of Gen AI on some issues for society as a whole, and some consequences and lessons learned for regulators in general. And then I'll talk a little bit about the role of countries like Brazil in the AI ecosystem, and the changing geopolitics, a little bit of which IDB President Ilan Goldfein mentioned this morning. Okay, so starting off with AI regulation in the US, and my colleague here in the panel alluded to it a little bit. So you all are very familiar with the concept of separation of powers. I don't have to go over that, right? Legislative, judiciary, executive. In the US, there is no law about AI at the federal level. There are some at state and local levels. Some are in development. There are some bills that have been proposed, but there's no overarching AI regulation like the EU AI Act, for example, in Europe, or hopefully we'll have some in Brazil sometime soon. So that regulation of AI has basically fallen back to the executive. And that has been mostly done by executive orders and OMB memoranda. So what are those, right? So executive orders, they're not law. They're essentially documents signed by the president that have the effect of law, but they are not statute. They can be rescinded by presidents, and that's an important point. They can also be invalidated by Congress or overturned by courts. And what they're often used for is just kind of signal, government or administration priorities. and mandate certain actions by federal agencies as well as some by the private sector. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. And OMB memoranda, OMB meaning the Office of Management and Budget, which is a part of the White House, issues memoranda that affects all the federal agencies or the agencies that it says it affects. And they provide guidance for agencies on what they can and cannot do on a number of topics, one of them AI. So let me go through a little bit of a history of AI regulation or AI executive orders. So in Trump 1, we had the first AI executive order, 13859, which was called Maintaining American Leadership on Artificial Intelligence. It was issued in February of 2019. And at the tail end of his first term, he signed the second one in December 2020 called Promoting the Use of Trustworthy Artificial Intelligence in the Federal Government. It was EO 13960, which, both of them, again, a lot of provisions for agencies and so on. I'm not going to go into the details of what each of them outline, but just kind of high level. In October of 23, Biden signed a famous executive order that became known as the AI executive order, which is like the largest executive order ever signed, some like 60-some pages. It was called EO 14110, and it was called the Safe, Secure, and Trustworthy Development and Use of Artificial Intelligence. If you'll recall, I just mentioned that executive orders can be rescinded, and that's exactly what happened in the third day of the new Trump administration. He issued Executive Order 14179 called Removing Barriers to American Leadership in AI in this January, and which essentially rescinded the Biden executive order on AI. And remember, I also mentioned OMB memoranda, right? So there's two that were issued following the AI executive order from Biden that essentially outline how federal agencies could and should not use AI, and also how federal agencies were supposed to procure AI systems. So those were M2410 and M2418. And the new Trump 2 executive order on AI essentially called for the rewriting of those memoranda. So OMB my team had to rewrite those memoranda, and those became M2521 and M2522. A lot of the comments that follow the issuance of those memoranda, which was done just like about a month ago, was that there was surprisingly not too many changes. So take that as you may. I'm not going to go into the details of the politics of the sides. But basically, my point being that it's kind of fragile, right? You can issue a memoranda. You can work on oversight, implementation and oversight of the memoranda and the executive order for a year and a half, and it can be rescinded at the strike of a pen. And then you kind of back at square one unless you decide to kind of follow suit with, similar guidance. So legislation would be great, but I'm not going to go into that too much. But okay, so how are AI models trained, and what are some of the issues of that, consequences of that, right? So again, President Goldfein this morning talked about data as an input to AI, right? And Justice Barroso also talked about some issues around the ethics and biases and prejudices that can be kind of imbued into AI systems, right? And what are some issues with that? So how are AI models largely trained, right? I'm going to keep it high level, right? But basically, we need lots of data to train models, right? So let's say we are developing an image detection system to be able to identify differentiate between images of cats and dogs, right? You're going to have lots of images of cats and lots of images of dogs, and you're going to have those images labeled as cat or dog. And human beings usually agree on what is a dog and what is a cat, right? It's usually no big discrepancy. But you're going to have all that data feed into a machine learning system, and it will learn to differentiate based on like the pixels and so on, the way the pixels are distributed in the images, some other characteristics and so on, what tends to look like a cat and what tends to look like a dog. And how is a lot of that labeling done? It's usually oftentimes done by grad students or by very low-paid workers using something called the Amazon Mechanical Turks. Essentially, offshoring, if you will. A lot of that data labeling done, it's often done in the developing world or the global south, and often paid, very low wages to the people that are actually doing that labeling. So, when Sophia and Justice Barroso were talking earlier during the keynote, another example that they talked about was how, I think if I have the numbers right, 40% of the judges at lower level in Brazil are women, but only 18% at the higher levels of the courts are female, right? So, and Justice Barroso even made a joke that when it's just, tests and so on, competency, it's women get 40% of the roles, but when politics are involved, then that drops by, over half. So what are some of the consequences of that, right? So if we traditionally use, if we use a AI system, and here is kind of why I asked that question in the beginning, right? When I asked people how many of you used AI before ChatGPT and before Gen AI, hardly any of you raised your hand, or a small minority of you raised your hand. We've all been using AI since way before ChatGPT. We just didn't necessarily call it AI, or we didn't realize it was AI because ChatGPT came out, and because of something else that I'm going to talk about called anthropomorphism, partially. We have, the take-up of the tool was tremendous, and people started associating AI with ChatGPT. But yes, ChatGPT is AI, but AI is not only Gen AI and not only ChatGPT, right? So for example, if companies have been using systems to recommend candidates for job vacancies for years, right? And what are some of the implications of that? So if kind of going back to the example of the judges in the Brazil system, and analogous in other countries, including this one, right? If we have data, historical data to train the models, which is how this usually happens, that has characteristics of people who were hired by us for a certain job, right? Or their age, where did they study, what did they do in their previous jobs, and so on, how many years of experience did they have, and so on, to try to predict who would be a good candidate for a given position. And if these jobs were traditionally taken up by men because of historical reasons, sexism, culture, you name it, lack of access for education for women, right? The models are going to likely tend to predict that the best candidates, the new candidates coming in for that job are going to be male, right? It's unlikely that it's going to recommend female candidates. And yes, you can remove that as an explicit data point, but studies have shown that that tends to permeate anyhow, right? Because you have other indicators for what makes a female candidate versus a male candidate, even things like the way they talk. So anyhow, so yes, as Justice Barroso said, some of those biases, humans have biases, right? And there would have been a problem anyway. They would have been impacted by the human biases. But the issue here is the scale, right? So if I am a biased recruiter selecting a candidate for a job, I am one person impacting potentially one role within one company, right? If I am an AI system that's being used across hundreds of companies, if not thousands, I'm impacting thousands of jobs, right? And thousands of candidates and thousands of people by extension. So Gen AI, so that was like sort of normal AI, right? So Gen AI. So Gen AI, as the name suggests, generative AI. It generates output, right? So it tends to generate images, or it tends to generate text and so on. And we usually use it in a more kind of quote unquote user-friendly format, or more kind of humanistic interaction, where you ask it in things in plain English and it outputs answers also in plain English or Portuguese or whatever language you're querying it in. And they may seem like they're human. They may feel like they're human. You may talk, say thank you and please, and so on to it. But they're not human. It seems like they're thinking, but they're not thinking. They're just probabilistic models. They're just math models in the background. And even though it's math, the way that they're trained, they're not totally objective, right? carry with them the biases of the people who developed them, the biases that were existent in the data that was fed into them to train. And in the case of Gen AI specifically, a common technique used to train these models is reinforcement learning from human feedback, which is essentially the trainer queries the system. It gives an answer. That trainer then says it's a good, bad, or more human answer or a less human answer, right? And so if you're a biased person who is okay with certain types of potentially prejudiced answers by a ChatGPT or other generative AI system, that is likely going to get imbued into the system itself. Again, I'm simplifying it, right? And I think I'm going to go over a couple minutes. Sorry, Allison, but just kind of get to the highlight. So we talked about already a lot of potential, human biases and so on being baked into these AI systems that we're using, right? Generative AI or otherwise. But what are some of kind of the problems with Gen AI? Gen AI can be super useful for a variety of different things. I'm not trying to say Gen AI is like the devil, okay? So please don't understand it that way. But there are some things that we need to be cognizant about and that we need to be aware of and work, to sort of minimize as much as possible. So you probably have maybe watched The Social Dilemma or read research about the addictiveness of a lot of the social media tools that we use and all these apps, not just social media, right? Like Netflix and Amazon and so on, and how they're designed to increase the amount of time that we spend on them, right? And therefore, the amount of data that's collected about us. And you may have heard the term micro-targeting before, which is essentially messages or content being sent to us based on the specific characteristics that we have, right? So not me just as a woman from Latin America in a certain age group, but me, Carmen, who is interested in XYZ, who is not interested in ABC, and so on, right? Based on the actual behavior that I've exhibited in these tools. They know what I like, what I don't like, or what catches my attention and what doesn't catch my attention. And Gen AI kind of takes that to the next level, right? Because Gen AI is everywhere, and because it's designed using techniques of anthropomorphism, which is essentially kind of mimicking human behaviors and non-human things, it increases our likelihood of sharing a lot more information. So what we're doing with Gen AI was increasing the breadth and the depth of the types of information that it collects on us, and that it can therefore use to in turn personalize or hyper-personalize the answers that it gives back to us. So what are some of the implications of that? Because, when I'm going to Instagram, I'm going there mostly to maybe see some entertainment, maybe see what my friends are up to, right? But I'm not talking to it about my health issues. I'm not talking to it about my work issues. I am not feeding it, potentially my financial spreadsheet of my personal finances, right? It doesn't know what concerts I'm going to or trips I'm going on, unless, of course, I talk about that on the platforms or it reads from the other apps that it uses, but that's a whole other discussion. But if I am using Gen AI, like a single Gen AI tool or a single Gen AI agent that can have access to all sorts of information about me, I am giving it a lot more information, all in one place. So it knows a lot more about me, right? And if I am using it, as some people are increasingly using, for sort of therapy, quote unquote, asking oh, I'm going through this, this issue with a family member. How should I deal with it? And it answers you back. It knows a lot more very personal information about me. So we're in a situation where we're feeding a lot more data, a lot deeper data. So that micro-targeting that I was talking about earlier is on steroids. It knows a lot more. And what are the implications of that, right? The way that it then responds back to us and these answers that it gives us, they're hyper-personalized. It knows exactly what's going to work for me versus for you, versus for you, versus for you over there. So when we're talking about if you talk about autonomy, right? What makes us autonomous as human beings, right? Is our capacity to make our own decisions based on things that we believe, make rational decisions based on what we believe to be true and what we want. But if we are constantly fed all of this information that is hyper-personalized to us, do we even know what we believe in anymore, right? Or are we just being given information that is likely to appeal to us, whether or not that's true, whether or not that fulfills our interests versus the interests of those people who are developing it, right? Consciously or unconsciously. And with all of that, in addition to that, right, what is the impact of that to our critical thinking, right? If I start using, when I was writing this paper for my master's, I was in a big crunch and everyone kept telling me, just have AI do it. No, if I have the AI write my paper, it's not gonna be my own ideas. It's not going to be my connections and sort of my maturing of the ideas of like all the content that I read and I processed combined with my personal experience, right? And my personal insights from my personal life, from my work life, and so on. So how are we losing our capacity to think critically and therefore be able to judge when we are faced with a new piece of information? Is that information true, or is that just something that tends to agree with what we think previously, what we previously believed? And so on and so forth. So with that, I think I'm like way over time already, and Allison's gonna like hate me now. But just to kind of, tie it all together a little bit. We talked earlier about the changing geopolitics of AI, right? Where are we? Currently, we're in a situation where it's more or less, or at least it's being framed as US versus China, right? Where does Brazil or the rest of the world fit into all of this in terms of, the production of these tools, right? I described a lot of things about the use of these tools and so on, and most of people here are Brazilian or close to Brazilians, right? Close to Brazil, and we know the amount of time that Brazilians spend on social media and on Instagram and WhatsApp and so on, and how we're like the third biggest market or something like that for a lot of these companies, a lot of these social media companies and big techs and so on. We're producing a lot of data voluntarily and not, right? We're potentially labeling a lot of this data. So are we going to an issue of data colonialism, right? Where we're just repeating history, right? And that we produce this data, kind of like, the commodities and natural resources were extracted from countries like Brazil to then get exported to more industrialized countries that were, processing and developing that further and selling it back to country at much higher prices, right? There's all the environmental impact that we are going to be suffering as the world develops more and more of this. How much of that is going to be suffered by countries like Brazil? How much of it can Brazil better negotiate, resources and so on? And kind of going back to the last point, this is my last point. We can be producers. Brazil can be producers of this technology as well, right? Take the DeepSeek example from China. There's lots of models out there that can be, improved upon. They're open source and so on, that Brazil does have the technical capacity to take on, but Brazil also needs more investment for the direct development of these tools, and especially in education. So I think I'm going to leave it at that. I'm way over time. I apologize. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Carmen. And we talked about, Congressman Aguinaldo talked about regulation. Carmen talked about how it works and potential harms. And I think it's time to let the private sector talk about how can Brazil be at the center of this new age of technology and new markets. So Adi, you can take the floor.
I heard a rumor there's happy hour in 17 minutes, so I am going to make my remarks very short. I was really pleased to be invited on to a symposium titled Doing Business in Brazil, because I represent enterprise AI technology. I'm always reminding people this. I do not represent any of our consumer products. Social media is outside of the scope of what I work on, and I imagine that social media does play some role in doing business in Brazil, but what my team focuses on here at Google is infrastructure and a lot of the things that Congressman Ribeiro actually talked about. So I'm very excited to share just a few things about how Google is truly invested in Brazil and supporting data infrastructure and other infrastructure needs that we see that emanate from innovating, from bringing new technology to solve old problems. First, I just want to note really quickly that we have had a presence in Brazil for over 20 years, but that commitment continues to be extended. We recently invested over $281 million to bolster the country's technical infrastructure. We launched a new cloud region, which is actually the largest cloud region in all of Latin America. And it also has the lowest carbon impact of any region globally that we have across the world. It is 90% carbon free, according to the energy score we were given. And it really is going to be a boon for the new subsea cable that we are also delivering to Brazil. This subsea cable is also the largest in the world, the largest project thus far. And why is that important? Well, in Brazil, as we talked about, you need infrastructure in order to support the thriving businesses that you have in Brazil. So organizations like Globo, Magazine Luiza, iFood, all of these Brazilian corporations rely on this technical infrastructure to continue to grow their global footprint. These Brazilian-based companies, in order to continue growing their business and supporting a local workforce, need a local workforce that also understands the technology that will power that growth. And that is really important as we consider what does a holistic strategy for AI look like. And I think, again, Congressman Ribeiro sort of pointed out, you need infrastructure, you need workforce, and then you need responsibility. I have spent the last 4 years at Google thinking about what does responsible AI look like? What does proper governance look like? When I started in this role 4 years ago, the EU AI Act had just been introduced. It has now progressed over 4 years, but I would note that the technology has changed as the bill has made its way through the policymaking process. Fundamentally changed. I mean, halfway through, ChatGPT was introduced, which did change how we work, how we communicate, our infrastructure needs, our energy needs. A lot of things have changed underneath it. And notably, the European AI Act has also stalled as of late. They just missed a major deadline on May 3rd. They were set to deliver very key guidelines that are needed to support compliance with the act. And by all accounts, it stalled because they are now recognizing that the regulatory regime that proposing actually would not help do business in Europe. And I think that's something to take account of as you're considering how do we balance the economic risks to support Brazilian companies like Globo, like iFood, to expand their footprint, to feed a workforce, to ensure that the workforce is educated in how to absorb new technologies that grow the economy. There are absolutely risks. I will not tell you there's not risks. There are cybersecurity risks, there are workforce risks, but those risks have to be put in balance with the future. What does the world look like going forward? The world is using artificial intelligence. It's using more innovative tools to grow its economy. There are national security implications for how we use this technology. And by all accounts, I think many governments recognize that using this technology, making sure that we consider the risk of not using this technology, not having a workforce that understands not only the opportunities, but also the risks. We should be educating a workforce in both, are critical to ensuring that we do, in fact, pursue greater business and greater responsible business in Brazil. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eddie. Very nice to see, to hear a little bit about Google investments in Brazil that are coming. And to close the panel, I will call Patricia that will speak on behalf of a Brazilian company that I'm very proud of.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here to take part in this panel. I hope I can bring some information to help in the discussion. So artificial intelligence is a subject that impacts and will increasingly impact our lives, bringing all sorts of consequences like social, economical, legal, and political consequences. There are many and truly fascinating applications of AI in our lives. Equally numerous are the associated risks. In this panel, I'll focus on AI applied to cybersecurity, which is very relevant to countries and organizations around the world. Like any technology, AI can be used for both good and bad. Of particular concern is the sharp increase in the number of cyber attacks globally. Between 2022 and 2023, the number of these cyber attacks doubled. And according to the recent reports from the World Economic Forum, the direct and indirect impacts of cyber incidents already representing 14% of global GDP annually. In Brazil, this figure may reach 18% of GDP, which is around 2.3 trillion reais. It's a huge number. Most of the attacks targets data, stolen data, encrypted data to ransom, to sell in the deep web, or to use in other attacks. Other attacks aim suspension or complete halt of operations of public agents or private companies. And also there are some attacks based on ideological and political motivations. Last year, a widely publicized event involved an AI technology called deepfake. You probably remember the case of an employee of a financial department of a Hong Kong company who received an order from his CFO during a video call to transfer millions of dollars to some account. And later, it was discovered that all the participants of this video call, whose the employee recognized as his colleagues, were AI deepfake recreations. They were not real. So AI has driven to even greater sophisticated attacks. Do you know that it takes a 3-second voice sample to train a model and to enable to talk like anyone? It's scary, isn't it? It's interesting and scary. AI can create softwares, including malwares, to evade antivirus detection. It can also be used to manipulate people, like we saw in the Hong Kong case, to personalize phishing emails using data stolen or even data collected from the web. So the fundamental point is that it's becoming more and more difficult to distinguish between AI-generated content and authentic content. And AI is specifically trained to blur this distinction. Brazil ranks as the second most targeted country for cyber attacks, trailing only the United States. The most targeted sectors are commercial and healthcare due to the sensitive data. And the most common causes are outdated systems and human errors. So even big companies like Toyota, Colonial Pipeline, recent case from 2001, 2022, suffer from, with big, extensive teams, AI teams, and strong system, they fall victim of cyber attacks. This is where AI can be leveraged on the other side to strengthen security, to improve protection against data breaches, reduce costs, and enhance response capabilities. The implementation of AI in cybersecurity allow for significant reduction of costs in organizations compared to those not using AI. As an example, the average time to detect and contain a breach reduces in around 7 to 2 days if you are using AI, enhancing incident response and strengthening national economies. In summary, some applications of the good use of AI in cybersecurity are threat detection, by analyzing network trafficking and identifying anomalies that usually are not identified by traditional security systems. Malware detection based on behavior and code structure, even unknown variants not recognized by antivirus. Phishing detection by scanning emails and websites. Fraud detection, for example, in financial services by analyzing a huge volume of data in real time. Vulnerability management and also crime investigation, also by analyzing huge volume of data, also by facial recognition, as we've seen in recent cases in Brazil. It's also important to talk about data, as it's the primary target of cyber attacks. AI solutions can also enhance data governance, helping insurance compliance with LGPD. They can also perform in a much better and efficient way. Data classification, data lineage tracing, data curation, data anonymization. So many possibilities, many good ways to use AI. So what I try to show, what I try to explore are both sides of the use of technology. On one hand, it can be used as a tool for crimes and frauds, and on the other, as a means to prevent these crimes, while also generate a number of benefits for society. All of this leads to the conclusion that the challenges are considerable. At this point, it's neither possible nor wise to fight this massive technology movement. And it's more than that. It's a huge opportunity. Rather, we must use our human intelligence to ensure it is employed in the benefit of humanity. In this context, it's essential to discuss the measures to strengthen national digital security and reduce the vulnerability of critical sectors without undermining innovation and competitiveness. This is the challenge currently faced by Brazilian Congress in analyzing Bill 2328, as Congressman Aguinaldo was talking about. Also, establishing regulatory frameworks through new legislation is as important as leveraging existing legal instruments that we already have, like the Civil Code, the LGPD, the Consumer Protection Code. They all addresses already issues applied to AI. Another important point, it's not only about regulation. We need to attract companies to Brazil. We need to bring them. Currently, there are many foreign software companies operating in Brazil, but not based in Brazil. Therefore, they do not generate revenue to our country. This leads to another problem, another negative consequence, which is the lack of development and training of professionals. If we do not encourage these companies to establish themselves in Brazil, there's no incentive for training. And we need to prepare our students, our professionals. We must implement policies to promoting training, research, and development. Also, we need policies for the financial of physical infrastructure. So to have an idea about that data centers, which we're talking about, of the around 11,800 data centers existing in the world nowadays, only 180 are located in Brazil. And this means that a huge volume of Brazilian data is stored outside Brazil, including very sensitive data. This is a key weakness in our sovereignty. And talking about data centers, our minister just announced last week a national data center policy. Some points are important to address in this matter. Data security, as I just said, we need to improve the measures to keep our data internally, as done already with China and Europe. Regional development. More incentive measures are needed, such as free trade zone, for example, to decentralize the installation of data centers. We at FS Group are developing a project of data centers of around 2 billion reais and intend to invest heavily in the Northeast region. Also, allocation of renewable energy, which is essential for this type of business, and once again, directs investments to regions away from the big centers like São Paulo. This promotes at the same time regional development and reduces investment costs. So this point has to be taken into consideration in discussing the national data center policy. There's much to be discussed. There's much to be done. You have to keep pursuing the balance between technology development and regulation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patricia. It's very nice to see a Brazilian company that's working towards investing in Brazil, calling for another companies to come there and invest, so we can have a very strong place in this new market of data centers mostly. And I think we have time for one question. Sophia gave me the green light. So anyone has questions? I think not. Well, I will thank you, all the ladies in the group. It's always nice to talk about technology because I am always surrounded by a lot of women. It's very interesting that this field, there is a lot of women.
Where have you been?
In Brazil, it's very common, and Lilian is there. Lilian is there. Lilian is secretary of the Minister of Justice in Brazil. It's a woman, and she's head of the digital secretary in the Ministry of Justice, and she knows that what I'm saying is right. In Brazil, there is a lot of women. Yeah, so thank you very much, and I will close this panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eu vou chamar o pessoal. Eu vou me apresentar. Pode começar? Boa tarde. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucas Amorim. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of São Paulo. And while I'm not a lawyer myself, I had the pleasure of being immersed in the legal world during my 9-month visiting period here at Georgetown Law as a Fulbright scholar. It is an honor to welcome you to panel number 5, International Trade, Investments, and Legal Certainty, part of today's broader discussion on Brazil's legal and economic landscape. This panel brings together a distinguished group of professionals and academics whose careers have shaped aspects of international trade, global governance, and legal practice in Brazil and beyond. As I read your bio, please join us and take your seat. Justice André Mendonça is a sitting justice of the Brazilian Supreme Court and the Superior Electoral Court. He has previously served as Brazil's Attorney General, Minister of Justice and Public Security. Justice Mendonça holds a PhD in law from the University of Salamanca and has been a visiting professor in both Spain and the United States. He currently teaches in the doctoral program on rule of law and global governance at Salamanca and also lectures in constitutional law in Brazil. Thank you. Professor Jennifer Hillman is a renowned expert in international trade and a professor at Georgetown Law, where she co-directs the Institute of International Economic Law and co-founded the Center for Inclusive Trade and Development. Her experience includes serving on the WTO appellate body as a commissioner at the U.S. International Trade Commission and as a general counsel at the USTR. Professor Hillman is also a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations and has written extensively on global trade, climate policy, and the future of the WTO. Mr. Thiago de Aragão is the CEO of ARCO International and one of Latin America's leading voices in geopolitical risk and public affairs. With over 20 years of experience, he specializes in China-Latin America relations and advises more than 100 international clients on regulatory and political trends in the region. He is a senior associate at the Center for Strategic and International Studies and a non-resident fellow at the Institute of the Americas. Ms. Mariana Beltrame serves as senior counsel at IDB Investment, the private sector arm of the Inter-American Development Bank Group. She advises on a wide range of financing instruments throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, and previously worked at the International Finance Corporation, Verano Advogados, and Shell. Ms. Beltrame holds an LLM from Georgetown Law and degrees from Fundação Getúlio Vargas Law School in São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. Mr. Marcelo Pinho is the general counsel at Abrace, Brazil's National Association of Shopping Centers, with a strong background in corporate law, capital market, and strategic negotiations. He leads the legal department of the organization with a strong background in corporate law, capital markets, and strategic negotiations. He leads the department of the organization. Mr. Pinho holds an executive training from Harvard Law School and is a member of the Brazilian Bar Association's Special Committee on Corporate Law. Moderating today's panel is Ana Luisa Sanches, a Brazilian international trade lawyer and researcher at Georgetown Law's Center for Inclusive Trade and Development. With over a decade of experience, Ms. Sanches has advised clients on trade remedies, tariff negotiations, and WTO matters, and her work has been recognized by leading international legal rankings. She holds degrees from Georgetown Law, and the University of São Paulo. Please welcome our guests. With that, I'm pleased to hand the floor over to Ana Luisa to lead today's discussion.
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, panelists, for joining us today. Also, thank you for our audience for staying with us during this lively day of discussions. In this panel, we'll turn our focus to legal certainty as an essential foundation for fostering international trade and attracting investments. Without further delay, I will begin with a question for Professor Hillman on the hot topic of tariffs. We've seen a wave of executive orders in the United States regarding the imposition of tariffs, and business around the world, including Brazilian firms, are having to adapt to a fast-changing market. How is this instability with new tariffs almost every other week is affecting global trade and certainty in the U.S. market?
Well, thank you very much. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be here. You know, I used to think I've taught for a long time in the trade space and spent more than 40 years of my career working in and around the issue of tariffs, and was always happy to be toiling away sort of in obscurity. And I'm not sure those of us in the trade space are used to now being front page news on a daily basis. So I'm going to start by just putting my cards on the table. I think these tariffs are a terrible idea. And I want to say a little bit about why, because I think it gets to your question on sort of the uncertainty that they are creating. I mean, first, to me, the tariffs are a bad idea because they're bad for the U.S. economy. I mean, and if you look at where we are right now, we now have a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum imports, a 25% tariff on cars and car parts. We then have a 10% tariff on everything from everywhere in the world. We have the prospect of higher reciprocal tariffs coming on in July. We now have a tariff on everything from China at the level of 30%, plus all of the steel, aluminum, et cetera, tariffs on top of China, plus the old Section 301 tariffs that we have on China. We now have a 25% tariff on Mexico and Canada for everything that doesn't meet the rules of origin. You add all of that up. And part of the reason I think the world is really seeing this is these are the highest tariffs the United States has put on as an applied rate since 1909. So these tariffs represent the largest tax increase in more than 70 years in the United States. And the operative part of it, to me, is an all without the Congress. And I think a lot of what you're seeing and feeling in terms of this degree of chaos and uncertainty is because normally U.S. trade policy and U.S. tax policy is done by the Congress. The Constitution in the United States gives the Congress, not the president, the power to raise taxes or to raise tariffs. So part of this whole sense of why are we feeling all of this uncertainty and this anxiety is because of the way in which these tariffs have been rolled off, have been put on and put off and put on and put off. Which gets me to really my second reason for why I am such not a fan of these tariffs is because at their heart, in my view, they're illegal. They violate unequivocally the United States' international obligations. I mean, when we joined the World Trade Organization, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, before that, we promised to Brazil, to China, to every member of the WTO, that we would not charge tariffs that were higher than the agreement that we had, that the rates that we had bound within our tariff schedule. We engaged in a long range of negotiations in the early 1990s, and we said, I'll cut up my tariff to this. If you cut your tariff for that, I'll cut this, I'll cut that. At the end of the day, we said, okay, here is the United States' tariff schedule. I'm going to submit it to the WTO, and I promise I will not charge tariffs above those rates other than in certain specific conditions. All of these tariffs break that. The other thing that I think is really significant about it is the other major commitment that the United States and all members of the WTO made is that they would not discriminate as between one member of the WTO versus another. most favored nation, non-discrimination. We generally promised whatever the tariff rate is, I charge on Argentina, I charge that on Brazil, I charge that on Uruguay. I'm going to have the same tariffs for all members of the WTO. And yet here we see the United States start to say, I'm going to put very different tariffs on China, but then these reciprocal tariffs are going to create all these differences. Vietnam gets 46%, Korea gets 26%, Europe gets 20%, somebody else gets 10%. Total violation of our absolute obligations to make an MFN commitment. Why does that matter? It matters because the whole idea behind MFN was that we were going to move away from a power-based system. We were going to do tariffs and tariff negotiations, on the basis of a reciprocal kind of an agreement that would allow both parties to come to an agreement and not do it on the basis of sort of who has more power or more clout. So again, I think the problem with, and then the third reason why these tariffs to me are so troubling is, again, they violate U.S. law. Again, these tariffs have largely been imposed under a statute here in the United States called the International Economic Emergency Powers Act. And this was a statute that was passed in 1977 to give the president power to respond to major emergencies in the United States. But in my view, and I think we're going to see, there's a lot of litigation pending right now. In fact, there's a big argument tomorrow in the Court of International Trade over this exact issue. You're going to see this challenge that's going to say these tariffs that the president has imposed are not consistent with this International Emergency Powers Act. And the basic argument is that in all other instances in which the Congress has allowed the president to have some ability to adjust tariffs, the Congress has done a lot of things within that statute. First of all, it always uses the word duty or tariff in order to say, I'm going to allow you to impose tariffs under these conditions. This IEPA law, no word duty or tariff in it, no process to figure out how much of the tariffs, no process to seek input from stakeholders, no advance notice to anyone, no process to figure out how much the tariffs are. So as you've seen, the president has sort of picked numbers out of the hat. I mean, you end up with tariffs that have no relationship to any kind of economic evidence or anything else. So again, for me, I'm really troubled by this illegality. And why does that matter? Because that's what adds to the chaos, that nobody knows when the tariffs are going to come on, when they're going to come off, what rate they're going to be at, whether they can have any input into the process. Who do you even talk to if you want to have a complaint about it or you want to weigh in on the tariffs? No one knows any of that because it's not being done lawfully in the United States or subject to a lawful process in the US. And the third reason, at least for me, that I will say that I find the tariffs so troubling is that they are asking the United States citizens to bear a lot of the costs of these tariffs, again, to pay these tariffs because these are taxes on American importers. We're paying the tariffs. We're going to lose jobs as a result of it. We're seeing our ports already start to empty out of shipping vessels, et cetera. So a lot of pain on the U.S. economy, and more importantly, a lot of pain on the rest of the world. The World Trade Organization recently estimated that if these tariffs stay and we bifurcate the world into two blocks, kind of a China-oriented trading bloc and a sort of US-oriented trading bloc, just the fragmentation alone, just the act of splitting up the world into these two blocks, that alone will cost on average a 7% reduction in global GDP. Everybody will feel it. And for developing and least developing countries, they could see more than 15 or 20% reduction in their economic growth just because the United States split the world into these blocks. So again, it's a very, very damaging policy, which then begs the question, why? Why is the United States doing this? And is it worth it? I mean, is it worth it for the pain? So if you step back and think about why is the United States doing it, to me, the Trump administration's arguments fall into, they've said a lot of things about why are they doing the tariffs, but they fundamentally fall into kind of four buckets of why are we doing this. The first one is to raise revenue. to raise revenue, to have more money coming into the coffers, right? I mean, last week, the president said, you're going to see billions of dollars, even trillions of dollars coming into our country very soon in the form of tariffs. And he even suggested that the tariff revenue might be able to replace our income taxes for many Americans. But for me, if you just look at it, the math just doesn't work. In 2024, the United States, spent $6.75 trillion. Okay. And we imported $3.3 trillion. So even if you could put a 100% tariff on everything coming into the United States, you would not raise even half of the amount of revenue that you would need to raise. And if you put a 100% tariff on everything, you wouldn't raise anything at all. You wouldn't have any imports, so you wouldn't actually raise any revenue. So again, for me, it makes no sense to say that we're going to use these tariffs to fundamentally raise all of this revenue. Second reason that the administration has said is that they're going to use these tariffs to create leverage. They're going to get 90 deals in 90 days, and they're going to use these tariffs to create these beautiful new deals. Now, again, as we saw even first thing this morning or yesterday, and we saw early last week with the UK, they're clearly going to cut some deals. And the question is, are they worth it? Did we actually win something really substantial? I mean, if you look at the deal that they've announced so far with China, all we won is the ability to go slightly backwards from where we were before. But did we affirmatively result in a change in China's behavior? Did we affirmatively get a deal that's going to reduce the trade deficit between China and the United States? I would argue absolutely not. I mean, we're still going to charge China more tariffs than we've ever charged them before. China is still going to charge us more tariffs than they've charged us before. Okay, it's less bad than it was, on Sunday or Monday. Saturday. But have we really made enough of a difference to say that this leverage was worth it? And I would say the same thing with the agreement with the UK. I mean, we have not even gotten back to where we started from, much less gotten sort of an affirmative change. So I'm just saying I'm really sort of dubious about it. And if you look at what happened the last time around when we negotiated with China, we got the so-called phase one deal. China promised it would buy $200 billion in additional goods from the United States, and it would make a whole series of additional changes within China. So how much of that $200 billion extra did China actually buy? Zero. So we have this big trade war fight in order to get no additional purchases from China and minimal changes within the Chinese economy. Now, granted, COVID came along and disrupted, but nonetheless, we did not get very much from that bargain. So again, query whether this leverage is worth it. The third reason that the president always says is we need to reduce the trade deficit. And as you've seen, these IEPA tariffs that they've put on, these emergency tariffs, they've put on the legal argument that the trade deficit of the United States is an unusual and extraordinary national emergency. And that's the legal test for whether or not the president has the right to impose these tariffs, is that there is a national emergency that is unusual and extraordinary. But think about that. The United States has run a trade deficit every single year for 50 consecutive years. And yet the president is saying that it's unusual and extraordinary to have a trade deficit, even though we've done it for 50 years. And the level of our trade deficit is not at a remotely close to an all-time high. It's a little bit less right now than 3% of our GDP. In the past, it's been as high as 6 or 7% of our GDP. And yet, again, the claim that this is extraordinary. So then you look at what they're doing. Is this going to actually reduce the trade deficit of the United States? Just look at the reciprocal tariffs that they put out. First of all, they put a lot of tariffs on countries with whom we are running a trade surplus. How does that help you fight a trade deficit if you're going to put big tariffs on countries with whom you're running a surplus? You're just going to make it worse. Then you look at what was the country that got the single highest amount of the reciprocal tariffs? The little tiny South African country of Lesotho, which is landlocked within the middle of South Africa, right? GDP per capita, $2.64 a day. So why do they not buy more American goods? Because they cannot afford to. So if you say, okay, I'm going to solve my trade deficit by putting a 50% tariff on everyone from Lesotho, how is that going to make Lesotho any richer to buy any more American goods? It's not. So you think about, wait a minute, what is this going to do about our trade deficit? And when you step back from it and say, why do we run a trade deficit in the United States, a big trade deficit, right? Fundamentally because we buy a lot and we save very little. We run a big budget deficit again, we don't tax enough and we spend too much. All right, is putting all these tariffs on going to fundamentally change that picture? No. And then the last one, I think, is really the one that's the most important to think about and where you get into this whole notion of chaos and uncertainty. Because what the president is fundamentally arguing is the other reason for these tariffs is to force everyone to make everything in the United States, to build this big wall of tariffs around the United States and to say to everybody, if you want to sell anything in the United States, you have to make it in the United States, right? The question for me is this really going to work? And part of me gets to the point of these are very contradictory arguments. If your whole point is you're going to use it for leverage and you're going to cut a trade deal, no one is going to invest on the basis of, okay, there's this tariff wall here. I'm going to do a whole lot of investment in the United States if the tariff wall could be gone tomorrow because you've cut a deal. Right? I mean, you're not going to invest behind a tariff wall with no certainty that the wall is going to be there for more than a day, a week, a month, some other time. So I really question whether or not, this strategy works. The other part of the president's problem is, to do all of this reshoring of all these jobs and to start making everything here in the United States is going to take many, many years. And in the interim period, all of these tariffs are going to be putting very major downward pressure on the U.S. economy, pushing us into a recession. And in order to build all of these facilities, to make all of these goods, we have to import all of these components and parts that are now subject to the very high tariffs. So it's going to make it almost impossible to think, how is it that the United States is going to do any of this kind of reshoring? It also assumes that Americans want to do all of these manufacturing jobs. There was a comedian here in the United States that sort of quipped the other night, Americans want to wear Nike. They don't want to make Nike. Right? So it really does beg this question of, is this really what is a good strategy for the United States in terms of returning our economy back there? So, I leave this with a lot of concern that, again, that this is illegal, that it is clearly creating all of this chaos because it's all of this trade policy being made through executive order rather than through the normal process. We have a normal process of putting on anti-dumping duties or countervailing duties. We may not like them, you may not like them, but at least they go through a process. You know what to expect. You can make arguments, you can present your evidence. This is chaos, what we have right now. On, off, this, that. Somebody gets an exemption, somebody doesn't. Who gets the exemption? Again, it breeds this sense not only of uncertainty, but of the prospect of corruption. It's done with extremely short notice. Again, normally when we engage in this, the tariffs don't kick in for 30 days or 60 days. These are kicking in with 48 hours notice. They're coming off with 12 hours notice, 2 hours notice. So again, I think it really is something where it's going to be important to watch a couple of things in terms of what might happen to bring any greater degree of certainty within it in the U.S. I mean, one is, I think, to watch what's going to happen in our courts. Because again, all of these tariffs are being challenged in the courts. There are multiple challenges in multiple courts to all of these IEEPA tariffs. And so if I'm right that the tariffs are illegal, I think you may very soon start to see some of the courts ruling that the president does not have the authority to impose these tariffs. And so you may see, again, a serious round of litigation over them. The second thing that you're seeing, I think, increasingly is the potential for action in the Congress. There are just many members of Congress that are realizing that their constituents are being hurt by all of these tariffs. And you may see a new movement to try to pass legislation that would basically say to the president, you may not raise tariffs other than for a temporary period of time, unless the Congress ultimately approves it. And right now, there's a modest amount of support on a bipartisan basis for that legislation. But I think as we go down the road and more Americans are hurt by these tariffs, you may see a stronger will and desire on many in the Congress to cut back on the president's authority to engage in tariffs. So we are in very uncharted waters. I think if anybody tells you that they know how this is going to turn out or they know what to do about it, I think they're wrong. This is completely new territory for the United States and for the world. And so I think part of the other thing to watch is how does the rest of the world respond to what the United States is doing? And again, how much support is there for this rules-based system? Don't discriminate. Don't you violate the rules, or you're just inviting everybody else to violate the rules. How many countries take that road versus how many countries take the road of, I'm going to retaliate tit for tat, which I think will have a big effect on overall how it comes out. So my own advice is just get ready for a lot more chaos. And I hope try to figure out a way to constantly steer back to we are all better off with a rules-based multilateral system that doesn't discriminate and that doesn't create this chaos.
Thank you, Professor Hillman. Still on the topic of international trade, I'd like to turn to Thiago de Aragão. While US and China recently announced a trade deal, geopolitical tensions remain high. How is this rivalry reshaping international business, and what are the consequences for Brazil? Feel free to stand for your answer if you'd prefer.
Well, thank you. It's a great question. It's a pleasure to be here. When we look at the context of the geopolitical dispute in the world today between the US and China and Brazil's role, we have to understand a little bit how Brazil faces and how Brazil interprets the role of those two nations, and how our relationship with the United States and with China functions today. We have a relationship with China that is a very asymmetrical relationship. And this asymmetry has been developed over the years, not on purpose and not necessarily as part of a policy developed by China towards Brazil, but it was just circumstantial. And asymmetry implies in a relationship in which one has a bigger leverage over the other. And the same can be applied in our personal lives if we have an asymmetrical relationship with someone, between companies, between suppliers, and between buyers, and also between countries. And Brazil's asymmetrical relationship with China leads to certain outcomes. Just imagine and picture a situation that you own a baker shop. And every single day, this individual buys 60% of everything you produce in your bakery. After a year or 2 years or so, if he arrives there and he says, you know what, I think you should paint every wall here purple, you will do it because you have established an asymmetrical relationship. And this asymmetry is very positive to Brazil in specific areas, but it can inhibit the development of other areas. Because in many situations, asymmetry leads to dependence. And dependency is something extremely common between bilateral relations. And when we look at China's relationship, not only with Brazil, but with many countries in Latin America, we can identify a series of dependency relationships that dictates how those countries operate towards each other. You can have commercial dependency, which is Brazil's case. And what does that mean? It means that today, a decision about Brazilian agro sector and agro-business made in Beijing is more important than any decision made in Brasilia. That's dependency. we can have financial dependency, which so far and wisely, Brazil have not engaged in financial dependency with China, but several other countries did. We have hybrid dependencies. We have even technological dependencies in which your entire matrix of hardware and software comes from one specific country, allowing you or disallowing you to create a variation that gives you the liberty to develop even your own framework. So this dependency relationship with China at the moment can be very interesting for us because we are a global powerhouse in food production. We are a massive player in mining. We are a massive player in energy. And this ends up leading or forcefully leading to infrastructure investment from China towards Brazil in order to amplify the capability of our mining production, of our food production, and of even our internal commerce. So right now, Brazil has one of the ideal models of relationship with China in the world. We are both a producer and we are a buyer. We have a society that understands that consumption is probably one of the most powerful examples of being a citizen, more even than voting, unfortunately. Because what makes an individual feel like a citizen in a developing country is his purchase power, not necessarily his voting capabilities. So this makes the relationship between China and Brazil fantastic to China, good for Brazil, but inhibits our capability of developing the second stage. And the second stage is not being prejudicial to agrobusiness. Our second stage is looking at the menu of what the world wants, of what the United States and China are currently fighting about, and looking at our own inventory as a country and identifying that we have it all. We have the food, we have the energy, we have the alternative fuels, we have critical minerals, we have steel, we have a consumption base, and we even have decent enough universities to develop and look at innovation. But what is the problem? The problem is that going back to the asymmetrical relationship, we are very relaxed in our relationship with China because it's profitable. And we look at the world and we have been facing some problems until the moment that inhibits the development with other areas. We look at the United States and we have felt and known throughout the years that the USTR understands, and we cannot blame them for that, that we're not complementary in trade for an open trade between the two countries. We compete above anything else. So all the attempts in the past, even with the special relationship between our former president and the first term of the current president, inhibited a free trade agreement because we are not complementary. We have struggled during many years to advance in our relationship with Europe because of the strong lobby of the French farmers. So we looked at China. But we looked at China without necessarily asking the good questions. How can we be profitable in this relationship? We never attempted to bring in at least 30% of an assembly line to Brazil. We could have done that of a lot of the things that we buy. We never attempted to develop something close to a free trade zone, a free zone like we have in Manaus, but one dedicated, for example, just at pharmaceuticals, understanding that the entire world depends on pharmaceuticals or active pharmaceutical ingredients from China. Why haven't we done that? Because we felt comfortable. And now the world is forcing us to feel uncomfortable because of the clash between China and the United States. And what can we gain from that? What can we gain is that first, for the first time in a long time, because of Trump's erratic attitude towards Europe, the power of the French farmers may be not as strong right now, which could lead to an agreement between Mercosur and the European Union opening a new front for us. perhaps knowing it's public, anyone can read that every single day, that that China is doing everything they can to decrease the dependency on soybeans from Brazil. Why not look at a different market? Why not strengthen and develop a relationship with India? We have always been talking about that, but we were too lazy to do it. But one of the most important aspects here is that we are one of the largest consumption bases in the world of a society that loves to buy, in a society that has more, in a country that has more phones than people. And we have the openness and the tranquility to develop with China and the United States a second tier or a second level relationship of consumption of goods in our country, as long as we can play the same game to a lower category. As long as we produce a little bit, 10%, 20% of the assembly line in Brazil. But where this brings us? This brings us into a very important topic of regulation, of rules, and jurisprudence. And what will make Brazil offer the leap in order to develop a very strong relationship with producers from all over the world, with producers inside Brazil and with consumers inside Brazil, is our ability to develop a strong and simple regulatory environment, because we know that the regulatory environment is one of the main targets within a geopolitical war. And I'm going to give two examples, one from US and one from China. China has tried over the past 8 years to develop in Brazil a one-stop shop. What is this? A situation in which they can solve all their environmental, regulatory, and labor problems in one specific office that would be created for them. And this has happened in many countries in Africa already, in which the countries, they develop a one-stop shop in order to bypass local bureaucracy. This is a strong attempt that they do in the United States with the attempt to develop CFIUS in Brazil and many others. What does that mean in my closing remarks in here? That at the end of the day, our ability to develop a strong, clear regulation and jurisprudence is what will attract someone to use Brazil and to develop Brazil slightly more than simply a supplier of raw material or a consumer of finished material. We can be a little bit better on those two ends. Thank you.
Thank you, Thiago. Moving on to finance and investment, Mariana, you bring a unique perspective from multilateral banks, and you do important work on issues such as inconsistent enforcement of contracts and regulatory unpredictability. How does legal uncertainty affect access to trade and supply chain finance?
Thank you, Ana. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be back at Georgetown, a school that I hold very close in my heart, especially to share this panel with such distinguished guests. Thank you so much for the invitation. So I think when we talk about the issues related to financing trade-related products, such as letters of credit, receivables financing, we go back a little bit to what Thiago was talking about, which is investors' appetite. If you have a jurisdiction that it doesn't have a clear jurisprudence or has the tendency of not withhold its decisions, you end up not having the traction that you need to attract international financiers or the interests of other investors in hold their positions in Brazil. But before going into that, I would like to talk a little bit about the trade gap, which is the difference that you have between the demand for trade-related investments and the supply for that type of financings. And this has a direct impact in the day-to-day life of the people, especially in developing countries. This affects job creation and mainly access to financing. At MDBs, we do have a very strong counter-cyclical role. So in times of crisis, we try to take action. We try to position ourselves as investors and try to lead the investment side, especially when investors don't have the appetite to get into the day-to-day. And we have a great example, which was the COVID-19, the role that we played there. It was very relevant. I have a data here that says that jointly the MDBs have mobilized over $230 billion to support the pandemic response between 2020 and 2021. And as I was saying, this gap represents transactions, the trade gap that would be commercially viable if we had the appetite to move forward with them. So one of the things that I think it's interesting is that I connected a little bit with everything that Professor Hillman said and Thiago, because it's all about investors' appetite and the importance of having clear decision-making, regulatory policies, and the application of the rule of law, correct? So thank you so much. And I will try to be succinct because I think everybody wants to hear Justice André here.
Thank you, Mariana. Vou pedir licença para mudar para o português e fazer uma pergunta para o Marcelo antes da gente seguir com a fala tão aguardada do ministro André Mendonça. Falando mais diretamente sobre investimentos, Marcelo, você conhece bem a experiência de investidores estrangeiros no Brasil. Então, quais são os aspectos jurídicos que investidores internacionais consideram ao decidir investir ou não no Brasil?
Bom, em primeiro lugar, é uma honra estar aqui dividindo esse painel com pessoas tão relevantes, com uma plateia tão relevante. Um investidor estrangeiro, toda vez que decide investir no Brasil, me ocorre que ele faz duas ponderações. A primeira é fazer uma análise das empresas estrangeiras que foram ao Brasil e foram bem-sucedidas, e lá permaneceram. E nisso, a gente já passou com nota 10. Né? A gente estava aqui ouvindo há pouco tempo o Google falando. Eu tenho aqui nota, a gente tem a Nestlé, empresa suíça no Brasil há anos, a Unilever do Reino Unido, Santander da Espanha e a Toyota do Japão. E falando dos exemplos americanos, a gente tem no Brasil a IBM desde 1917, e lá está até hoje com sucesso, é o segundo mercado mais importante para a IBM, 3M, Cargill, McDonald's desde 1979, Microsoft e Google desde 2005. Então essas empresas, elas acreditaram no país, se estabeleceram lá e continuam lá. E aí surge uma pergunta, que é o foco desse foro aqui. O Brasil, ele tem a segurança jurídica? E eu vou deixar um pouquinho mais para frente a resposta. Eu tenho aqui também outra nota, que o Brasil tem mais de 16 mil juízes. São 16 mil juízes atuando em relação a uma lei geral para o país. Não é como nos Estados Unidos, que o sistema é diversificado. Cada estado legisla de uma forma diferente. No Brasil, tem 16 mil pessoas julgando a mesma lei. Essa é a grande dificuldade. E aí a gente parte para a segurança jurídica. Como é que a gente atinge a segurança jurídica no Brasil? Nós temos as duas cortes mais relevantes do país que reúnem 44 julgadores, 33 no STJ, 11 no STF. E cabe a essas duas cortes consolidar a jurisprudência. Porque uma vez que a jurisprudência é consolidada, você tem a segurança jurídica para investir naquele país. Então, uma coisa muito interessante que eu quero dividir aqui com vocês é o seguinte: eu atuo num setor há 20 anos, ele é basicamente uma modalidade de negócio que vive de contratos. É o setor que aluga lojas dentro de centros comerciais e shopping centers. Dentro do meu guarda-chuva de atuação, nós temos 7 mil contratos de locação vigentes. Esses 7 mil contratos são responsáveis pelo funcionamento de 7 mil lojistas no Brasil. Nós confeccionamos por ano 15 a 18 mil contratos internamente para o funcionamento dessa indústria. E O que a gente percebe? Qual é hoje o nível de segurança jurídica dessa indústria? Eu desafio aqui alguém a responder. É quase zero. A legislação sobre locação de imóvel comercial é bem consolidada. A jurisprudência, a mesma coisa. Então, o único sofrimento que uma empresa dessa vive é por conta da morosidade da justiça, que é por conta do excesso de processos que existem. É natural. Você vai num restaurante que está cheio, demora mais. Então, o que a gente precisa no Brasil aprimorar para poder ter mais segurança jurídica e, principalmente, previsibilidade? A gente precisa aprimorar a consolidação da jurisprudência. O ministro Barroso, hoje mais cedo, mencionou 4 sistemas de inteligência artificial que funcionam nos tribunais, mas eles são para consumo interno dos tribunais. A gente precisa de um sistema que seja para consulta do público, que o advogado, que os 16 mil juízes possam consultar a jurisprudência. Então, fica aqui uma sugestão, né, que a gente possa desenvolver um sistema que auxilie na consolidação da jurisprudência para uso do operador do direito no Brasil. E nós aqui, principalmente dentro dessa sala, acho que somos os grandes responsáveis por assegurar que o Brasil continue sendo um país de segurança jurídica, que é o que nós temos, né? Eu dei o exemplo de uma empresa que atua há 50 anos num setor e segue investindo no país. Então, aqui, pedindo desculpas por ter falado português, eu vou encerrar aqui com uma frase que eu gosto muito, do Peter Drucker, que diz o seguinte: "The best way to predict the future is to create it." Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada, Marcelo. Então, por fim, definitivamente o mais aguardado, ministro André Mendonça nos brinda com a perspectiva do mais alto órgão do judiciário brasileiro. E certamente estamos todos muito ansiosos para ouvir suas considerações, ministro. Então, por favor, a palavra é sua. Claro.
Perdoe-me por falar em português, em solo americano. Estão me ouvindo? Sim? Eu quero agradecer as 2 instituições que nos convidaram, a Universidade Georgetown. Obrigado em nome do professor Dom de Amicis, todos os corpo docente, de modo especial também professora Jennifer, que aqui está, Jennifer Hillman, ao IBDL, na pessoa do Murilo Aragão. Obrigado pelo convite, Murilo. E minha saudação especial ao meu querido amigo e colega, ministro Luiz Fux, também ministro Benedito, que aqui se faz presente, do Superior Tribunal de Justiça, e dizer da satisfação de estar com os senhores e com as senhoras, já final do dia, e todos muito pacientes e perseverantes durante um dia intenso de trabalho. Eu vou falar sobre princípios relacionados à segurança jurídica, princípios que eu considero fundamentais. Eu sei que a moderadora tinha adiantado também uma preocupação com a questão de ativismo e de como a questão do ativismo e da segurança jurídica estão relacionados à questão de investimento, aumento ou redução de investimentos no nosso país. Eu, à luz desses princípios, quero colocá-los não como elementos limitadores da ação do governo, mas, acima de tudo, elementos que ajudam a criar um ambiente o mais seguro possível. Eu reconheço que há segurança jurídica, Marcelo, no nosso país. Eu reconheço que no setor de shopping centers nós temos um indicador elevadíssimo de segurança, porém não é isso que nós temos em todos os setores, ou ao menos não nesse nível. O que eu quero dizer é que sim, há segurança no Brasil, mas nós precisamos de mais segurança. Eu diria que hoje o Brasil não alcança 50% da sua capacidade efetiva do que poderia estar recebendo de investimentos. E nós precisamos, talvez, trabalhar esse potencial todo para esses outros 50%. Por que eu estou falando em 50%? Porque o Banco Mundial ele tem indicadores de governança, indicadores chamados de governança global, e, salvo em um dos 6 indicadores, o Brasil está acima da média de 50 numa cotação que vai até 100. Ou seja, nós temos deficiências sérias em rule of law, em qualidade regulatória, eficiência das políticas públicas, em controle da corrupção e em segurança pública e a estabilidade que a segurança ou a instabilidade que a insegurança geram no nosso país. O único indicador que nós estamos acima da média é em voice accountability, ou participação da sociedade civil, liberdade de imprensa, liberdade de expressão. Esse é o único indicador que nós estamos acima de 50%. Então, nós temos uma série de lacks, de gaps, na área de insegurança jurídica. Eu diria, na área tributária, nós temos um grau de insegurança. Na área trabalhista, nós precisamos aumentar, já melhorou muito, mas precisamos aumentar o nível de segurança jurídica. Na relação público-privada, nós precisamos melhorar a segurança jurídica. Na qualidade da nossa regulação, nós precisamos melhorar a segurança jurídica, em respeitar os contratos, os pactos, as políticas públicas nas mudanças de um governo para o outro. Há muitas políticas, a grande maioria são políticas de Estado, políticas que geram investimentos são políticas de Estado, elas não devem sofrer em função de mudanças ideológicas partidárias entre um governo e outro governo. E esses princípios que eu vou abordar de forma breve com os senhores, eles partem de 3 pressupostos ou de 3 macro-princípios que garantem legitimidade. Primeira legitimidade, a imparcialidade. Nós precisamos ter, principalmente no Poder Judiciário, mas não só no Poder Judiciário, também na atuação das demais agências públicas, uma construção de políticas marcadas por imparcialidade, impessoalidade e busca do interesse público como um todo. À luz da imparcialidade, que significa tratar a todos igualmente, tratar todas as empresas que vêm para o Brasil de forma igualitária, tratar todos os interessados a investir no Brasil com imparcialidade, onde não se criem dificuldades, além dos pressupostos necessários para o próprio investimento. Em segundo lugar, a legitimidade de reflexibilidade ou racionalidade. Nós precisamos ter processos de tomada de decisões racionais, com reflexão, com bom senso, com equilíbrio, que gerem um grau de previsibilidade. E qual o grande norte desse processo de tomada de decisão? O interesse público. Densificando esse interesse público. A nossa Constituição fala no artigo 1º, na valorização da livre iniciativa e do trabalho, no artigo 3º, do desenvolvimento social, regional, o próprio artigo 1º, na construção da dignidade humana, os valores da Constituição, desenvolvimento, bem-estar, liberdade, igualdade, com liberdade. E o terceiro macro-valor que eu trago aos senhores é a legitimidade capaz de gerar proximidade com a sociedade. O que quero dizer com isso? A sociedade deve participar do processo de tomada de decisões. Falemos de agências reguladoras, os 2 grandes focos de uma agência reguladora. Eu preciso desenvolver o setor regulado e eu preciso proteger o usuário do serviço regulado. E eu devo fazê-lo sem eliminar o outro, no máximo de convergência possível. E para fazê-lo, eu preciso ouvir o usuário do serviço e eu preciso ouvir os agentes econômicos, as empresas que atuam naquele determinado serviço. Então, imparcialidade, racionalidade no processo de tomada de decisões e proximidade com as partes diretamente envolvidas nas correspondentes decisões. À luz dessa perspectiva, eu apenas trago uma reflexão do nosso último congresso em Salamanca, estava lá o ministro Fux, estava lá o Murilo, dentre outros, e um professor de Direito Civil da Universidade de Salamanca, ele, em uma frase, ele sintetizou o que é segurança jurídica. Eu me atrevi, apesar da síntese tão bem feita por ele, a incluir um outro elemento. Ele disse, para ter segurança jurídica é preciso julgar bem e é preciso legislar bem. Eu adiciono um terceiro elemento, é preciso governar bem. A partir desses três elementos, eu consigo ter um norte de estabelecimento de segurança jurídica. Bom, mas densificando esses princípios para que julguemos bem, governemos bem e legislemos bem. Em primeiro lugar, eu não posso tomar decisões caso a caso, ad hoc, conforme circunstâncias muito específicas. Eu preciso julgar, regular, legislar, estabelecendo normas gerais e normas a priori, pré-estabelecidas sempre na medida do possível. Porque quando eu tomo decisões caso a caso, eu gero insegurança. Em segundo lugar, eu preciso julgar e regular de forma transparente. E esse princípio está muito relacionado com a questão da legitimidade de racionalidade e proximidade. Julgar de forma transparente não é só julgar de forma aberta, para que as partes e a sociedade conheçam o que se está julgando, mas é previamente ouvir adequadamente as partes. É dar um processo de transparência não só na decisão, mas durante todo o processo. Em terceiro lugar, para que haja segurança jurídica, eu preciso julgar e editar regulamentos e normas que não abusem da retroatividade. Eu preciso respeitar o ato jurídico perfeito, a coisa julgada e o direito adquirido. O Supremo Tribunal Federal, recentemente, numa decisão interpretando o Código de Processo Civil, chamado Código Fux, procurou estabelecer um parâmetro. É o pai da criança. E é um pai de um belo filho, que é o Código de Processo. E na interpretação desses dispositivos, nós procuramos estabelecer um limite para que uma declaração de inconstitucionalidade não afetasse relações há mais de 5 anos, caso houvesse uma ação rescisória em relação a casos já julgados. Então, eu preciso de um processo que não abuse do direito adquirido. Lógico que há situações onde há uma mudança de jurisprudência. Nessa mudança de jurisprudência, eu respeito as decisões já consolidadas, mas eu não aplico sanções retroativas, eu não impacto as relações que já haviam sido consumadas. Porque quando eu adoto decisões que abusam da retroatividade, eu crio espaço para julgamentos que afetam expectativas válidas e gere instabilidade e arbitrariedade em todo o sistema. Em quarto lugar, eu preciso de julgamentos e edição de regulamentos que sejam inteligíveis e compreensíveis, para que eu garanta com o máximo de proximidade a certeza. Expressões vagas, decisões vagas, dispositivos vagos, eles geram imprecisão, geram insegurança, geram a possibilidade de interpretações arbitrárias recorrentes a todo tempo. Em quinto lugar, eu preciso de julgamentos e regulamentos coerentes, que não se contradigam. No Brasil, nós temos uma prodigabilidade na edição de normas. Nosso Congresso é muito ativo e nós, mesmo na administração pública, eu que fui AGU e advogado do Estado brasileiro durante 21 anos, como era difícil interpretar as normas administrativas. Os senhores que ligam com a questão tributária, como é complexa a interpretação das normas tributárias. porque não são só as leis editadas pelo Congresso, mas também as normas administrativas que vão procurando trazer novos elementos. E qual é o problema? Não raras vezes nós encontramos normas, principalmente no nível administrativo, que se contradizem umas às outras. É preciso haver um trabalho sério de, entre aspas, desregulamentação contraditória ao longo da história. Esse é um processo que nós precisamos ter e tomar isso seriamente dentro do nosso país, considerando que nós temos mais de 5.000 municípios, 26 estados, um Distrito Federal e as normas federais e nacionais que acabam incidindo sobre todos. Em sexto lugar, eu preciso ter julgamentos e regulamentos realísticos. Eu explico. Eu não posso tomar uma decisão ou regular um determinado setor de forma descompassada com a realidade, impondo às partes, às pessoas, a obrigação de fazer algo que elas não têm capacidade econômica, logística, de recursos humanos para cumprir. A Lei de Introdução ao Direito Brasileiro é uma norma muito importante, ela tem que ser, está sendo aplicada no âmbito do Supremo e tem que ser cada vez mais um norte de hermenêutica, de interpretação do direito. Compreendermos o impacto das nossas decisões na sociedade, o impacto das nossas decisões no grau de investimento no nosso país, o impacto das nossas decisões na vida cotidiana das pessoas. Em sétimo lugar, eu preciso ter julgamentos e regulamentos estáveis e consistentes. Eu não posso estar mudando a jurisprudência a todo tempo. Eu não posso estar mudando os normativos, os regulamentos a toda hora. Eu preciso gerar essa previsibilidade. Essa previsibilidade precisa ser sentida pelo cidadão, pelas empresas, por todos aqueles que querem se desenvolver, crescer e ajudar o Brasil a crescer. E dentro dessa perspectiva, eu preciso ainda ter julgamentos e regulamentos congruentes no seguinte sentido: eu não posso editar uma norma e, na prática, essa norma não ser aplicada. Eu tenho um exemplo grande, muito simples, mas quando ministro da Justiça, eu me lembro que eu queria tomar uma decisão administrativa de convocar um determinado servidor para vir trabalhar no Ministério. E estava decidido a fazê-lo. E aí, então, um assessor vira e me diz: mas, ministro, tem uma portaria do Ministério que proíbe convocar servidor desse setor. Mas, ao mesmo tempo, ele me deu uma solução. Mas, como a portaria foi assinada pelo ministro da Justiça, e o senhor é o ministro da Justiça, o senhor pode passar por cima da portaria. Não. Eu é que tinha que respeitar a portaria. E, às vezes, a gente faz isso. Não há jeitinho. Nós precisamos superar essa fase, essa história. Nós precisamos garantir que aquilo que nós editamos vai valer, ainda que nos limite a nós mesmos. Porque se eu faço isso, eu garanto à sociedade a segurança de que o país é um país onde eu posso investir. Onde o rule of law está acima das pessoas. O direito está acima das vontades. Esse é o país que garante segurança jurídica. Meu muito obrigado a todos.
Muito obrigada, ministro, por ilustrar de maneira tão didática o que é a segurança jurídica e a sua importância, não só para os negócios e grau de investimento, mas para todos os administrados. Now, I find myself in the uncomfortable position of being the only thing standing between all of you and our cocktail offered by our sponsor. So in a minute, I will give the floor to Professor Demisis for logistical and final remarks. It's upstairs. Yeah, Sophia, maybe you give the closing and final remarks then. Oh, I can open to one question. Okay. Would anyone like to ask questions to our panelists?
I'll ask a question then.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
I'll speak loud and you can hear me. I very much appreciated the sort of remarks about, in some ways, judicial certainty, legal certainty in Brazil, and the importance that the justices think about it, and the importance for the private sector. I think what Professor Hillman talked about was, in some ways, the uncertainty that we feel here right now, at least in the tariff area, if not in other areas. And I guess my question would probably be, you had a recent change in administration of government when the old government left and the new government came in, and you probably had a time of instability as well. And were there, in some ways, similarities, differences? How did sort of society cope with that change? And are there similarities that one can draw perhaps to what we experience here?
It's a hard question. Yes. Vou falar em português. Tentar falar, é difícil na minha posição falar, porque eu prezo muito pela imparcialidade e há uma tensão muito grande entre linhas diferentes de ideologias no Brasil. Disse, e os dados de estatística, de pesquisas dizem que o Brasil está dividido, é mais ou menos isso. O que nós vivemos, 50% pensa de uma forma, 50% pensa de outra. O que eu posso lhe dizer, desde a minha perspectiva, é que essa tendência deve se refletir nas próximas eleições. Ou seja, o Brasil hoje, ele não tem uma atuação cooperativa de forças políticas e sociais necessariamente para que todo o potencial brasileiro de riquezas, de recursos humanos e naturais possa ser devidamente explorado. Eu penso que nós precisamos passar pelas próximas eleições, e porque não vejo essa possibilidade nesse momento de ter uma busca de pacificação, mas trabalharmos em busca de uma pacificação. E acho que isso passa muito pelo Poder Judiciário. E o ministro Fux sabe como eu tenho me portado, procurado tomar decisões à luz desses princípios. Vou lhe dar um exemplo. Nós tivemos um caso tributário recentemente, onde o julgamento estava empatado e faltava o meu voto. E eu, pessoalmente, tinha uma opinião que favorecia a tese do governo. Porém, num passado recente, num caso muito similar de um outro tributo, mas com a mesma racionalidade, o Supremo tinha decidido em favor da sociedade ou do interesse das empresas. E eu fiz consignar no meu voto que, apesar de eu entender pela tese que deveria prevalecer a tese que favorecia as contas públicas, ou o erário, ou o Estado. Por razões de segurança jurídica, eu votei de acordo com a tese que favorecia as empresas. Então, eu acho que nós precisamos, cabe a cada um de nós, e nós, nas posições em que estamos, no Supremo Tribunal Federal, tentar ser esses agentes de segurança, de imparcialidade, de credibilidade do país, de aplicação justa da lei, independente das partes que estão envolvidas, porque acho que é através das autoridades que o povo pode ter segurança de que há um caminho para se pacificar. Acho que é o que eu posso lhe dizer dentro dos limites da posição em que eu ocupo.
Thank you, Professor Don, for your question, and thank you, Justice, for your answer. Well, to close the evening, I would like to thank you for enduring with us throughout the day, and thank our panelists for joining us today. Thank you.
If I may, I want to actually make a couple of comments before we break. Come up here. First, thank you very much. I actually thought that the last response by the, excuse me, the last response answer by the justice was in part demonstrated the reflection, the candor, the honesty that we all like to see in sort of judges and other authorities. One of the things that I have reflected on during this first day is the sort of the active participation and thoughtfulness of the Brazilian participants, the justices and others. It gives one great, in some ways, comfort that the role of the law and the rule of law and certainty is being thought of, debated. There are sometimes very hard questions and issues that one needs to tackle with, maybe respond, unfortunately, make a decision. It's one of the hard things I sometimes think of being a judge. Certainly in this, and that last question dealt with, in some ways, very serious issues, right? And now we're here talking about doing business in Brazil, and doing business in Brazil is also very serious. And we've had the benefit today of panels dealing with transportation and infrastructure, artificial intelligence, trade sets of issues. It's been it's been a spectacular day. The room is still full. It is 7:15. We are off to a reception. I want to thank all of the panelists today. I want to thank you all as well, and we'll see you hopefully this evening and tomorrow morning. Thank you.
For tomorrow, we will start at 9 a.m. And today we'll have a cocktail at Steptoe. If you need directions, if you need any help, please come to see me, Jessica, or Danielle. For speakers and sponsors, we have a van that will get to the place. So come to see Danielle. She has organized the van. And thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
I really like. I loved your remarks. Thank you. So I was judge this year. So much of what you said was very
rapidamente assim, algumas coisas. Tô pensando em, eu acho que é o seguinte, tem muita coisa a disrupt aí em relação ao Brasil. Ainda uns $20. Show.
E o Senado no Show tem dois. Eu estava ali fazendo bem assim. Sensacional. Vida na vida, uma coisa assim, com esse pouco a gente faz super mais forte. Cadê a tua que é uma coisa? Agora como é que é que faz isso? Aí é outra. Você tem que pagar fora. Aí é o fim de pai. Aí é a solução. O problema é que a solução é paga. O problema é a solução. Como a gente faz aqui, vamos pagar.